hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Bring League to your browser. Lock in with LOL Esports. Customize your setup with champion-inspired themes. And unlock new designs inspired by Arcane. Only on the browser for legends. Download Opera GX.
Something is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
And there's Kill coming in!
It awakens now.
It was just cinema!
Welcome to MSI.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to MSI 2025, where we have an awesome crowd in Vancouver who can barely wait for the matchup today. T1 is taking to the stage to take on GENG in a best of 5. It is a matchup that we were denied in the LCK Road to MSI, but we get it here, which is absolutely awesome.
They were just saving it for the LCK Finals Roadshow here in Vancouver.
Fancy roadshow, baby.
The Vancouver exclusive. That's what you wanted to see.
As you can hear it, we also needed to get G-Sun on the desk, because if it is the best of 5 that we were promised, we need our LCK analyst, producer, interviewer, just memester, everything.
Thank you for having me here. I will do my best to provide all of the LCK knowledge and LCK inputs to you guys to know the best, have the best understanding of the series.
Are you you're just putting a new thing in your resume as an English analyst. When does it stop,
When does it stop?
I just want my bullet points to go forever.
All right. So, Jason, let me ask you this then. Are you happy with how the bracket has played out in terms of the LCK?
This is a very good sign of LCK for sure. I'm happy that we at least have an LCK team secured at the finals. But I don't know. I think this matchup is so hype. I'm just so nervous.
Your two children fighting each other.
Yeah.
Also, it is a bit script that we get kind of LPL versus LPL and LCK versus LCK.
Absolutely, but I think this is the one that people are even more excited for, because we got to see BLG versus AL twice in the LPL finals. We did not get to see T1 versus GENG just when T1 was getting so hot in the MSI qualifier.
I mean, we said it again and again and again. This is the finals that should have happened. They faced off against each other for years upon years. And right when T1 was trying to just around to skyrocket, we don't get it.
Yeah.
So now we have that opportunity.
And G-Sun, we saw it there, but it's kind of like yin and yang, I should say. For Gen Z, they are very successful domestically, incredibly so even. We also saw that in the road to MSI. But for T1 internationally, they've always had everyone's number. What's going on there?
I honestly don't know. Even Chovy, when I talked to him in an interview, I asked him about the T1 matchup. He was like, T1, I just don't know. You know, that's the vibe that we have around T1. We just don't know what kind of clutch play they can make on such a high stake kind of situation. Even Gumayushi also mentioned that he also wondered himself, because we didn't get to do the best of 5 in the LCK Road to MSI format. He thought to himself, what if this actually happened, you know?
Yeah, it's the T1 magic. Right when you think that they're down and out and it won't happen, suddenly some of the team fights go crazy. They might steal a little Baron here and there.
Yeah.
It's just crazy to watch them sometimes.
Let's talk about that. The Barons, the enemies hate this little trick, G-Sun.
So officially, we call this T1 Circus or T1 Baron Circus, and it's actually a term that's been used on T1 official content, LCK official thumbnails, you know. It's a thing that has settled for sure. The first play, I kind of understand they're forcing a play around Baron, and they managed to make a miraculous comeback around this play, so I do get it, but this is still a very risky 5v5 situation. I don't understand how they always have the courage to always go for that play.
I understand it, because especially if you're behind in a game, you're like, all right, guys, we're pressing the button, the big purple button on the map to just force a situation.
This one.
And this is another situation.
This is hilarious, because they Rise ulted right in front of BLG players' eyes. I mean, how can they always pull this off? And I think this is actually very effective, because every team knows how T1 made some crazy historic plays around Baron at War or something like that. So I think this is actually T1 winning the mental game.
I think it's actually a great example of one of T1's strengths, which is how decisive they are as a team. Because they force you to go to Baron, and now instantaneously you have to decide, okay, are we going to go for 50-50? Are we going to try to play cross-map? Can we actually take a fight? How do we approach this? T1 has it all planned out, and they are ready for the fight, and that's how they make these miracles happen, because they have already thought a couple steps forward.
Yes, and it must be very frustrating to play against. Now, of course, we saw Doran in that last fight also just going all in, and this is something we do need to talk about a little bit here, Keen versus Doran, but this was the big news coming into this season across League of Legends, the fact that instead of Zeus, they will be having Doran there. So how has he been doing?
He's been doing, I think, the domestic split a little bit tougher. So the question about like how he's going to be performing and during like playing the carries, because usually Doran is great domestically, and the question is going to be coming into international play. I feel like it got flipped a little bit because the last two series during the playoffs, he became clutch. During KT, look, a little bit easy. Just to piss off the KT fans there. But during HLE, going up against Zeus, that was the one that everyone had their eyes on, the replacement that people saw, and he really performed well in that series.
Doran for sure is a clutch player, but I also want to point out that Keen is solid plus clutch player. So I'm really curious to find out how this matchup going to turn out in the series today.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, but I got some faith in my boy Doran here. Yeah. This guy has been so good in the LCK for so long, but he has this reputation of not being able to live up to the moment internationally. But now being on T1, I feel like he's already shown his worth a number of times. You talked about it in the MSI qualifier. He crushed Zeus, and then against CFO here, when T1 really were struggling in that series, Doran played incredible. So I do feel like this is the tournament where Doran will finally wipe that reputation away. Yeah,
I love that stage setting for sure, but I like the way you said it as well. Solid plus clutch. Maybe he has it all. We'll see in this matchup. But we cannot be talking about GENG versus T1 without talking about the mid lane. Faker versus Chovy in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Two of the greatest mid laners to ever touch the game face off in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Of course, it's Faker versus Chovy. 117 games between them, and the score is nearly dead even. 59-58 in favor of the GOAT himself. On one side, Faker, with more World Championship titles than any player alive. A trophy in this tournament would leave him tied for the most MSI titles as well. But first, he'll have to make it through reigning MSI champion and the current best mid laner in the world, Chovy, who seems to have pieced together a winning formula for taking on his mid lane rival. Today, another chapter will be written in one of the most storied rivalries in the history of League of Legends.
An unbelievable rivalry, and at times it must be frustrating for Chovy because we're all calling him one of the greatest, maybe the greatest, but Faker is always there internationally. Just at Worlds, they lost 3-1 to Faker in T1, so it makes it hard to have that full faith.
It really does, but Chovy, to me, is the best player in the world today. The problem is he's going up against the most clutch player in the world. This guy always seems to find the moment. Faker is always there at the right time to turn a game on its head, even when you are doubting him. When you're looking at it just on paper, Chovy absolutely has to be favored. He's better in lane. He makes less mistakes. They didn't lose a single series in the LCK. It should be a runaway favorite, but it never feels that way with T1.
Especially if you just look at the accolades and you look at Faker's accolades. 10 LCK champions, 5 world champions. Like, he has it all, and I'm not even going to the individual accomplishments. But Chovy
got the G-Sun resume.
That's true. Keeps on going. Meanwhile, like, Chovy has just been dominant for a very long time within the LCK, and the question was about international play. Last MSI got that championship, and he's been killing it.
He did. They only have the one. That's the big question, I think, for GENG that we're following, because in your head, they should have won 2 world championships already, maybe a couple of MSIs, G-Sun. What does it come down to, you think, in this T1 versus GENG? Is it really a question of mental fortitude, of resilience, of maybe being mind played a little bit?
I want to say this is for sure the T1 factor, or maybe even the Faker factor, because he's so clutch. Chovy, he's an excellent player. He's so good. I recently caught up with Kenyon, and he also mentioned this way, like, Chovy is so good, and he used to believe that once a player hits a ceiling, you know, you can't actually get better than that. But Chovy proved him wrong. After he's hit his peak performance, he becomes even better and better. But Faker also, he has done that before, and now he's super clutch. So that's so crazy.
And this quote to me is so incredible because of what happened after it. So Chovy has played against Faker so many times. He says, because I've faced Faker so many times, I know how to play against him. It sounds, pretty kind of cut and dry. But then you look at the record since he said this, nearly 90% win rate in series against Faker, nearly 77% win rate in games domestically. But of course, even with that being said, it is still Faker, winning out internationally.
How much of that percentage do you think he'd be willing to give up just to win that semifinal, though?
All of it.
Everything.
You want the world's title. That is the only thing missing from Chovy's career. Everyone knows he is the current best player in the world. Everyone knows he is capable of winning worlds. But until you do it, that is going to be what he is chasing.
That is what is so kind of disappointing in terms of the conversation, because GENG, he himself won back-to-back LCK championships, and it was only like HLE that came up recently that stopped them from getting 5. So they were so dominant domestically. The conversation should have ended there, but it didn't.
6 consecutive international tournaments as well for them. And earlier, Ji-sun did catch up with Faker in our Verizon Game Day interview.
And it's going to be an epic matchup between you and GENG, and you versus Chovy, something that everyone has been waiting for in a best-of-5 series. We didn't really get to have it in the LCK Road to MSI because of the format. So what can people expect from the matchup, especially on the mid lane?
네, 항상 이제 또 초비 선수가 LCK에서도 잘하고 또 젠지도 굉장히 저는 뛰어난 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있기 때문에 이번에 MSI에서 맞붙는 게 굉장히 재밌을 거라고 예상하고 있고, 스스로도 그때를 위해서 최대한 좋은 경기력을 내는 게 저에게 있어서 너무 재밌을 것 같기 때문에 그만큼 더 흥미로운 것 같습니다.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Faker, and wish you the best of luck in the upcoming match. And also, congratulations on your 200th internationals victory.
Thank you.
What's this? Our goat speaks English.
Yeah, he actually speaks every language. He just doesn't want to make us feel bad because he's already so good at
The
League.
Rosetta Stone is actually, it is Faker.
I heard he has his own language as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're saying that you just teleported to do an interview while you're on the desk. What's happening here?
I love it. I do think he's been a little more cheeky, Faker, in terms of the interviews. I mean, this was very measured, of course, but the stage interview, and I think you see it on the Rift as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Faker's got some swag. He's styling on him a little bit.
He's moving. Anyways, let's see how the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X and who they're calling the match for. It's really hard to beat T1 in a fan vote, and it hasn't happened today, 67.8%. So yeah, and the fans, I think they brought up their level a little bit. Their track record is 70% correct currently. You can vote every day at MasterCard GG on X to lock in your predictions. What do you think about that?
Well, yesterday they were one game off of being wrong, so okay, they are.
That's true.
At least they were. We just got to check them a little bit. But for me,
is this fair?
It is not fair at all.
Percentage-wise, is not fair.
It is just not fair.
I'm just asking.
Not at all. I mean, I'm just going to start with my own. If you want to do a close-up, you can. I have it as a 3-2 for GENG. I think it's going to get really close. And yesterday, I did say that I would not flip-flop again, and I will keep to it. I have GENG as the favorites, slightly.
Okay, Ji-sun?
So, this is what happened to me in the road to MSI in the LCK. I was so close to going 3-2 T1 with the Hana Life matchup, and I was like, but still Hana Life, they stomped the regular season, so I went for Hana Life 3-2, and then T1 just T1'd me. So, I was like really close to going for GENG.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
But now, I want T1.
Okay. There's a lot of people that support it. Do you have a score line along with it?
3-2.
Okay, there it is.
Azale has been having something cooking at the end of these, so I'm going to do mine first. I'm just going to go T1. Internationally, I cannot not go for T1. It's just, is there something in me that says, even though my brain says this should be a GENG all the way, so.
I mean, GENG hasn't lost a single series, this whole split in the LCK. They have the best player in the world. They are looking incredibly dominant. They just took down AL. It feels like they're completely unstoppable, and that is how you know it is a guaranteed T1 victory.
I don't trust this man anymore.
It's just the T1 magic, man. It feels like every time you count them out, it feels just like Worlds last year. They had the rocky regular season. They have these struggles. They have roster swaps, but yet they come out on top.
It's crazy. I never really counted myself in kind of the fandom, but seeing 2023 Worlds live, 2024 Worlds live against all odds every single time, I'm sorry. Can you at least understand why we make that choice?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Just a tiny bit.
Okay.
Just a tiny bit.
Okay.
But I'm still holding firm. I will not flop.
Faker.
You're not gonna
That is
flop
a
all
lie.
day?
I will not do it. I will not do it. I promise you.
What an absolute treat we have here today. We get to see Faker versus Chovy, but honestly, if you go down the match on every single lane, it is so incredibly stacked. It is time, finally, for GENG versus T1 in a best of 5 here at MSI.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound. Let me take it off, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid of fight.
I ljudi moji, evo nas. Vreme. Mislim da ulazimo tamo na draft, taman timer. Idemo play, idemo klipić.
LCK, GENG, LCK Ilhuang GENG, MSI defending champion, T1 world champion. 소만은 전설이 태어난 것. 여러분의 환호, 함성과 함께 LCK Road to MSI Grand Finals 시작하겠습니다.
Let's go! Everyone give it up for Emily Rand doing her best caster Jun impression ahead of this iconic match, the most storied rivalry in the history of League of Legends esports. And what a privilege to cast
Lagani caster Jun impression. Niko ne može biti caster Jun. Neki, lagano, ne brini se ništa, sve cool. Sve ti je oprošteno. Moram samo pošli notifikacije.
As we see the first bands coming in, I feel like Talia, Viban, no surprise coming out.
Samo pošljemo notifikacije, zovemo Mareta, idemo ljudi moji da uživamo. Ovo će biti ozbiljan game.
Is T1 going to continue to get a very early solid matchup for Faker? They've really been prioritizing just any champion that works well for him, while not really taking into account the matchups as much, whereas I expect
Zovemo Mareta, dijelimo mu screen.
Getting Chovy something he can perform on.
WatchParty no, ma, pa sme to. WatchParty, gde si Mare? Palimo tebe, palimo mene, šeramo tebi. Jao, kako sam spreman za ovu seriju. Jao, koliko sam ja spreman za ovu seriju. Pa to nema nigde. To ne postoji. Znači, količina... Šta je bilo na slika dole? Količina koliko sam ja spreman, to je nerealno. To je nerealno. Sad ćemo sve namestimo, ljudi. Sve sad radi. Keni Mareta gleda koji... Sad ćemo. A nije, dobro je, okrenut je Mare. Okrenut.
Jesam li? Nisam okrenut dobro.
Zato što ti malo ovdje se ljuljaš, malo se ovdje ljuljaš. Znači, gdje ćeš biti okrenut, ne znam ja. Vidiš, ja ne znam, hoćeš da te okrenem tamo na opačke sad.
Da, zato što ću onda delovati da gledam u tebe, da, pošto mi je ovaj monitor ovdje. Ovaj mi je monitor chat.
Aha. Vidi, sad si tamo pokazao ka mom chatu na mom ekranu, to je good enough.
Da, tamo mi je chat, a tu si ti.
Jesam, i ti si tu isto. Ti si tu. Sudija, ja sam već, znaš da sam pojeo još jedno 8-9 kiflica koje su mi ostale. Tako da sad je vreme da izbrnam to što sam pojeo danas. Danas je bio ozbiljan cheat day. Prvo, znate da nemam Valorant na kompu. Ja sam zaboravio, sam u stvari izbrisao Valorant zašto mi se komp crashovao zbog Vanguarda. I Valorant je bio deo problema i onda sam izbrisao Valorant. Ne, ja sam rekao, do kraja ove serije ja sam na traci. Koliko sam kiflica pojeo, znači, treba mi ono Exorcist, a ne traka za hodanje. Ali nema veze. Znači, navijam da serija ode u 5 gameova po sat vremena. I to je to. To je play. Trula Genji.
Serija do 5 gameova.
Mora bude 5, mora bude 5.
Ja ću tipa na 4. početi da balavim. Što sam tako loše spavao.
Au, to nije play. Ne veze, vidi. Vidi, znači, ima da te odredi hype 4. 5. game. Lagana priča. Lagana priča. Što je interesantno, nijedan mimo Tali, nijedan midlaner nije banan. Kaži, izvini.
Ne, mislim, može bi da bude 5 gameova, taman da se što duže družimo, pošto ja sam posle danas na malo dužoj pauzi. Do EVC-a.
Fair. Još da bude gore od juče. Biće dobri gameovi. Čak i da ode 5, biće dobri gameovi. To je fora. Pa Renci, hoće Ave da igra, što Ave te ne zovete, ne razumem. Ave još nosi u Valorantu. Mislim, speedrunuje sa shotgunom po mapi 50% šanse da trola, ali obično kad trola radi, tako da... Ova serija će biti dobra. WTF, vidi ovo, što ja crtam ovako lepo.
A da crtaš te anime devojčice ili...
Ja sam video tigra. Ja sam video tigra, bukvalno nešto si ti video, znači bio je tigar.
Ne. Jedno je, da li želiš da crtaš tako dobro Ari, kao te anime devojke, ili želiš tako dobro da crtaš životine, kao tog tigra?
Ja bukvalno drugu sliku nisam video najiskrenije, tako da ne znam. Ne znam kakva je bila ta druga slika.
Da, tebi je, izvinjam se, tebi je zabranjeno da gledaš.
Ja sam video tigra samo i to je to.
Okej, ja sam tu za sve ostalo.
Tako je, za MF cosplayere i ostalu priču.
To, baš.
Fair. Skripta za večeras, 3-2. 3-2, 5 gameova, prosječan average game time, 44-22. Nisam ja izmislio pravila. 44-22 je prosječno vreme partije u ovoj seriji. Kakva je situacija? Da, ovo će biti...
Ja mislim da će prosjek biti 30.
Prvi game će biti onako srednje vreme. Drugi game će biti možda brže i od trećeg ide Smolder Kassadin Rise sat vremena partije. Da, koliko štraka Marina je oko... Mene oko 230 evra došla, tako nešto. Mada je 50% na popustu bila, tako da zato me došlo toliko. Inače košta oko 50k.
Nemojte se obazirati na Matu. Mata je redovni T1 hater.
Čekaj, pinamo i to. I nešto možda zaboravio da uradim.
Volim ja Matu, Mata je dobar čovjek. Mata nas brani.
Mata nas brani.
Kad nas prozivaju za naše gluposti koje kažemo, Mata je prvi koji nas brani.
To je fair.
Two very explosive compositions. Comfort for the side of T1, maybe a bit more of those practice lanes to talk about for the side of GENG. See if that can pay off.
Kaže Faker, GENG ovo dobili specijalno. Ali da, ali to nije bilo na prošlom Worldsu, tako da ne znam ja. Prošli Worlds, T1 pobedio, GENG nije. Ne znam ja kako to funkcioniš, ljudi moji. Laziću, zbunio si me, pa sad sam odgovorio. Ma vi trolate, a vi ste na voice, a zaboravio da me trolate kolektivno. Odradili su me na majmuna. Verovao sam Laziću. Sam se sjetio da su na voice-u zajedno i da truju kolektivno. Nema raleta, sad pa mene troluju. Da, neka. Razumem, vidi.
Igrali na odbitak.
Da. Odradili me na majmuna. Nema veze, sve je cool.
Hana, du set. Kako znaju korejski.
Hana du set, da.
Neće niko neće za GENG.
Fair sudi. Ali dobro, radio, to je legit. Laki je samo ispalio, tako da to je druga priča. Ali nećemo sad o tome. Svi T1, slušaj ih. Svi hoće T1. Pa ne znam, ako ode u hyperlate, Azir će outscalovati Yeti, mislim, nema šta. Mada s druge strane vidi. Gwen, Wukong, ozbiljan skill. A ne znam.
Sejuani dobro skill, mislim, bit će tankčina teška.
To gledam, sa leve strane svi dobro skillaju. Au, Faker se ucavio. Cancelo basic.
Da, da. Da li ovo samo znači da je Chovy korejska koza?
A ne, možda bude koza. Možda bude kozica. A Doran je forsirao Ward, pa da, a po je Jacksov level 1. Ko glup heroj da utrči pored tebe u tvoje klipove i znaš da dobija trade ako odigra kako treba, mada i ne baca je.
Dva spela za Chovya prvo.
Faker dobija batine i to ozbiljne batine dobija za sad. Čovjek baš lepo trade.
Look, Kraken going in with smite goes hard.
Šta je Doran startovao? Verovatno. Nisam video, sad su
pokazali. Kapiram da da. Ja ne znam da li postoji drugi start na Jacksu najiskrenije. U 99% matchupa mislim da nije ništa drugo da radiš. Samsung Galaxy. Vidi. 21-4, vidi.
2016.
Ne znam da li to u Koreji? Ili international, nisam.
Mislim da je ukupno. 59. Da, definitivno je ukupno njihov čitav rivalstvo.
A dobro, onda je ovo close, onda je ovo 25. ovo close. Pošto je GENG zadnje 2-3 godine počeo da ih lomi u Koreji. Ali opet evo.
71-79 ukupno u mečevima.
A dobro.
170 gameova su odigrali.
Not going too crazy one way or another, as we do have both junglers potentially looking for a gank.
Canyon paying some attention topside, but was spotted out on a bit of vision. His owner is just trying to keep the ball rolling on the bottom side.
Čumate rage baiteri po. Strašno.
Nice summoner spell picked up there. Gets the heal too from Doro, so overall pretty effective gank from essentially just owner by himself.
Yeah, this will be able to, T1 should be able to set the wave in a spot where they'll be a little bit more comfortable. They were getting kind of pushed in by the Jin Nico, so now they will be able to back.
Sad ćemo Dimo.
Canyon backing after doing that top side scuttle grab.
A ne, meni early game je mnogo dobro.
We're going to keep a very close eye on because I don't think we've seen domestic Chovy yet. Last year we saw him a lot during MSI.
Domestic Chovy, international Chovy?
High stakes, high pressure games, even in the finals was
Da, domestic Chovy, ja mislim da ne. Što ipak u international Chovy dosta opadne.
Jeste.
I oni Knight. Knight tech, ali ove godine je okej.
Duro now looking for a cancel on Doran, not letting him back for free.
Ne, bit će ovo dobro. A Goxi ispalio se Tivan, teli su Zevsa, ali su se zeznuli. Guma forsira flash. Close. Probaj da ga baituje sa movement speedom Duro. Tako da... Ja sam mislio da je mrtav, ja bi se vjerojatno flashovo za njega, ali Duro ima movement speed i odigrao lepo. Inače ove Zaje rune su legitimne. Conqueror Zaje je stvar, znači nije int, Conqueror Zaje je legit stvar. Lati impuls, da. Impuls se budi lakija. Galaxy break, hvala puno. To sam.
Is a big deal as Faker sees Canyon woke up and let's be real, Canyon is Wukong pre-6.
Setili smo se, GG, uspeli smo.
Faker just shrugs it off.
Koji smo duokju, čoveče, nema šta. Nema Laki koji možda spava nakon toga.
Although I think when we were coming into this we're like, oh gosh, Chovy versus Faker, all-time greats. I think this early lane matchup probably not where we're going to.
Ja sam mislio će Chovy da baci shield ult na Fakera i da proba samo da ga čanka. Jer u ovom matchupu mislim da Eni treba da proba da bully Azira što više pre nego što Azir naskijela.
this bot side, this prio is actually going to give owner free license to grab that first Drake for T1. And I actually want to talk about
Emily kastuje.
because last year
To jest malo čudno.
I thought T1 was the best at using
Pa da,
grubs,
dobro.
right? And that
Mislim, ono što je meni ono kao činjenica ovu seriju, to da znate, ovo će biti sport tempo. Znači ove dve ekipe se znaju previše i ovo će samo biti giga, slow tempo, rotacije, close playevi, fajtovi gde se pobiju pa svi prežive. Znači ovo je takva serija. Što je okej. Jer ne gledamo ono. Znači ovo će biti... Draft je okej. Mada mislim znaju oni da će, ono, verovatno. Trebalo bi da ode u 5 gameova, tako da... Neke stvari čak i da pustiš ili da pikaš ranije ima svakako da se pika. Ali biće napet.
Owner ima spellbook i sad je bacio teleport na second tier turret na topu.
Čekaj, stani, za koga si pričao? Ko ima spellbook? Sad si me zbunio.
Owner na Sejuani ima spellbook.
To je legitimno. Baš smo pričali o tome.
Ja mislim da je to malo troll u partiju. Mislim da je trebao samo da aftershock za da bude tanky, ali ne vezi. Mislim, spellbook je dosta snažan svakako, tako da.
Mislim, fora sa spellbookom je što on u teoriji exhaust u vitalnim fajtovima radi bolje od aftershocka. Jer ti ako egzostuješ Wukonga u late game-u, tvoja ekipa je mnogo više tanky, Doran je mrtav. Šta?
Čak nije ni flashova.
Iskreno, Doran, Gde si, Horva?
Ruler. Gde je clutch ruler? Nema. Lenjir, boga mi nije ga klačao danas.
Probaj da prediktuje taj skok ili flash gore. Ali Da, aftershock is early. Da, oni igraju skela, kasnije u partiji exhaust. Da mislim Summoner generalno rade više. Nemoj damage. Nemoj damage.
That stun that Chovy
Ja mislim
landed
da je
onto
Faker
Faker
stanovan
to keep
bio,
him out
da.
of that was huge and kind of the only reason that GENG weren't the Canyon kind of didn't die, right?
Ooh, GENG though used a lot of cooldowns. They still want to look for the contest here. T1, are they ready? GENG.
Ja mislim da je T1 upotrebio dosta takođe. Owner nema ulti. Carrya je backovao.
Dobar Faker, ali...
Dobar Faker, ali je
naklona...
i Onion je živ i dalje.
Canon ne umire. T1 ovde gubi. Ajde, gubi. Ok, možda nije bio tako dobar Faker, malo je commit bio. Broj Doran cooldown, on ima TP, ali Jin je dobio ulti za tipa 15 sekundi.
Yeah, I mean, you could see that T1 had it kind of set up as well with Carrya TPing in, like that was very planned from them. As we see the setup on this again, T1 and Guma, and here comes the Carrya TP Faker.
Mislim, uzeli su jednom, nisu oni stali da kontestuju više.
Which also ends up being pretty important.
And I think Guma felt pressure to ult because there is a Annie right next to him. So if he gets hit by a Q, he just ends up dying.
Da su mogli ranije brstiti Canyon, ovo bi bilo igrivo. Ovako su se zagrlili svi i Gwen ih je samo posekla.
Keen goes unchecked in this fight. Keen is really the demon in that fight because I think part of the reason T1 felt good about taking that is they saw Annie ult was down. They saw Jin ult use bot lane for the kill that didn't quite come through. No Wukong ult. They thought they were
Carrya je
really
malo kasnije
really
samo.
underestimating what Keen can do even without any items under his belt with just an ulti.
Ne, pomera se, gle, ju. Au, Carrya.
Da, Carrya.
Carrya with the clutch. Lepo, Luka, gdje si? Lepo.
Still big window for GENG. They get Faker's flash. They get tempo on the map. Might be looking towards setting up for this Drake in 40
Kuki
seconds.
play kao chillaš, sve ti lepo. Samo te odjednom rutuje niko, pogađate Jim preko pola mape, stanuje te Annie. A ti mi ne možeš da igraš. Lepo. Lep flash. Čovjek možda umre ovdje, mora se pazi. Ovo je bilo close.
Da, nije dovoljno tanky, razmišljam.
Lepo. O jao! Okej. Okej. Doran je rekao šta su me oni tamo prozivali na balkanskom streamu preko LoL Sporta. I sad ću ja njima da pokažem i uzeo je Jax. Ljudi, znate da Jax lagano skače na Eni, to mu je buff, to mu je secret pasiv. Tako da ne brinite ništa. Tako to ide. Tako to ide, ljudi moji. Ozbiljna priča. Ozbiljna priča. Jax ima buff, Jax ima buff, Jax ima buff. Ne znam u čemu pričamo o Jaxu i Eni, ne kapiram.
Da. Sekund tam.
Starts off so positively here for the side of T1. Chovy is able to get something back, but a little overconfident. We're not going to get to see the replay because Chovy's been locked up once
Au, pa ne replay, ljudi. Sad ostavljaju fakeru. Ostavljaju.
Au, choky. Au.
Nismo vidjeli kako je dotle došao na vezi.
Malo pao 2 puta. Ne znam šta se dešava.
Faker ga je vratio, ali nismo vidjeli samo kako.
Faker ga vratio u vreme kad je tek počeo da igra Ligu Legenda.
Ne, ovo je 3-3, 500 golda razlike i to je na topu. I polako. Ima ovo da se igra, ima da se gleda. Sipajte neku vodu, uzmite neku grickalicu, neki smoki, nešto, neke kokice, ne znam nija šta. Ova serija će potrati.
Doran ga je ugasio sada.
Jeste.
Ne, moj Dorane. Ne, moj Dorane.
Kadu, au, pa dobro možda
dobro, bilo je previše dobro da bi bilo isto.
To je true. A šta je? Uletio je bez vardova, bez ičega, ništa ne vidi na mapi.
Nema kako, Doran je samo...
A jesi primijetio da to i Bean radi? Isto. Znači, iz nekog razloga ovaj international top laneri su počeli samo da Donoran downuje malo, ne znam.
Mislim da je to samo u njihovoj prirodi. Znači ono kao mid laneri varduju pa čekaju priliku. Znaš, bot lane ima supporta pa je ono 2 na 2 malo drugačija priča, a top laneri oni samo igraju. Njima nije bitno.
Oni iskucao u...
Kad te osjeti da je dovoljno snažan da uzmi kill, on leći.
To je, oni imaju u clipboardu im stoji JGDIF i samo ono, znaš, CTRL-V enter, instant. Samo JGDIF, to je to. Što je s nama koji radimo? Ne, vidi Horva, i dalje uzmeš nešto, popiješ, pojedeš i radiš i... Mora neki snack uz ovo. Ja sam duše pojeo 9 kiflica pred stream, tako da... Zato sad hodam do kraja ove serije.
Ja sam radio leđa pred ovaj stream, tako da...
Ja sam radio juče leđa i baš je bio dobar trening. A sutra noge. Sutra će biti bolno. A nije imao.
Doran sam skoči. Njega briga. Oni tu dalje.
Sutra već. ALVS BLG. To je sutra meč.
Al protiv Bloga.
Ja, bit će funny NVC pošto igra i Hanva. Pa ćemo gledati iz EVS-a. To će biti cool.
Ovo je bliže nego što sam očekivao da će biti all-time game score. King protiv Dorana. A dobro, Doran je bio u GENG-u, tako da...
Da.
Nije bio u Afriki. Pogodina.
Da.
And as we saw that graphic, a lot of that will be for Keen, obviously, in the last couple of years. Yeah. Ever since he joined KT and then GENG afterwards, actually having a lot more domestic success than he did before. Winning his first title on this organization as well, and we might have a herald fight on our hands.
15 minuta, 200 golda razlike, 1-1 u Zmajevima. Ovo je maraton. Maraton. A i ono što ja volim da kažem, aplicira se i ovdje. Mislim da ovdje skill nužno ne odlučuje pobednika serije. Čovjek je mrtav. 100% je mrtav, samo pitanje možda trade-a. Ne, možda trade.
Owner je bio taj koji je uzeo agro.
A lepo. Mislim da očekuju play oko Heralda, bili su u fazonu, ovi su gore, idemo dole.
Pa što mene brine malo više tak Ven nego...
Dorane, ako umreš od toga, stvarno nemam pojma, znači... Dobre, ne može. Jer znam da su na topu. Faker, okej.
Pošto nemaju ulti od Duro, mislim da to nije, da je to nebitno, imaju svakog Canyona tamo. Da Canyon nije tu, ja mislim da bi engageovali 2 na 2. Definitivno. Mislim, Azija je jači od Niko. Pogotovo bez ulta njena.
Ja mislim da late nije odlučen po draftu, zar ne? Ovo Faker, okej.
Čekaj, carry je ovdje.
Gde damage Gwen, pogledaj Gwen, molim te. Vidi.
Hoće li umreti?
Ojo, za malo. Znaš da je bacio još pola sekunde dok Kua ubio bi Fakera. I onda Carrya nema damage ga ubije. A usti limiti, ja ovo nikad, mislim, nisam prepostio 3 života ću uleteti u Gwen ovdje.
Jako lepo ruler.
To je
Sad ne mogu
Daniel.
uzeti zmaja samo.
To je Daniele da counteram bar 2 od 3 skiflica koje sam pojao.
Jako je interesantno, GENG ima prioritet na monsterima, a T1 ima prioritet na turretima. T1 ide, baš igra na gold lead. A dobro, nema lab. On nema ulti, tako da ništa od toga. Tiber slomi noge, ono.
Da, Tiber je jak.
Finally, Keen is going to be able to catch that wave on the top side, working towards that second item, but T1 have been pretty relentless playing for these side lane picks. A similar story for GENG, and it's been pretty even trades across the map. Yes, there's an extra Drake now, as well as an extra Grub for the side of GENG, but T1 holding on to that 1.5k gold lead.
Yeah, and so much of it is actually in Faker in this mid lane, right? He has about 800 gold, which isn't a massive gold lead, but it's a really solid one, especially for something like the Azir, which is just going to scale so
Aha, ono što mene brine jedino što je Faker ima tu tendenciju da proba da uradi hero play sa Azirom.
How GENG and T1 end up setting up the map, especially with a Jax and a Gwen.
Both these teams obviously having a lot of team fight power available as well. For T1, as long as they can avoid getting flanked, I think their front to back is so hard to cut through. You have Jax that can create space, you have an Azir. The engage obviously is amazing. If either Chovy or Kindo, even Canyon,
već ima previše itema.
And really, it's often T1 that we see go for like these, what, 3-4 pronged engages. I think that's what GENG is going to have to look towards.
Daniel, fair.
Very important. They don't lose mid lane turret. They hold on control of the vision. If the vision gets fully choked out, I don't think GENG can just play a straight.
Nemam nikakav komentar na to, Daniele, ne brini. Mislim, imam komentar, ali ako kažem, ja mislim da će se mnogi naljutiti. Tako da neću ništa reći.
Au, sad mora Mare meni da kaže na Discordu. Mare, napiši mi komentar, sad me zanima. Znate kako, Kaži.
A ti se ću napisati.
Važi.
Posle partije.
Deal. Faker će ovdje padne.
A, nema i damage više ovdje.
Na, ali zato Keen, gle. Doran isto mrtav. Da, lepo.
Pera malo prerano, ja mislim.
Fora je ljudi što Mare retko kad izabere agresiju, ali kad izabere agresiju u fazonu ste kao, ko si ti? Tako da to je interesantan trenutak s Maretom.
Dobar je.
Au, sad sve zanima Maretovo mišljenje.
Yeah. Ruler, on purpose. Yeah, that was on purpose.
That's where you really see the power of this team composition when they are able to set it up. Keen coming in on the backside.
Mislim, T1 mora da bude 5, a ne smeju. Ako ih ima... Carry-a. A Faker je baš grifuje nekad. Mogo je da flashuje odmah.
Mogo, ali ovo je bio overforce fight generalno.
Carry je probao da ga spasi sa ult W, ali Faker je baš gridovao taj flash. Da je odmah flashao, oni bi samo disengageovali. Chovy ima ulti, nema 2 itema jedino. Guma ima flash, to je dobro, samo ne sme da ga uhvati Annie.
Looks like we might just
Moraju
flip
da
it.
vide Eni.
3.9k instead. GENG collapsing on the flanker, but now it's T1 going all in onto Keen.
Ne, šta radi oni? Čekaj.
Kerija je odigrao jako lepo. Uzeli su Atakana.
Da, samo što će svi pomreti, ja mislim.
Neće, ne, mogu prodaju Fakera samo. To je to. I svi ostali su živi. Doran, ok, Doran nije živ jer pogrešno skretanje 6, razumete? Mogu je skoči dole na wave i dode na...
A top lane tower maybe, but that's infuriating for GENG. They got the kills, they just couldn't get the objective.
Yeah, owner says thanks for the leash.
Mi to je okej za GENG. Oni imaju svakako pizza strength, imaju...
Mata žitske izolaciju. Mata žitske izolaciju. A nemam pojma. Valjda ne sme. To jest ne bi trebalo da sme. Pobednik u World za skinove, pobednik u MSI ništa. Bolje svaki se učinimo ovu poruku, da. Jest.
Gledaj, stvari to me mata što je meni Faker omiljeni igrač. Samo što sam... Mislim, moraš biti realan, nekad stvarno ono da ga gripuje.
Ne, ali znaš šta je još jedna jako bitna poenta, da slušaš šta pričamo već odavno, Faker odavno nije mehanički najbolji igrač. Ali također LoL je mnogo više od toga koliko je neko mehanički dobar igrač. Tako da, to je jedna stvar koju, znaš ono, dosta ljudi ne shvata, da LoL u konceptu tima i ekipe nije jedina bitna stvar koliko ti dobro individualno igraš. Da jeste, onda bi League of Legends bila 1 na 1 igrica. Tako da to je bitna stvar. Čiji je prošao Worlds? Ne znam, izašli su, nemam pojma, ne sjećam se. Ne pratim ja, non stop izbacuju... non stop izbacuju nove skinove. Videli smo Valley Fakera kad je prošle godine sit auto Spring T1 bio 7, apsolutno. Nebitno je što on mehanički nije, mislim on je ono, best prima mehanički. Ja mislim da je verovatno Knight mehanički najbolji igrač ovde. Na ovom MSI-u, jako lepo. Ali ne možeš mato shot calling na stranu. Znaš, to je kažeš ono, vrate, noge na stranu, Žigić je najbolji igrač na svetu jer on glavom, ne mislim, razumeš? Biti igrač? Da, morao sam Žigića da vratim.
Koliko je Sajna starije, to mu je Žigić prvi par.
Pazi, i ti znaš ko je Žigić, tako da ne znam šta ti pričam. Ne znam šta ti pričam. Tako da to je totalno okej. A možeš ti Mato da pričaš o čemu hoćeš. Možeš ti da pričaš o čemu hoćeš. Najdrža LoL pesma. Verovatno Legends never die. Verovatno Legends never die. Jer taj je nekako onako najviše naj-iconic pesma.
Ivanu jako smetno što nemaju midlane turret. GENG jako dobro igra oko Visiona.
Znate koji je najbolji filter za osobu kao Matu? Tako je Matu, u pravu si. Nema counter na to, čovjek. Dva načina hernom peču. Junara i...
Ne, poštujem tvoje mišljenje, ali se ne slažem s njim. To je najjače što možete da mu kažete.
Ne, ovo je bolje. Da li je Uzi najbolji mehanički igrač ikada?
Maybe, actually. Ne znam.
Čudno je, mislim, AD carry su dosta, dosta su... Ne znam. AD carry imaju najviše prostora jer konstantno pokazuju mehanike, midlaneri imaju najviše ono glory trenutaka, ali ne znam. Kad god pričaš kao mehanikama, pričaš AD carry, je bio dobar, to je istina.
Do Shy je jako blizu, ja mislim, tu negde.
Nisam pravo, ne, u pravu si, Mat, ti si totalno u pravu. Ali mislim, šalom na stranu, svaki stream manje više pričamo da Faker mehanički nije najbolji igrač na MSI-u. Tako da se manje više svađaš sam sa sobom. Ali to je okej. To je u redu. Mislim, voliš ti to ponekad. Razumem ja sve to. Čovjek nema dobre mehanike. Vidjet ćemo. Lača, mati. Viper.
Viper je isto dobar call. Viper je isto lud bio. Ne mislim da je sad toliko dobar koliko je bio, ali... Mislim, overall igrač ako gledamo ko je najbolji, ja bih rekao, vjerojatno čuvi. Ako. Okej, on nije loše ako uspije da ga ubiju. Ali on...
Ma ide owner. Ide owner, ima damage, da.
Ali mislim se ko puno baci, ne mislim da su izgubili bukvalno fight. Nisu izgubili Barona ovdje, ja mislim.
Čekaj, Ruler se bije sa Jacksom 1-1, znaš kako se to završava. On ima, da, on ima... Okej, ali umrće za to. Jedan. Nema var, super što vidimo da li ima var, da li nema.
Multiple members lost on both sides. 2 down for the side of GENG, 3 down for the side of T1. Kuma needs to make the difference. 3 items on this carry. Duro and Canyon on the chase. Feathers go up. They'll pull back.
Canyon je jako jak. Bukvalno je difference maker.
Wukong je krenuo da skela, to je fora. Wukong je krenuo da skela.
Ja mislim neironično da je trebao owner da uzme Brambo. Nekome treba, mislim se previše heala.
Anti-heal, to je fair. Da, on sa pasivnom i Conquerorom i sa Thunder Skyem je baš problem.
Sometimes you need the circus. GENG though appear to be ready for this one as Faker's just waiting over the wall. This is
Što tu mene je varana, vidi.
Mislim da je to jako pametno, zato što će samo disengage-ovati.
Ja mislim da moraju da se iđu.
Disengage-ovati, oni sad vide ovdje.
Samo mogu da budu u mnogo lošoj poziciji za fight ako dođe do fighta. To je jedini problem koji može se dogodi.
Da, oni disengage-uju, oni samo stoluju, ali ako neko umre, oni će izgubiti i Barona i Zmaja.
A Faker je u nekošenom, gle ovo. I šta sad? Gde sad? Kud sad?
Da, to je sad Zmaj i Baron.
Sad su izgubili sve. To je problem. Mislim, start Barona je okej, ali Faker s druge strane zida samo znači da on nema gde da pobegne ako počnu se biju, isplituju ih. Kažem ti, nezgodno je jako. Mislim, Faker je rekao da će izgubiti u winners bracketu, što je jako čudno. Da ulaziš u seriju i kažeš da gubiš u winners i vraćaš se iz luzera i pobeđuješ. Tako da nezgodno je to, nezgodno je to.
Dobar ulti, i sad ću umreći.
Žive. Aleksandre, samo radna etika, bukvalno. Samo radna etika, bukvalno. Kod nas je...
Pogledaj intervju Kidrela i Tabea. Tabe je i trener Anyone's Legend, ali daći ti otprilike, da, što pričao sa njim, tako daći ti otprilike ideju koja je razlika.
Što ga je pitao kao koliko screen blokova dnevno je to, taj intervju.
Da. Bukvalno sad na MSI-u.
Da, to sam vidio.
A i Kalist je pričao isto na streamu o tome kako u Evropi, koliko su dosta lenji timovi i igrači.
Pazi, pričao je Monte Cristo pre 7-8 godina kad je on isto bio u svijetu LoL-a. Kako recimo tamo u Koreji, to je davno bilo. Tipa ne znam, igrači ako imaju do odmore od 10 do 11, kaže ako dođeš u 11:01 ti si benchovan. Kao to je to, ti si minut gotovo. Ima 17 igrača koji čekaju tvoje mesto. Što je istina i zato mislim da iz godine u godinu je sve bolje i bolje. Ovo je bilo užasno. Jer ti kad pogledaš mislim tier 2 Koreju, ti imaš toliko talenta koji su predobri. I onda pogledaš tier 2 Evropu Mislim, to je generalno, mora da postoje promocije. Niko neće da ulaže pare u tier 2 Evropu kada ne možeš da uđeš u LEC. Šta da radiš? Šta da radiš? Šta, uložiš bolesne pare, napraviš Los Atones V2, ide onda, šta pobediš MMA Masters i kao pobedio sam MMA Masters i sad igram opet nacionalnu ligu. Ne znam.
Na njemu bio, mislim, Riot kao prvo hoće pare.
Jeste.
Moraš kupiti za 20 miliona spot u lecu.
Jeste, i sad ako staviš da mogu da...
20 miliona koji ne bi dobili i suprotno.
Stoji, i sad ako stave da može se promotuje i da demotuje, ispadne da je neko kupio slot za 20 miliona i sad može da ga izgubi, tako da to ne smiju da rade.
Ali to je bilo. Što je najgore, to je bilo. Prvobitno, čini mi se u NA-u kad su krenule franšize, da si, ako 4 isplita za redom budeš u najgorim od 2, onda ćeš ispasti kao iz lige i to morat ćeš zameniš spot za nekim.
To je legitimno. Ili, vidi, samo da prošire LED za još 2 slota. Dodaj još 2 slota nek budu promotional. I nek se nabada Los Ratones i neki... Mislim, tu onda imaš problem da bi kao igrao Cake-Off i Cake-Off Blue. A to isto ne može. Tako da, malo i to nezgodno. Ali imaju u Valorantu isto neke... Mislim, ne gledam Valorant competitive, ali... Znam da u Valorantu imaju neku foru da tier 2 može u tier 1 da uđe. Samo ne znam kako to radi tamo. Nisam siguran. Ko imamo nekog u chatu ko gleda Valorant, verovatno zna da objasni. Mene zanima ko bi trebao sad meni 0 znanja ovo da budem za prosjeka player. Ti možeš biti igrač, možeš biti dobar igrač s jako malo game knowledge-a. Jer ti se LoL dijeli na mehanike i na knowledge. I ti u teoriji možda budeš, pogotovo recimo AD Carry. AD Carry igrač samo treba ruke da ima. Ne mora da ima bukvalno minimalan knowledge i laganci. Od sam ja Harsak, sad sam mator i kao nemam ruke i onda ne znam ne pričam.
Mislim, bukvalno ima, za to što je sada si ti pričao, ima isto, čini mi se, Karin video u kome je pričao. Ali često ti stariji pro igrači su pričali da vreme se menja, ali ti dalje možeš isključivo sa znanjem lige da dođeš visoko i možeš isključivo sa mehanikom. Imaš igrače koji su izuzetno mehanički dobri i budu izuzetno visoki, nemaju pojma o igri.
Jer onda ako si ti svestan da si loš mehanički pikaš Eni ili Malphite-a. Igraš stvari za koje ti ne trebaju ruke da se klajmaš i igraš na mozak. Ako si mehanički pretalentovan, uzmeš, igraš primejca Uvu igralo 69 koja je igrala Ulu, ti pikaš Kogmava i autospacuje život, mislim ne baš tako, ali kapirate priču. I vinaš svaki game. Tako da to je okej. Nema ništa od toga igrači koji žive... Ne kažemo da bi mi bili bolji od Koreje. Ali Evropa bi bila bolja od Evrope sada da postoji promotional sistem. To je poenta. Jer bi u stvari ljudi imali razlog da ulože u tier 2 scenu. Sad ti nemaš razloga da daješ pare u tier 2 scenu. Bukvalno. Nema razloga.
Doran pro.
Što bacuju double TP. I sad Genji kaže hvala.
Nije hteo da dodžuje duplo V od Džina, čankovali ga i sad je morao da teleportuje nazad i mora da backuje i da onda teleportuje nazad na Dorana.
Ode Doran, Doran je samo mrtav, on je samo mrtav. A što pali zone ako što otišli cooldownovi? Nema.
Baker i dalje ima ulti, Guma ima ulti, Guma ima 3,5 item, ima QSS.
Okej.
Nemaju front. Nemaju front zato što Doran uleti u njih, kao lud. Moraju da znaju da je čovi, nice.
Morat će komituju ovdje. A pa neće komituju. Šta radi Faker sad? Šta radi Faker? 3-man ulti dash u njih, dobro. Nema stana Canyonu.
Niko nije umro.
Guma cleanse ulti, okej. I ode carry-a i Guma je mrtav sad. I mrtav je Faker. Sad je blokirao shot za Onera, Oner će da umre, Faker će da umre, to je to. Da, znaš ti na komu se dre, nemam pojma, prvo mi pa... Karikiram ljudi, karikiram for fun. Canyon i Duro nisu jednom umrli u ovom gameu, to je nevjerovatno.
Canyon je razlik u ovom gameu.
Jeste, baš lepo igra. Baš lepo igra Canyon. Gleda. 9000 damage-a.
Doran je troll teški.
Jeste, Doran je.
Zašto šeta u njih uopšte da čekuje? Ne znam šta je ideja.
Pogotovo sa lidom koji je našao Doran. On je krenuo, mislim, dobro, on je imao 2-0, zar ne?
Da, imao je 600 golda lead i onda je umro jednom i odjednom je imao 80 golda je zaostajao.
Lep game, iskreno. Tako ti to u Koreji. Ma dovde nisu, imali su i Mountain Soul, imali su sve, mislim, nisu imali kako da igraju. Lepo. Ja vam kažem, nezgodno je priča. Faker je rekao da gube od GENG-a ovde, ali T1 ne gubi, tako da ne znam šta će se dogodi. Da li će Faker biti u pravu i bit će solo GOAT ili će T1 pobediti i bit će bolja ekipa, ne znam. To je pitanje.
Treba da daju ono nešto sa malo više prezenca na mapi.
Slažem se. Znaš šta bi volio da vidim? A doduše ne od Onera, volio bi od Canyona, ali to bi bio fun matchup, da Canyon igra Nidali. Ne verujem da ćemo to vidjeti, ali Canyonova Nidali mi je uvek jako fun. Može Nidali sin. Dimo 11-20 next game. Ostavljam vam timer. Pošto na pauzi ne možemo se zabavljamo. Onda će biti chillovanje između. To je play. Ajde, Goxi, lako noć. Šta još može da bude fun? Neki Caitlyn pairing na botu. To može da bude zabavno. Ali niko nema. Caitlyn šta? Caitlyn Karma? Caitlyn Lux? Bard će biti bitan pik u seriji. Mid laneri su svi ostali otvoreni. Talija je bila jedina banovana. TF je bio full open. Ako se ne varam. Ja mislim da je T1 bio full open. Ima 0%, vidite i dalje.
Faker je trebao odmah samo da se dešuje preko zida. Vratio mu se dešuje, mislim, pre nego što su engage-ovali.
Mislim, ali nije nužno imao razloga da DPS-uje Barona s te strane zida. Nisu Recade. Da su Recade, razumeo bi. Pinovo je GENG pauza 11 minuta. Ruler, Viper, mislim, obojica su predobri. Da li Fortuna radi EVC ove godine, nešto EVC ove godine sem LoL-a? Ne. Koliko ja znam što se EVC-a tiče, jedino što se radi je LoL. Radit ćemo isto ovako WatchParty na Fortuninom YouTube kanalu i bit će od 11 sati po našem vremenu. Tako da...
Znači, 10 sati.
U proseku, 8 gameova je ugao neki. 8 gameova je ugao, tako da ono.
Tako nešto meni Rala je rekao isto, 8 do 10 gameova.
Ja mislim da nema nikada, što ti kažem tačno, sad taman svime ću da kažem. Prvi dan, 8 best of 1. Drugi dan, 2 best of 1, 2 best of 3. Znači to je 8 gameova u najdužem slučaju. Treći dan 2 best of 3, četvrti dan 2 best of 3 i peti dan best of 3, best of 5. Što znači da nikad nema više od 8 gameova.
Onda meni Rala je rekao 10.
Ne znam gdje, nema gdje da bude 10 gameova.
Ma i nebitno je svakako.
Da, ali kao eto to je ugao.
To je 8 do 10. Samo da vidim.
Nebitno. Ali eto, to je kao... To je kao ugao.
Ne, rekao je meni 5 do 8, da, 5 do 8.
To je legit.
Izvinjam se mom kolegi Raletu, ja sam dao pogrešnu informaciju, nije on kriv. Mene krivite, nemojte raditi. On je dobar čovjek.
Ne znam, iskreno ja se radujem EVC-u i iskreno se također jako radujem Radujem se Hanvi. Mislim, Hanva i Cloud9 su dve ekipe koje neće igrati, ne igraju MSI, igraće EVC. Za Cloud9, nema, mislim, šta god im je ekipa, ja nešto ne volim Zvena na ličnom nivou, ali Hanva će biti fun. Mislim, Zev Spinat, Zeka, Viper, Delight. Još ako dođe Hanva na T1, pa će biti neki grudge match, ono, Doran protiv Zevsa, možda bude giga fun. I plus mislim da će ove četiri ekipe, top 4 ekipe biti nerfovane. Jer oni igraju, znači u nedelju, znači u Kanadi, opet kažem, ne znam koji grad, ali nije ni bitno. U Kanadi u nedelju igraš finale, a u, ne znam, Emiratima, ne znam nijak gde, u sredu ujutru igraš opet EVC. Znači, vidi. Ja mislim da igrači neće noći moći da gledaju. Meni nije jasno kako to mogu da rade. Znači, ja se brinem kako ćemo mi blejati na streamu i gledati njih kako igraju. A oni trebaju da performaju najbolje što mogu. Pa kao. Ništa, idemo na pauzicu, 5 minuta. 5 minuta pauzice, malo iskuliramo i tu smo. Uživajte uz najjače reklame ikada.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
GENG poking, keeping them in the fight. Chovy on the flank. Ruler trying to find the angle. Bit of CC down on a faker. The flash forward. He goes golden. Can they try to turn this one back? A multi-man push into the waiting arms of Guma. Guma free firing, but Chovy flashes forward. Finds the CC. Quick QSS. Alt D out. The fight is so damn close. Ruler, one more bullet into the Alt D. And it might just be curtains for T1 because GENG. What a fight. The Quadra for Ruler. Welcome back to MSI 2025. GENG finding that first win. Now, again, it's been a bit of a red herring here at the tournament thus far. I'm sure the T1 fans feel as such, but could it be that there's something in the water? The tides mayhaps turning. I feel like I've said this every single year, and every single year I've been wrong, but maybe today is a different day.
We're not at Worlds, that's all I'll say. When it comes to GENG, their performance, I think they have been, at least over the last year, still extremely consistent. And I think in that game one, we saw T1 really reach back to a very specific strategy that I think they have more to offer than just that, right? Like, I think they played really heavy on the plays we saw work against BLG, trying to kind of get GENG off their tempo, trying to go for these big Baron plays. GENG said that's not enough.
Yeah, and that's where the difference maker was just how well GENG knows this T1 core and kind of can expect the moves they are going to do, especially with a composition like this. And in particular, that Baron fight that we just watched back is, as soon as that comp from GENG caught on to someone, in that case it was Doran, right? They were able to just kind of go forward, pick off the targets.
Oh.
Wow!
That's a T1 fan, by the way. I'm telling you right now.
It is the circus. It's fair.
That's
we did
great.
see the Baron circus.
That's amazing.
GENG were fair. GENG bought the tickets to the circus. Not every team does. You know, you got to be ready to contest.
BLG did not buy tickets to the circus.
Did not.
It is definitely too early to say whether GENG owns the circuit. I think that's what this series is about.
Yeah.
Because in game number one, felt like they read them very well. And going into MSI, these two members were the most criticized, Ruler and Duro. Duro, in definitely the most high-stakes games he's played so far, had an amazing Nico, right? Got the blind pick, which into carry really can sometimes backfire. And then Ruler, that gym performance was insane.
It was incredible, right? And even for a game that started with Doro giving up some sums, Ruler giving up some sums, the fact that they held on and managed to find their form in those crucial fights, in those picks, is big. Because you've also now taken the Nico away, which is a champion that Carry is no stranger to. One of the big playmakers where Carry often can be the difference maker in the context of these two teams going toe-to-toe. One less option available to do that. A reminder, of course, T1 on blue side, they get selection as the team that lost the previous game. No surprise that they have chosen blue and need to see now that adaptation. You mentioned before, hey, this is classic T1, but they have a lot more to offer. There's a lot more going on in the compositions. The question for me, to both of you, and I guess the T1 is, do they continue to prioritize these safer blind picks for Faker? It felt like it worked out in the early stages of the game. They didn't have that weaker lane phase that we were concerned about, but they also didn't convert it to that win.
I'm actually looking at bot lane again. I feel like T1, like the platonic...
Evo me nazad i samo da znate, rešavao sam neke stvari, ali nisam prestao da šetam. To je jako bitna stvar.
If they want to, or just generally unlock Kyria on the map because he can be such a menace on such a wide variety of different picks, right? As we see the Scion, Vi, and Galio banned on blue. And then the Varus is going to stay off the table for Gusto.
Tu sam, nego hodam, sam neke stvari završavao, mislim da je tu i Mare, tako da ćemo samo da popalimo sve. Tako, Mareta palimo, tako, Mareta stavljamo, pardon, Coach Toma stavljamo, Coach svoju ekipu, to je to, vidite me sad, Frontman. Nećemo o tome, Darise, nećemo o tome. Kaže, Mato, isprozio me malo, treba mi ego boosta. Mato, bukvalno si pikovo Silver 3 na istu. Ne znam zašto pričaš o competitive lolu. Da li si igra File zdrav? Da, uvek. Čitaju chat, a znaju priču. Ne pa, prozivate 100% ovdje, šta se događa? Čekaj, nisam čitao, ne varam, sad ću... What? Okej. Ali GENG uzeo ta, okej, gledamo, čitam. Eto, sad kupuje tu. Ne igram ništa 2019. Zašto si bio hardstack u bronzi, nisi mogu uđu silver pa si kvitao VIS. Znam priču. Ovo drugo bolje nisi napisao. Aj se GENG razlapa T1, razmijem finale. Moj ok! Nema, to se ne događa. I da izgube, vraćajući se, lagana priča. Malo su svičali su strane, moram da priznam. Ali dobri pikovi. Ogiša, gdje si Ogiša? Šta ima šta se radiš? Si dobro, Ogi? Hoću Nidali, neću dobiti Nidali, ali mnogo želim Nidali. Jako želim Nidali. Neću dobiti Nidali. Iako odem u 5. game neću dobiti Nidali, najverovatnije. Činim šta je, da, ćemo.
Mata o tebi priča svaki stream, tako da, Ogi, ne brini se.
A ćemo vidjeti. Canon igra s Karnera, što je malo plaki, iskreno. Ali nema veze.
Čekaj, T1 je na... A ja sam vidio Dorana i automatski sam pomislio da je to GENG na toj strani.
Da, ali kad pogledaš pikove, ja bih voleo da su obrnuto draftovali. Mada možda je fajn da Honor dobije... A šta da dobije? Nemam pojma šta će da igra on.
Honoru treba pik koji ima presence.
Ali šta da igra? Trundla? Šta da igra ovde? Nisam siguran šta mu je pametno. Rice će verovatno igrati Phase Rush. Ne znam kakav je Skarner u ovdje.
Maokaj, Honor na Maokaju je...
Nemoj Maokaja.
Dobar ban na Trundla.
Nemoj Maokaja. Nemojte, banovali su Trundla, ok, šalio sam se, ništa od Trundla za Honora.
The Nico, one of the stronger picks, of course, taken away from Duro. There's a decent amount of engage. You can still run into Braum. You just kind of have to accept it, and lane you can't do too much. But
igraće Maokaja, ne, dajte Honoru da igra. A u broku utility seta Brown, Talija, Maokaj, znači oni bukvalno grade zidove i korenje. I onda dižu štitove.
T1 će uzeti, ne smije to uzmu, mislim da neće uzeti Galija.
Ako uzmu Maokaja i Orna, ja mislim da je samo... Samo plaki, da. Tug. Bukvalno tug.
Koji si game rekao? GENG proti Damona, Kanja na Kaneu, aha da, game 5, ok.
Koja je šansa fake pika Yasuo? 0. Nije 0, ne. 1. Dobro, eto, da, 1 od 2 sam dobio, ili nisam dobio. Ali sam bio u fazonu Maoka i Orn im je draft.
Wombo combo front to back dream from the side of T1. The Orn and Braum together, the Jarvan to really kick things off.
To ništa ne znači, to ništa
kakav bre kakav front to back dream, ko ubija Skarnera.
Bukvalno ko radi damage u ovom timu.
Kakav bre front to back dream, ano. Canyona jedino mogu da izdamađe ako mu viknu nešto preko monitora, isprozivaju ga i emotivno ga povrede, pošto in-game neće ga povrediti sigurno. A, to je onaj faker mid, a Doran top. Smolder bi bio play, iskreno, Smolder je fun.
There's also the power of this Jarvan. When it comes to early ganks,
Smolder
there are a lot of juicy targets on the enemy team. Both Rumble and Rise don't have an easy way out of these combos. So I'm gonna kind of see if Owner is going to look to
možda jeste ruler, actually.
To try and throw GENG off their
game,
because I think we saw in game number 1 as well. If GENG don't fully lose control of a game, actually playing the game becomes...
Sad je igrao Dogdam, je igrao Lucia na taj game. Poslednji, ja mislim. Ili Aphiliosa. Bili su Dogdam, ko je bio drugi na botu sa Dogdanom za Damwon.
So in watching some of Owner's early pathing, I'm super curious to see where he's going to decide to go.
Ne mogu da setim sada svih rostera, zna...
Dobro, nije pukao mikrofon, nešto samo...
Ne, sam borio flash. Praznu flash.
To je okej, dobro je da je prazno, dobro je da je prazno.
I'm always talking about this in LTA too, where it's like, can we please just see some early action, you know?
Look, we were around in season 3.
Ne znam, meni se draft GENG-a toliko više sviđa ovaj game. Toliko mi se više sviđa draft GENG-a.
Da, same. Vratili smo se na ovaj stari. Koliko mi je lakše na ovom starom, to je neverovatno.
Da, ali vidjet ćemo da će nam vrate, to je pitanje. Kakav je ugao.
Gumayushi going for the PT8, not the electrocute as we have seen before in this tournament. Carrier obviously is a spellbook man.
Well, I have just been told.
Moram samo obuću da promenim, ali sam tu i dalje. Pa mogu mi jednu slušalicu, mogu da dohvatim.
I am indeed with the Rat King here once again. Cajal,
spavaju Cajal.
Here at MSI, T1 versus any team is always different. How has it been so far?
The crowd is crazy. The noise is insane. Much love to the crowd. Thank you everyone for coming out.
All right, what's your prediction for this series, Cajal? Game 1 was for GENG, but what do you think?
It's looking tough for T1. They really need to win this game. They need to win this game early because they could run out of damage very quick. So I'm hoping.
Što je jako ironično i najjača stvar ikada.
You like the draft? What are we looking at in the early game?
Riot Games ima 47.000 gledalaca, Kedriel ima 150.000 gledalaca. Kedriel WatchParty ima 3 puta više viewera nego Riot. To je fora. Dari se... Ovo je powered by kiflice danas, tako da ozbiljna priča. Danas sam uno ugljene hidrate, tako da sam jak.
Ja bih volio da imam neke kiflice sada.
Ja bih ti dao ove što ja sam imao, ali sam ih na tvoju žalost sve pojeo. Šta da radim? Taka je situacija.
I am not sure when it comes to the pings whether they spotted this.
Taj nas inače izgladnjava, pa danas se počastio kiflicama.
Jako mi je lepo zbog toga, neću lagati.
Da, drugi komentator se zove Rastko. Da, to je taj. Mislim, ne šalim se, zapravo imamo Rastko.
Mata, ne čudi me što jesi, očigledno imaš previše slobodnog vremena. Fekir izgubio lane, ma lagano. Šta? Passes perks for 5th all time. International games played. Ode. I ti sad pogledaj situaciju. Ovo je Jugga diff, opet Jugga diff, opet Canyon diffuje. Opet Canyon diffuje. Nenade, nema, brate, pametnog savjeta. Kreći se više, jedi manje, brate, to je bukvalno sve. Hoćeš se loše dok ti hodaš, ali nemoj Zeno se hoćeš loše, brate moj. To sam ja sebi setupu, jer sam ja za ovim kompom 7 puta nedeljno i... Znaš. Ja sam konstantno za kompom, ja moram da imam ovo, inače bi se raspao fizički. I radim za kompom i hobim i za kompom. Šta, si našao ortaka nekog?
Da.
Auuu. Eto vidiš.
Gdje smo studirali zajedno. Samo što nisam prepoznao ime odmah.
Eto vidite. Daši se i...
Nikad ne bih rekao da ti gledaš ligu.
Vidiš ti, šinovi desi. Eto vidiš. Ja sam navikao na ovakve stvari, Mare. Ne znam ti znaš lore mog streama. Znaš da se momak i devojka su se upoznali. Momak je u Bosni, devojka je iz Bosne, ali živa u Nemačkoj i verili su se i Na kraju su ono u braku sad, razumeš, i upoznali se preko streama. Također, fun fact, na starom mom Patreon programu, 2 čoveka su provalila da su rod. To je najjači trenutak, da su dalji rod. Ali kao, bukvalno ono, ne znam, njihove prababe su sestre, fazon. Ali su kao, gledali su na stream, oni zajedno dugo. I jednom trenutku su kao pričali, došli do porekla i kao, znaš, ne znam ni ja, baba svetu, razumiješ, i kao, pa da, to mi je, ne znam, ono, prababa, drugo koleno, i onda kao, to je meni prababa, i kao, i onda su provali su rod. Tako da, to je, da, svašta se događa. Ovo je još Joker kao radi damage. U ovom delu partije T1 radi damage. Da. Everybody's getting knocked up. Chill. Chill, kasteri, molim vas. Svi ste na zvaničnom prevozu, nemojte prevozu.
Ne brini se, slobodno ti pričaj, Stefane. Ja sam mislio, nisam verovao da ću vidjeti nekoga koga znam na streamu, sem drugova ovako lično.
Neće valjda Marence ono u Bosnu, čoveče, pa zna se valjda.
Tako da slobodno spamuj, svakako je WatchParty kao što vidiš. Samo gledamo,
papiri, brate.
uživamo.
Tako je, Daniele, bre, jako, samo jako. Ja vidio partije T1 može se bije. Ako ovo ode u hyper rate da se ništa ne dogodi, GENG dobija po defaultu. GENG samo pobeđuje. Ali ovdje vidi, Brown, Jarvan, early game. Ovo je bilo clean ko nov Mercedes-Benz kada je kupite. Znači, ozbiljna priča. Da ne kažem lagano ko plaćanje master karticom. Ajoj, Keen, ajao, Keen. Čekaj, šta?
Doran.
Ode, on je mrtav, onda ne može.
Ne mogu da fajtaju bez gume. Pa gdje je Doran?
Goran. Čuo sam Goran.
Pa kako igra i može biti Goran neki? Gdje je čovjek otišao?
Pa vamo otišao na... Ne, pa otišao je na ovoga... Otišao je na Canyona da les hituje. Oni bre Assassin Orn.
No, čovjek otišao na mid da kontestuje Wave koji je podčovio im tu retu.
Šta ćeš? Shvatio da je Canyon otišao i pratio u fazonu flash je za les hit. I ode, pa neće više.
Ode bio u fazonu kao...
Neću ja više. Šta bi se zepsom? U Hanvi. U Hanvi. Biće Shinobi opet. Uvijek si dobrodošao nazad, brate moji. Plus će biti streamova u to vreme sad opet. Samo da prođe MSI. Sad je MSI malo pomutio raspored svega.
Kontali, radimo zajedno. Pa ne, pitao je drug, kako smo se skontali nas dvojice, rekao, kažem, radimo zajedno.
Kolegi.
Mislim, radimo kao komentatori, ne, zapravo, kao kasteri. Tako da, čisto da ne bude kao da samo ono, ne radimo ništa, sedimo na streamu, da, i chillamo.
A neka, dobro je, mora ovo da bude malo Mora malo i chilla da bude, vidi. Znači kreće EVC sljedeće nedelje i onda kreće i BL. I onda nije BL kastovanje mora da kida. A ove godine i zbog leca i sve napeta je situacija, razumete? I onda... Mislim, zadnji split je najbitniji. To je fora. Treći split leca, world, sve.
Ovo je GG.
Igra little tempo.
Ovo je GG.
Pa ne mogu s
ovim
ovim draftom.
Canyon obojica s ultijem.
Ne mogu s ovim draftom da igraju. Čoviće, ubiće gumu pre nego što Honor dođe.
Guma je bacio odmah, šta?
Ma ne igraju, ba ne mogu s ovim draftom da igraju. Užasno.
And that's the second game in a row where it feels like Genji is
Šta je
just straight
Guma
up running away with this
bacio
early
da
game.
se vrati po turet? Pa bolje onda da je bacio da pobegne. Flash i da ima samo da ga Chovy udara sa spelovima. Ne razumem play. Mislim da su tiltovani.
Tuga. Rofl, brate, drži se, ba, jesi bar dobio hranu, jesi prosao hranu? Nisi. Nisi. To je pitanje. Derilko, tu je Derilko, Shinobi, tu je Derilko s nama. Evo, danas smo se družili IRL pre 5 sati. Ali tu je Derilko, samo otišao spava sad. Radi ujutru, pa...
Tu smo mata, ne brini se. I dalje je Faker GOAT.
Da.
Ne brini se ništa.
Uvek, always and forever, najbolji igrač.
Treba će Chovyu bar još 10 godina igre da dođe do njegovog statusa, tako da možeš slobodno pisati još 10 godina u chatu.
Ali pazi, to je ako Faker sad ode u penziju.
Da, ako sad ode u penziju.
Tako je, treba mu 10 godina nakon Fakerovog retirementa.
They can, but we'll see how GENG kind of want to set up potentially around this Drake.
Dobro, pa nisi hranu iz prosipa, razumeš? Sad Mato napiši da je GOAT. Napiši T1 Faker je GOAT. To napiši sad. A da.
Kakav play od mladog GOAT-a T1-a. I sad će Canyon da uleti i da iznese partiju. Jer je Canyon diff, bukvalno. Gledaj sad. Okej, oni su engageovali. Okej, Doran?
Ali imaju si, ubili su ga.
GENG, they knew that was happening. They knew they were a member down. They knew that Keen still at the base before he could TP.
GENG malo grifa sa kontestovima, iskreno.
He only had haunting guys. Instead,
to je fora.
Overcommit like they did in the first Drake fight.
Tako je, Mato. To volimo tebe da vidimo. Samo GENG ne treba se bije. Bukvalno samo grifaju što se tuku. Mislim, razumem zašto se biju, ali... Vidi, padne Duro. Kažeš, okej, ljudi, evo vam zmaj. To je u redu. To je okej. Nerma. Ne, mislim da Mata ne misli tako stvarno, misli samo klip farma je, ljudi. Misli samo klip farma je trenutno. Ja gledam ovog brata što ima kapicu, izgleda kao da mu je glava zaokružena. Rekao, što je neko na kameri zaokružio glavu ovom liku, šta?
To je carry.
Ne ovako. Savjet za početnik u teretani, nema ti bude glupo da pitaš ljude za savjet. Tako da si već na dobrom putu tehnički. Mislim, u teretani kada treniraš i kad to, ako nisi siguran na nešto reći, ako treba samo pitaj nekog. Ljudi su uvek raspoloženi da pomognu.
Ko je uzeo? Guma je uzeo.
Mislim da je GENG uzeo, ne?
Ne, Guma je uzeo.
A dobro.
Inače, saznao sam da sam bukvalno Chovy.
Da?
Zato što on koristi Quick Cast na Viktoru na svim spelovima sem na E. Isto koristi na Rumblu Quick Cast. Ne, na Taliji koristi Quick Cast na svemu sem na Nokapu. Na Seismic Show. To ja isto tako radim. Goat. Nema šta, bukvalno Chovy, ja smo isti čovjek. Ovo ja igram tamo inače, samo da znate. Zapravo nismo. Razlika između mene i Chovya u skillu jeste kao mene i Lebrona Jamesa u skillu u košarku. Time što ja zapravo igrao košarku.
Dobro, igraš i LOL, tako da to je možda fair. Možda je to fair.
Mislim, razlika je kao recimo mene i Lebrona u LOLu. Ja mogu dobiti Lebrona u LOLu, u košarci ga ne mogu dobiti.
To je fair.
Nema leva.
As Guma chases out Duro, and this should be a nice setup directly before Herald.
Control over the top side going to T1 is big.
Ne znam, gledaj, neki ljudi koriste quick yes na svim spelovima, bez obzira na sve.
Ali to samo oni najveći gotovi koji znaju svaku animaciju, casta i veličinu projektila, veličinu Vegar kaveza, koliko daleko te Graga sulti knock-upuju u koju stranu. Znaš, mislim, te neke sitnice, ono, light work, kako ja to volim da zovem kad igram LOL, znaš. Tako da to je fora, to je fora.
Ne znam, meni je taj Viktorov spell, Viktorov vlast je uvijek nekako čudan bio za kastovanje kad sam na quick cast. Nikako nisam mogao da se naviknem, bez obzira što je isti pokret rukom, ništa se ne menja. Samo vidim da bacam, to je to.
Ima recimo dosta support igrača vole trash hook recimo da kastuju quick sa indikatorima ili samo full normal cast. I posle tebe sam to očekivao, ti si frame enjoyer, razumeš, ne možeš ti da čekaš da ti se klikne pa da pustiš pa da ne može to tako. Ajao!
Dobro, ne mogu da zatvore baš ovu škorpiju.
Odigrali su ping pong sa Kinom.
I dalje čovjek može da radi damage, Canon će ih ultovati. Duro ulto.
Ovo je njihovo i ovo ne mogu da...
Samo beže. Gde je Canon? Ajno.
Ali on to pozvao? A nema mane on nema mane! Ali vidi gumu!
Canon ih je zapravo sa sve ubio.
Lega šta radi? Ma da!
Čekaj sekund. Canon ih je samo sve ubio sad s tim ultom. Uveo ih u svoj tim.
Laganih 40.000 koraka. Jokić, znam da Jokić igra LOL. Jokić je toksičan top laner, klasičan. Znači igra Urgota, Ilaoi i Dariusa.
Ne, rekao Renegade, mislim.
Ja mislim da je ta tri rekao baš.
Darius ili Renegade?
Darius, 100%, to sam zapamtio jer...
To je klasičan.
Klasičan top lane.
To ti je Serbian top lane starting pack. Morde, Renekton, Nasus, Urgot, Malphite. Klasičan, Serbian top laner starting pack. Tih 5 heroja. Ne znam da li sam nešto zaboravio, mislim da nisam, ali... Canyon nikom uveo, samo sve što radi. Možda mislio, da. Šta sam ja rekao? Sam rekao enjoyer? Aha, sorry.
Ima i njegov mrež.
Da. Pa radio taj intervju, ja mislim radio u majici.
Mora da igra Dunk Master Dariusa, čoveče, to mora da bude onako, razumeš? Zašto ima 500 ljudi, zašto smo na LoL e-sportu i sve se računa kao view i kogo tamo gleda isto. Tako da imamo brda...
Kako su Thoran actually uspeo da imputuje taj ulti?
Thoran je živ.
Jo, spasio ga je!
Skonio ga je strajsku!
Kenyon!
Vidio sam da.
Ili igra proti svog tima i...
Double agent. Kenyon bio u fazonu, nemoj.
Ne može da stiluje.
Ne vidi ga Kenyon.
Ne zna ideje.
Vidi, on čeka. Radi, okej. A da, ljudi, inače smo na LoL e-sportu i onda ide malo više ljudi, to tako ide. Čekaj, pravo da vam nađem link da vidite. Ako hoćete gledati vi preko LoL e-sporta, ono... Ako mogu da nas nađem.
Thoran je actually imputao to za Canyon.
Kako sivo Dorana, iskreno Tivan Doran, Tivan Canyon.
Zapravo je bilo unlucky, pogodio je ulti na troje, samo što povukao Dorana iz tog overloada.
Hextech Soul. Pa dobro, malo će im pomoći s damage-om. Pa ništa, Vlado, isto kao i ranije.
Guma ne sme da umre. Mislim da je Guma mrtav.
Kao što smo rekli, Tiva nema damage-a u hyperlate-u, ali ako ne dođe do hyperlate-a, to je fajn.
Da. Nema. I sad su trollovali fight, da.
We talked about Ruler being taken out of the last fight. Guess what? He just is now back in the game off of a really crucial pick from GENG.
A mislim, naši su, baš nije crucial pick od GENG ako ćemo iskreno. Šta je, zašto je crucial pick? Mislim, eventualno za Atakana? Sol za 3,5 minuta, Baron za 5 minuta.
Možda je Guma imao neki shutdown ogroman?
Mislim.
Ne sjećam se da jeste.
I dalje su Some 400 ahead, nije...
Stroke of irony, as it's Guma that kind of gets caught in a spot where Ruler often has been found. Really good immediate collapse, and you see T1
Jako lep trušat dvoraž tamo.
Luzokin prošvaj, okej. Atakan da daje petale, petali ti daju XP i Adaptive. Dorane, ne glavom u zid.
Dorane, polako, momak.
Ne glavom u zid, Dorane. O, čovi? Mogu dublju iz Karnera, samo nije.
Nije toliko loša dublju iz Karnera. Ownera nema fallout.
Dobar. Lepo odigrao Oner, prelepo odigrao Oner.
Zapravo jako dobro.
Idi Kerry.
Nije ni kao fallout.
Lepo.
Da, moraju definitivno daju Oneru nešto sa prezencom, čovjek jako dobro igra.
Oner je samo skapirao da najbolje što može da uradi je 3-man ultu, 3-man knock da ih ostavi da bleje u kavezu i ide da proka Divine na Ezu. Marshall, Candice, Divine, Proc. Inače to je Jarvanova pasivna, ja to znam jer sam toliko poznat iz... se zove Marshall, ja sam moram pogledam. Možda sam se ispalio, čekaj da im. Leaguepedia. Jarvan pasivna. Marshall, Candice, moja sam gold. Hvala. Da, to sam proverio za vas, znao sam da se to sigurno tako zove. Znaš što niko ne igra Actiona? Dobro, ne znam da su ga igrali ošte u Kini ili Koreji.
Ja znam da su ga igrali znam da ga igrao Beacon u Beneluxu, ali to je tier 2, to je MEA.
Mada Action i ono, svi ti stealth heroji s resetima i sa tim nekim fazonima nisu baš najbolji na highest nivou LoLa, jer stealth ima
Mislim da je igran u NA-u. Ne znam da li je ovaj split igran, ali imam osjećaj da je igran. Da sam ja gledao gameove. Da li je čak možda igran na topu?
Teo sam da kažem, znači u tier 2 LoLu i onda se setio da su Ameri bolji od nas i onda sam...
Da, pa gledaj, da.
Onda sam se smorio. Ne mogu ni NA više da mi imujem ko čovek, brate, šta je LoL postao? Strašno. Ništa, moram da se rolujem na counter, ljudi, žao mi je. Postajem sa streamer tamo u Evropi dalje bolje, ja mislim. A jeste.
U rematchu.
Dobro, tamo je Balkan očigledno najbolji, jer smo mi tu, razumiješ. Realno, Rote, razmišljao sam da obaram ruke, ali nije naš. Rekao, neću, brate, povredit ću ga, pa će me napasti ono obezbeđenje, znaš, i onda rekao, brate, glupovi.
Finding multi-man ultimates if Genji wants to salvage his fight.
Ulti from Ruler only connecting onto carry. Off on the side, it's Keen! Caught off once again! He buys an extra second, but it just does not matter. Down goes the Rumble, the equalizer decent.
Ajde, Doran je promašio. Čekaj, ovo je možda dobro.
Keeping Jovi out of the fight single-handedly. He's going to be able to realm warp to safety, but Canyon with the pullback. Can it be the face of turn? Faker stunned, not able to find the ball, but the flick back into Jovi, it's good! T1!
Ne, čovjek baci ulti da pobegne iz fajta. Da li je to internacionalni Chovi?
Gumechill. Aj ja.
Faker će probati na ruki sa rulerom, 100%. Ne, vidi. Bacio sa smih šavu u pogrešnu stranu, ne vezi.
Pararara, priceless moments of the game. Priceless, Mastercard.
Aha, da. Red Bull Baron Power Play. Ali nismo imali, nemamo dugo već sad Mastercard Lane Economy Snap.
Ne, ovo je sad priceless moment of the game. Za Mastercard, priceless moment of the game, naravno.
And while this is the priceless moment of the game, the cost for GENG making that misstep for Keen again getting caught
Kako moraju da kaže, ali dobro.
The soul you never want to see on the opposing side.
Fake se flashao u stun. Ne vezi. Sve okej.
It's so easy for them to clean up these kills. There's nowhere for GENG to go once they start to lose a fight.
And we often talk about the lane when it comes to the Ornn into the Rumble, right? Because you're able, as Dorn with the
Mislim da je Doran jedan od retkih igrača koji igra sa ovom full keyboard.
Moguće. Ja sam nekad baš bio full keyboard enjoyer. I što načine, ja sam čak imao i makro kijeve. Imao sam onu veliku. Sad se još jednim redom dugmića s leve strane i nam kijevi s druge strane. I sad sam samo ono, samo smanjujem tastaturu. Kornjači mrači se. Može, da, zato kažem, nije to ugao.
Definitely is, and the range advantage right now for T1 just makes it so difficult for them to play out. You can see a world where Chobi's a little bit further ahead and you can just walk through that front line, obliterate those tanky members, but just now getting that bit of magic penetration. Only level 14 to the 15 of Faker, despite having the Roa. A difficult position to find themselves in. Faker, again, the member that we looked at in terms of individual performance, who had a lackluster playoffs, a lot of deficits, even if he still had some clutch moments, but in this game, he has been a monster. 5-2-18, 23 out of 24 kills for this Taliyah mid lane.
Yeah, and this is the exact pick I love to see him on, right? Like, he has such an incredible mind for the game. I love seeing him on things like the Taliyah, where he's able to get into fights very easily, where you can see his control. And now you can see T1 kind of doing a very similar thing to their Drake setup,
nikako da skapiram. Mislim, razumijem što radi item, ali mi jako čudan.
They're now immediately on to the Baron. They have great vision setup.
T1 Baron. I neko se teleportuje tamo. Doran je lik lud.
Ne, beto je, lagano.
To je actually odradilo posao, to je nevjerovatno. Baci onda pokresnu stranu.
To je tamo da ih zbuni, razumeš?
Kakva glava je od Doran.
Lagana priča, to je da ih zbuni.
Ali oni su toliko... Čovjek im je stan lokovao mozak. Nisu mogli da veruju da se teleportuje tamo. I svi su stali da gledaju kako se on
giving these angles back to T1. Owner getting aggressive onto Chovy. Chovy no way out. Carrier ready to follow up. He has to go back under the tier 3 tower. Good sidestep keeps him standing. T1 maybe forced back for a moment, but as you highlight, Emily, Faker is here. And the Hextech sold that poke, only continuing to add up. Ruler trying to get some push, but Carrier ready.
Lep Carrier.
This is the unbreakable. GENG.
A taj Dragon Soul radi posao, idio.
Nema. GENG je izrifovao na drugom Drakeu, gdje su forsirali fight i samo su dopustili T1 da s kompom koji realno ne bi imao toliko damage-a kasnije da uvate preveliki snowball. Ok, skripta za sada poštuje. Ugo je 3-2. Nice. Ovo je lepa serija. Ovo je LOL koji se gleda, ljudi. Ovo je LOL koji sednete ili u slučaju nekih specijalaca hodate i gledate. To je to. Ovo je LOL koji se gleda. Dajem vam odmah timer. 12 minuta, sljedeći Champion Select. Mare, pauza, hoćeš da chillaš na pauzi? Šta ti je play?
Otići nešto da uzmem da napravim da jedem. Baš sam gladan.
Može. Ništa, ljudi, 12 minuta do pauze, gasim kamere, puštamo reklame, tu smo kad se bude završilo kad se bude završila pauza, u sljedećem draftu smo tu. 1000. internacionalni kill. Uživajte u reklami za Mercedes-Benz, Mastercard, Omen, HP, ne, HyperX, Cisco Internet Red Bull i neki iPhone 16 za džabe, ne znam šta su istripovali, vidjeli od baki pa ga kopiraju. Tu sam ja za 10-ak.
By 28 minutes, 43 kills. Absurd. This was what I got used to in the LPL. The fact that we got to see, and you mentioned it, you have like Talia, Orn, J4. If you feel like you can win the fight, you will win the fight. And GENG was willing to respond. So T1 was putting the gauntlet down.
Because it was kind of touch and go for T1 in that early game, despite getting the early fight around Dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Canyon played an incredible early game. This guy was involved in all of their early plays. He was everywhere. So it was not just smooth sailing here for T1. They did not just run over GENG. Canyon is involved in the first blood, and he is involved in everything that they do. Beautiful sidestep there on the engage. He's able to turn around so many plays, and it was 7 out of 7 KP to start the game for GENG.
Why doesn't my mid do that for me?
Sends him out so he can flash towards the blue pit, and then also is able to get the pick on towards the support.
That is so tilting to not kill him there.
It's insane. And all of this with the context of his early game, he was cooked. Like you saw in the level 1, Owner gets his blue buff, goes and takes his camps. So like the only play that he could go for is the gank. He ends up getting the gank towards mid lane and it works out. So like it was looking pretty good for GENG in the early portions of this game.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you take it in context, the fact that they have this 1,000 gold lead with a comp that outscales, you know, they needed to kind of sit back, but though T1 was low on damage, they were very heavy on ability to start fights, on ability to be proactive, and that's what kind of led to this big Otacon fight.
Yeah, the Otacon fight was insane because GENG really feeling like the pressure a little bit. They thought that they had the tempo. They were initially on it, and they also just zero in on Orn. As like, okay, maybe we can push him out of the fight and try and make it more difficult for them. But then I thought, specifically J4, played this fight as well as you possibly could.
I mean, he was just smurfing. Flash forward, 3-man ulti. He's able to EQ Flag and Drake for a triple knockup after the 3-man ulti. Gets out to safety. The team piles in. Doran was just kind of playing distraction duty there, creating space for Guma and Faker to get the work done.
And where in the LCK domestically, you sometimes would say they don't seem on the same page, specifically when it comes to these important skirmishes. It's so different, and this was only one game, right? But I think it's so dangerous because when you're GENG, you're starting to think about it, right? You're starting to think about, oh no, they're feeling comfortable now. Oh no, maybe they're just willing to slam a comp that isn't that good and just slam it on top of us, maybe.
Yeah, but Owner and, I mean, this generation of T1 are so willing to take skirmishes like this. They are fight hungry, so it's not something that is unexpected. What was unexpected for me was when GENG was like a little bit further behind. They were like, no, we're meeting you in these fights, and we think one fight is all it takes for us to get back into this. So it was just a slugfest.
Absolutely, and this brings me to the HyperX Reflex replay. This was the Herald fight earlier on, and it's this TP that's going to be coming in here from Chovy. The team is kind of split. You can see that T1 got push in mid lane here, so Ruler is a bit late to the fight. We can roll it out, and as soon as Chovy arrives, he realizes T1 are going to collapse on him. They're counter TPing. Ruler again behind the play, so Chovy has to realm warp out to this side. What this means is that the team is split. The carries are over here, so T1 immediately goes in. Doran R flash over the wall, catches the rumble here as they dive in on the 3-man squad from GENG. So T1 create this chaotic situation, force the hand of Ruler. He is late to respond, and you think from here, surely it's over, but GENG find an angle to look for a re-engage. Duro and Canyon rejoin their teammates through the Hex gates here, and then they're able to get in. Ruler is kiting back out. It's a great ulti that's going to be coming up here from Canyon. It's set up by Duro, 3-man ulti, and you're thinking, this could be problematic. But then the creativity here from Owner. All aboard the Herald. He is driving through all of the GENG members, knocks them all up, knocks down the tower. That's T1 magic, baby.
That's the fight I had to watch like 3 times in a row because I didn't catch the J4 part of it at the first time.
You're like, wait 1 second, can you do that? Is that allowed?
Is that an icon on that Herald?
T1 Circus, lovingly dubbed that way from the LCK fans, and we can see why. It is lovingly because it's just beautiful to see. You say it there, creativity in these moments, but we're all squared off. And if I know GENG, I know that the series series isn't over that fast, of course. They will fight back, but as we highlighted Ruler in that last game, I'd like to also highlight Gumayushi in this one, but there was a lot of on his shoulders, right? And he had an expert team behind him, Raz, to make
There's
sure
some broad shoulders.
that he was put in the position to be able to carry.
Yeah, especially if you're on Lucian. A lot of it's going to be like tough action that's going to be flying at you, especially if you're dealing with like the Skarner ulti. There was one fight that he kind of got chipped on it, but he had to recognize in the next few fights he needed to be playing a lot more smarter. And that one fight around Dragon, I thought he played excellently, honestly. Like, sure, Dragon was just smacking him, but I think he was just
Show me the damage on kills here, Raz. I'm curious, because it feels like Lucian, so much of the damage he's putting out. Look at that.
Yeah.
Like, such a high percentage of both Faker as well as Guma's damage and Owners was all damage that was contributing to kills. It wasn't just like random poke damage. They were hard committing to fights, finding the angle, getting the kill, and that's how they did it.
It was a life-sized go button, and they hit it every single time, which means we are at 1-1 in this series in the match that will decide who gets their ticket to the grand final directly. We'll be back with Game 3.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way. Pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way. Pay your way.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Bring League to your browser. Lock in with LOL Esports. Customize your setup with champion-inspired themes. And unlock new designs inspired by Arcane. Only on the browser for legends. Download Opera GX.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn.
Hey, great game today. Oh, Owner, you dropped this.
Damn. Well, unsurprisingly, T1 continued to aura farm, not just lore, but also in Game 2, GENG. And I think for both teams, we've seen they have the potential to just run away with the game, but for GENG, cracks in the armor. Made a lot of mistakes, and some of those mistakes they made twice, continuing to force some pretty awkward fights.
Owner, aura farming both out of game with the jacket and the pendant and everything. Also in game with the Jarvan performance. And that was partially, I think, really good setup from T1, them also showing we are not just a Baron team. Really, we knew that, but it's good to see it in game as well. I feel like in game 1 they gravitated towards more. But secondly, the GENG decision making was not up to par, and I think that that's going to be a big fix going into game number 3.
Yeah, there are a lot of times, especially at that Drake fight, where it kind of really turned into T1's favor.
The first bad one, or the second bad one, or the third one?
Yeah,
Look,
Drakes were a bit cursed.
I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of the second one.
There you go.
But it was basically like you don't necessarily have to contest, right? Like if you have uneven numbers, it's fine. Maybe soft, like poke at them a bit, back off. You have such great scaling on your team. Maybe don't contest it. They do end up contesting it. It does not go in their way. And then one thing I think T1 did do really well when they were able to separate these fights, when Doran was able to get in, right? Or when Faker was able to separate them with a wall, that they immediately identified early in mid-game that Keen was the one who could absolutely cook them, figuratively and kind of literally, because he was on the Rumble.
And it's credit to T1 that they also were very aware of that and the target selection in every fight. Like, I think partially Keen didn't have a great game, but also I don't think he got to play the game. Against Ornn and Jarvan in particular, it's just so hard to actually ever
Evo nas.
Oh my god, Pantheon's open.
Ok. Pantelli je odmah pikovan. Mare, ne znam da li je tu, Mare.
Tu sam jedan, tako da ne možeš mi priživati kameru, pa ću ja leći onda.
Važi. Ja volim da pitam. Draft je krenuo pa je stao. Tako da chillamo, a ne poz ljudi, dobrodošli, nema reklama. Svi mi u stvari čekamo reklame. Evo ga, Viktor, Faker Viktor. Viktor je bio dobar ovaj MSI, Knight ga je baš lepo igrao juče. Juče ga je prelomio, bukvalno.
Meni prvo što padne je Viktorov Viktor performance u finalu protiv DRX-a, kad ga je jedan od najlošijih. Iskreno, jedan od najlošijih internacionalnih serija što je Faker ikad igrao.
Pa dobro, to je fair.
Bio je jako je grifovat cijelu seriju.
The Keen Sante. Are we gonna see it?
GENG. This will be some pretty big guns coming out in Game 3. Oh my gosh.
Keen
Pantheon and the Galio.
I was kind of hoping for the Keen Camille Galio, you know, that's a classic for a reason. But the Keen
Sad GENG ide na malo više tanky damages komp.
Is looking like Ruler might be going towards something that can at least deal with these front lines, right? Maybe a bit more on towards the hyper carry end of the spectrum. We do still have the Varus, the Caitlyn band away, which I think should come as no surprise.
It's tricky though, right? Because when you already have a Victor and a Sion, you're kind of set up for that front to back. Sin comes in though, and actually surprised to see it make it this far in the series. Was of course on the table in the previous match before.
Ja mislim da je play mogao da bude neironično da igraju floppy.
Hundreds of times worldwide.
And again, mentioning it, it's worth mentioning again, Owner, I do think is the best Sinjao in the world. But I am looking at what GENG have, and I'm like, this is very scary. There's so many tools for them to be able to create side lane pressure and also just be able to join up for fights.
Thus far, it's both teams with draft that will make you go, oh my god, they got everything they wanted. Which I hope that as we get to the rounding out, that's going to remain the case. I think that's where
Jungle Pan, da, pa Pantan samo u džungli igra sad. Sad se Pantan samo igra u džungli. Poppy je u stvari value pick, bravo, da. Poppy je value pick.
Looking at what will be banned, we do see the Kalista,
Renata, šta?
which hopefully means that the Kalista won't be picked. I know that was a big topic going in. Is one of these teams going to
Se plaše Kaliste?
Thus far, there haven't been TF bans. So I'm not feeling too bad about them.
Meni je prilično odvratan champ.
A popio Banovana, sorry, nisam video, da, popio Banovana, je...
Da, popio jeste
Yeah, they
Banovana.
did though. No, that's the important part, right? Like they did look good.
No, it's fine.
No, it's true.
Just one more TF game.
Just one more TF game. Just one more. Yeah.
Šteta što je Caitlyn Banovana, Caitlyn sam kolovali, Ziggs.
I think it certainly is. So Ziggs banned away. Don't want to give them easy access to knocking down some of these towers or maybe neutralizing potential bot lane.
Mislim,
Ja mrzim Ziggsa, tako da...
Nije, čini mi se da u ovom mnogo je lako banovati AD carry-e, kad pogledaš.
Doro, a guy who modeled a lot of his play after Carrier, maybe looking to bring out that pick as well.
And after we see that going through, I fully expect them to pick Guma's champion here.
Leona mora biti pikovana u nekom trenutku.
And then really save that R5 for Carrier because of
Leona Alistar od supportova.
Counter pick in Carrier's hands can be so powerful. He has such a deep champ.
Mislim, ovdje pikaju AD carry-e sve, samo ne znam što će igraju.
Just something that he wants to wait to see what the rest of GENG are going to lock in before.
Ja mislim ako pikuju Varuse da će imati malo damage-a.
Banovan, Kajsa možda.
A Varus jest Banovan.
MF je fine.
MF showing us more about the team fight combo, not necessarily.
Mislim da Guma nije baš Kajsa igrač.
Vidi, ništa pretjerano ne radi u MF, do duše Sena je... Front to back sam teo da kažem da im je player, nema, Tiva nema backline dive. Eto ga Alistar i sad ovi mogu da uzmu Leonu. Ako hoće da jure Senu, mogu double range da igraju. Ako je carry-a spicy danas, a carry je uvek spicy.
Even the Cassandra at that point does serious damage. As no, this is fine. It's carry as baiting.
Ne, please ne.
Is he baiting? Mao?
He wouldn't. There we go.
Ne, i dalje baituje. Ne, neće. Vidi, pa nije luda igra Pajka u Xantea. Senu Alistara, vidi, znači ja... Šta bre, Evri Haver was good, šta pričaju ovi kolege naše? Čovek kaže Every Haver is good. Ja mislim da je Pike legitimno da imaju ovih 5 heroja i da uđe 6 igrač da Tivan igra Pajka i dalje bi bio beskoristan. Pike je kriminalno loš pik ovde, bukvalno je kriminalno loš pik.
Stane ga Pantheon instantno.
Da koga će da
nema veze što nemaju damage-a.
Pa kao.
And the Pantheon can really struggle into the Bard because they don't have an easy way of getting out of that ultimate. And for T1, when it comes to particularly that Xin-Zhao MF combo, your early skirmishes are so dangerous.
Pakao.
Skirmishes, and again, one thing I really love.
Nije nužno Bard bolje od Leone. Ja sam rekao da Leona možda bude play. Jedino što taj matchup Leona Alistar zna da bude nekad onako malo čudan, jer ne možeš nužno proaktivan da budeš, jer ako Leona engage-a, Alistar headbutuje AD carry-a i onda se vrati iz nabada Leonu sa Q-om i sa E-om. Znaš, to je fora jedino. Ali Pike, Griff. Užasan. Dođo kovi kasteri, čak ide 4 igrača, ne znam ko kastuje sad. Ko je bio? Flowers i ko je ovo?
Dracos, Emily i Chronicler.
Dracos, Emily, ne znam koji su oni ilo.
Emily, ja mislim da ni ne igra. Dracosa i Chroniclera, ne znam.
Što znači su verovatno tipa Gold 4 otprilike. To je neki prosek, ja mislim. Ne trulam, by the way, nisam toksičan. Kasteri se dele na dva tipa kastera. Bukvalno kasteri koji su Gold i kasteri koji su bili X-Pro igrači Challengeri, no joke. Mislim na svetskom nivou.
Flowers nije tako visoko. Flowers je Diamond igrač.
Dobro, on samo dovoljno dugo igra. On ti je evoluirani Gold. Igraš u Goldu, dovoljno dugo postaješ Diamond. Ne znam kakvih se... Pa dobro, to je... Fair.
Mislim, dva kastera sa vjerovatno najboljim znanjem su Freak i Jet.
Čekaj, ja pričamo o sad ili mislim...
Generalno.
O, pa nije, pa dobro, vidi. Defišio je kastovo, Kobi je bio pro igrač. Imaš puno kastera koji... Kadriel je isto kastovo neko vreme, mislim... Imaš baš puno, da. Sad trenutno, kaster s najboljim game knowledge-om je verovatno Kobi. Jer on je jedini ostao od... Mislim, sad ne znam u stvari, a ne slušam ga dovoljno da komentarišem, ne znam u koliko je u formi.
Vedius također zna.
Mislim, ne slušam ih dovoljno da mogu da komentarišem, tako da verujem.
Ali interesantno je dok nisam počeo da kastujem, rijetko kad sam obraćao pažnju na neke stvari što oni govore.
Veruješ kasterima.
Da, tek sad kada sam počeo da kastujem, onako, shvatam koliko stvari umiju da promaše, ali dobro, mislim, za većinu ljudi je nebitno koji gledaju.
Jeste. Osim ako ne bockaš za greške, neće ih primetiti.
Da.
Very good tools, but if you don't use that, and as you're saying, Balkan's gonna struggle because your level 1 is rough. Your Senna Alistair into Barda map.
Bez Dragana neće niš popraviti.
Ništa bez Dragana, bukvalno.
Šta se dešava sa peripheral issues? Hello, ceo turnir, mislim, šta ljudi dođu sa pokvarenim mišem? Ne razumem.
Očigledno.
The issue has now been resolved. Vancouver ready for game 3, 1-1 so far. Winner here moving on to match point advantage in the series. GENG with a lot of tools.
No, Faker ide roa.
No?
Ima gras.
This is a very heavily T1 crowd, I think. But we did
mislim, okej, ja mislim ovaj tim, svakako.
Underdogs, I think it's safe to say.
Samo što ja lično nisam ljubitelj tog builda.
He is aura farming. He dodged a Q. The crowd went wild. Of course.
Eto, Caster je rekao aura farming, znao sam.
When either of these teams play on stage.
Faker passing 1000 kills at international events though.
U Cups više nije ni top 3 u internacionalnim pobedama. Bukvalno Evropa.
Yeah, that's
You know how when you see like natural phenomena, it's too big to really comprehend what you're witnessing? Yeah. Like that's too big a number.
It's insane.
My man's got the spreadsheet out, farming up, you know, he's done all the math.
He made sure he hit it
Stardew
in that
Valley
game.
levels of aura farming right here.
Owner has, yep, I'm with you.
Možeš mi uključiti kameru, idem na 2 minuta, samo operem ruke.
Važi.
Palimo
Palimo kameru.
The only other thing I want to note is that Faker did go for grasp, which we see a lot on Victor into melee matchups, ensuring that he will be able to farm up as much as possible, and basically for free, of the Galio, who without having help in the lane, shouldn't really be able to do too much against him.
At this point, Bard level 1 obviously notoriously oppressive, has access to the Cosmic Binding and the passive, feels effectively like 2 skills early on. Doro, headbutt very common, right? There's not a lot you can do, you punt him away, you try to make the trades as favorable as possible. Ruler does have a bit of sustain, as does Doro, so can maybe weather the storm here, carry a packing heal as the initial spell on that Summoner spellbook.
And yeah, they should be able to easily take control over the lane. Basically for Ruler, he is going to be at least trying to get XP, trying to get soul farming started as quickly as possible.
I kad smo kod dole, mogao bi s kamerman da nam da dole matchup. Hvala. A dobro, u stvari i mid je dosta napadanja. Faker prebio čovija, ovi na topu se even nabadaju. I bot bi u teoriji carrya i Guma trebali da vinaju. A još Faker igra Grasp, pa da, lagano. Ja volim umili matchupe, Grasp umili matchupe mi je legitimno skroz. Imaš free scale, otišao si na resolve, imaš možda i overgrowth. Virilko, pozdravio te Shinobi. Jeste, ali i dalje u mini matchupe mislim da je turbo igrivo. Jer Grasp i Overgrowth zajedno na heroju koji toliko sam može da nosi kasnije. Pogotovo kad pogledaš ovaj game, imaju 3,5 tenka i Senu. Ono, burn build će toliko value da mu da. Saliandi, Bloodletter i stvarima bit će insane.
First Drake access of any game they've played thus far in the series, and they've already done a great job of locking in that first Drake and making Drake
Balkan,
a huge contest point that GENG has to fight.
Pito baš desi, ja rekao spavaš, skapirao sam da si legao da spavaš, ali sam zaboraviti sutra slobodno s posla, tako da... A nisam te vidio na Discordu. Ali
Šta sam jeo?
shvatio
Napravio sam samo neki na brzaka, kriške sa medom i džemom.
Si rekao sa medom i džemom?
Ne, nisam stavio oba na krišku.
Vidi,
Pojedinačno.
svašta sam čuo, Mare, više me ništa ne čudi što se hrane tiče.
Ne brini se, nisam toliko lud. Ja zapravo jako retko eksperimentišem sa hranom. Tako da od mene takve stvari neće čuti. Znaš, oni ljudi koji... znao sam ljudi koji mešaju majonez sa nečim ili pavlaku. Ja ništa toga, ne mogu. Ja ili jedem jedno ili jedem drugo. Ne mogu da mešam.
Pa di min majonez sa nečim, pavlaku s nečim. Šta god da mešaš sa tim, to je dobro.
Da, ne, nije.
Jesi probao da promešaš, recimo, moj omiljeni kombo je grilovana piletina i Nutella, recimo, to mi je baš... To je baš omiljen kombo.
What?
Da, to je gotet. Znači, grilovana piletina i Nutella, znači to je, vidi. Moj kolega je riknuo.
Da, bukvalno uhvatila me alergija na ovo.
Laki voli, recimo, smoky jogurt, na primjer, tako da...
Zašto? Pa ne radite vi u Beogradu?
Meni je tako smiješno bilo kad je Minja prvi put, mi radimo u Fortuni, idemo kupimo hranu i tad su bile malo nezdravijoj ishrani i uzimamo picu i stavimo majonez i kečap. I Minja kao, šta? Majonez na pici? Naravno, kako misliš, kako ti je to čudno? On kao prvi put u životu čujem za to, ja rekao.
Kad je Minja Novosađanin. Naravno da zna. Zna priču, zna šta treba i kako treba. Zna da na picu ne ide majonez sigurno.
Eto, vidi šta on priča. Vidi šta on priča. Šta je sljedeće, ni ananas na picu nećeš staviti. Katastrofa. Katastrofa. Čoko, krofna i jogurt. O.
Hoće da ubiju Galija sa Viktorom bez upgradeovanog lasera koji ima katalist i Sionom koji je tank.
To je samo, Sion je tu da zadrži Galija da Faker prokuje grasp. Ti moraš, Mare, da vidiš veći nivo ove igre, razumeš? Ovo je bio grasp play. On je udario grasp i u fazonu, ok, to je to, možeš se vratiš na top sad.
Wouldn't have been able to join that fight. Obviously, Dorn was already there. Keen got a little bit out of it. Was able to push in a wave towards
Ne, Miloše, nisi probao. Piletina, grilovana piletina i Nutella, znači, top tier.
Canyon gonna get spotted. Spotted immediate pop. Carrier brings the entire team through that six up, and now Chobi's on the way, looking to find a taunt. Agus has all blocked so much damage.
Čekaj, cancelovao mu je Faker ultijem ulti od Galija. Ali sad nema dovoljno damage, niko nema mane.
Ubićete.
Viktor sa katalistom.
Da, evo, bijete ga.
Udara ga basicom.
Faker je u fazonu, bravo momci, prokovao sam grasp 2 puta, odličan play, vraća se na mid. Ljudi, samo se vi smijete, za 10 minuta kada Faker preživi zbog 46 health koji ima zbog grasp prokova, pitaću vas ja. Ću fazonu, sveći se onaj grasp play. Faker the goat.
There's also the owner, Guma and Carrier Flash being invested. That's a lot of really big summoners. It might end up being big in the follow-up fight, where possibly GENG could be looking again. The ability to find a single target or even multiple CC to
to je to. I sad nije našo je grasp još jedan.
They need to contest for grubs though. I think if you also
Sad
give
Ako čuo vidi, boji se.
Da, zna. Ako da još jedan grasp ovdje do 8 minute, gotovo je.
will be quite rough and T1
Ok, to je to. Bravo Fakeru, bravo. Odličan grasp pro. Jedan od boljih koji sam vidio ovaj game, 100%.
Ovaj je sam uspio da uzme.
Petro nam neki legitimno.
Ja ga Doran. Da još jedan brokuje. Idemo.
Mislim, ljudi, ne želim da budem taj lik, ali znate da kad se prave torti i kolači, stavlja se so da bi izbacilo, kao da bi slatkoća čokolade došla do istica, razumete? I onda zato stavite, razumete?
Najgore to nije najgora stvar koju sam ja čuo.
Play, da, baš i play. Ima logike, stvarno. Ima logike. Ne, Đorđe, ne, igraju za grasp playeve, no joke. Šta će da raditi Ivan? Igraju za grasp playeve, ja sam ozbiljan. Here's the grass planet.
Najgora koju, ima stvari dve stvari loše koje sam ja čuo, to jest jedno sam video uživo, u stvari obje sam video actually, je lik koji je umakao bananu u pasulj, a druga je lik koji je jeo kisele krastavce i nutellu. Obe su poprilično loše. Kažem, taj dan kad sam video to sa kiselim krastavcima, video sam i da je uzeo prašku šunku sa nutellom, što mi je nekako ima malo više smisla nego kiseli krastavci i nutella.
A dobro, vidi, čovjek imao nutellu, mislim, ja, ono, kad sam katovao, recimo, kad sam baš bio strog, ja sam kisele krastavce umakao u senf, kao to mi je bio play. Jer to je nešto možda pojedeš više da ne puno kalorija. Ali on je imao nutellu pored sebe, iskoristio je. Ali bananu u pasulj za malo padnem strake. Jer zamišljam čoveka koji je aktivno uzeo pola sata, sat vremena svog života da skuva neki pasulj, razumeš? Da bi mogao da umoči bananu u pasulj. Očekivao sam sve, ali da ćeš pasulj tu reći... Samo da nećeš u pavlaku ili u nešto, nešto to je zgodno, ne, u pasulj.
Ne, ovo je, to je pravo, ono.
Respekt za vrata s pasuljom. Ode si jedan. Nudle, pašteta, kečap, majonez. Ima priču, vidim. Vidi, moj kombo za pasulj, iskreno, dok čekamo da se nešto dogodi u ovom gejmu, pasulj, udrobiš pasulj i sipaš onaj tomatino od paradajza, vidi, znači, prejako. Da, preja kombo, ozbiljno preja kombo. Preja kombo, najozbiljnije. Kojim tempom idem? 3, čiko, idem polako, brate moj, ne žurim zato što, ono, chillam, uživam uz MSI, znaš. Nije mi poenta da umrem od hodanja i trčanja, nego da, ono, šetam 5 sati ću šetati, to je... Mislim, rekao sam do kraja streama ne silazim s trake, tako da... Lagano, 2,5, 3, brate, i polako.
Ali sve tome što neke stvari zvuče okej. Recimo, znaš kao pomfrit u sladoled, mislim, nije dobro, ne znam zašto bi to iko radio, verovatno imao nekih problema u detinjstvu, nije jeo dobru hranu u detinjstvu i onda mu se, naš ukus mu je promenjen na lošije. I onda umače kao pomfrit u sladoled. Ali to nekako još mogu da vidim da je, kao da je stvar, ali bananu, pasulj, nikako ne mogu da vidim. Nutellu i kisele krastavce nikako ne mogu da vidim.
Ti si probao još, nema veze, sve je lagano.
Ali ne moram da probam. Ja sam razuman čovek. Ja te stvari ne moram da probam da bih znao da to nije dobro.
Ma ti samo nisi iskusio delikatese u životu, šta ti kažeš?
Kao da mi kažeš, ti ne znaš zapravo ako te udari kamion, tu nije toliko loše. Mislim, ne moram da znam, ne mora da me zvekne kamion da ja znam da je to loša stvar. Zato sam ja razuman čovjek.
Dobro, ali možda te zvekne u snu. Razumeš? Ne znaš ti, znači to je, ne znaš cijelu priču, razumeš? Možda imaš mnogo jako životno osiguranje. Razumeš? Znači to ide na sve strane, čoveč. Ide na sve strane, ko zna. Jagoda i paradajz, da, ali ljudi, u stvari, paradajz je voće, tako da to je voćna salata, hvala puno. Hvala puno, to ima play. Što više ne vidim zašto ne bi stavio paradajz u jagode i pojeo sve to.
Ima ono što u Japanu, valjda, imaju neku kombinaciju kao hleb i sladoled, ali, znaš kao, to mogu da razumem donekle. Ne bi probao, zato što ne znam zašto bi to jeo. Bolje da jedem ili samo hleb, ili samo sladoled, a ne kombinaciju ta dva, ali mogu da vidim da funkcioniše na neki način.
Ja sam uvek, znači
a neke druge stvari ne mogu.
Ja bi uvek, mislim, ne znam baš za hleb i sladoled, znam za moči sladoled, to je ono su u testu kao sladoled i to je jedan od načih stvari ikada, što je goted. Ali kao, vidiš, se mene tiče sve dok nema pipke, klješta ili pipke i klješta, ja sam okej da probam.
To nije živo, ja ne mogu da jedem živu hranu.
To, znaš, mislim da tipa ne bi ono, Mislim, ne bi, vidi, ako neko baci dovoljno dobar bet kao ne bi pojeo ovu škorpiju, vidi, znači pojeo bi je...
Ne bi.
Ja bi, definitivno. Nemo, pa gdje ne bi, Mare? Da ti neko sad dođe i kaže, neću nije preteram, evo nešto realno. Znači, neko sada dođe ispred tebe i kaže za 10 soma evra pojedi škorpiju. Pojeo bi škorpiju, prvo škorpija mrtva je, razumeš ono šta? Malo krc, brati, pojedeš, pegliraš, posle i čao.
Odbio bi.
Za 10 soma evra.
Bez laganja.
Znači, ne živu škorpiju, nego škorpiju ono spremljenu, razumeš?
Nikako. Imam ogromnu fobiju na bube. I mrzim, ne mogu.
Prvo mrtva je buba, čega se, šta ti smeta?
Nebitno je, smeta mi. Isto kao da mi neko ponudi da pojedem... Kao da mi neko ponudi da jedem ono tarantulu kao mrtvu. Neka. Neću. Ne želim ništa od toga.
Vidi, jeo bi je čak i bez kečapa i majoneza.
Ne.
Evo, fan kaže škorpije su top, eto vidiš. Čovjek je za džabe. Čak i on platio da pojede škorpiju, vidi. Da se razumemo, ja ne bi pojeo iz gasa. Ja ne bi pojeo iz gasa, kao sad ću kao da uzim i da pojedem škorpiju kao da je pojedem, ne. Ali realno vidi sad, 10 soma tebe. Ne da bi je pojeo, nego bi i male škorpijice pojeo. Bebe škorpio, te škorpije bi pojeo.
Mislim, vi možete da kažete da se ja ucavio ili šta već, ali meni to nije problem da priznam da jesam. Ja samo ne volim bube.
Nijednu bubu, znači ne bi pojeo...
Ne. Ništa ne bi pojao, bukvalno ništa.
A čekaj, a reci mi, evo dajem ti primjer. Znaš ako jesi gledao snu... Ajde, nećemo, aj. Okej, recimo da uzmu neku bubu i da je samelju. Da li bi je pojeo u mlevenu, da ne vidiš da je buba, ali da znaš da je buba?
Ne. Jedino da ne znam da je buba. Ali da ako znam, ne bi.
A tipa ono, puš žaba i te stvari?
To bih razmislio.
Mislim da bi ja pre pojeo škorpiju nego žabu, najiskrenije. Ja mislim da je pre pojeo škorpiju nego žabu. Inače dalje je 0-0, ja ste izvalili, ali ovaj game, pričali smo o tome, znači imamo mi još... Nemoj Beko da mu kažeš to, nemoj da mu kažeš to, uplašit će se, razočarat će se Mare u život.
Ako mislite da na ove virsle što se proizvode kod nas, jesam ja, nažalost. Tako da ako tu ima buba, onda samo lažem.
Ne samo tu, u prehrambenoj industriji za bube se koriste za dosta stvari, tako da buba u stvari ima u svemu. No joke. Evo ti primjer jedno najpopularnije, čekaj možda čak, ukucaj ovako, googlaj ovako, evo sad googlamo ti ja zajedno. Ukucaj Karmin, kao Karmin, ali Carmin, food coloring. Karmin food coloring, okej? I onda klikni images. I onda ćeš vidjeti od kojih...
Ajde NZXT, da, ali ja ne koristim Karmin, tako da je sve okej.
Ali to je, ne, on troll.
Znam.
Taj food coloring imaš u mnogo naših slatkih stvari u Srbiji. Što je jedna od popularnijih boja koja se koristi u prehrambenoj industriji.
Šta je to? Dobro, da vidimo. Šta od ovoga? Ovdje sad pokazuju neke stvari. Ja od ovoga... Nisam ništa jeo, iskreno. Ali ne znam da li je... Ovo je vjerovatno samo početak, tako da... Možda i ne lažem, možda i nisam jeo ništa. Slučajno sam katapultirao miš preko...
Nemoj, poslije moraš da menjaš bateriju, bit će tehnička pauza.
Ne, na svu sreću koristim one sa kablom, tako da problema sa baterijom neću imati.
Okej, to je fair. Ti znaš. Ja.
Mare je ljubio devojke sa curom, ali trenutno ne ljubi nikoga. Tako da...
Si prvo rekao devojke sa curom, sram te bila, Mare.
Da, sa karminima, izvinjavam se.
Sram te bila. Mare, nisam znao da tako roluješ.
Gledaj, ti nemaš pojma šta sam ja sve radio.
U mladosti što bi se reklo.
Da, dok sam bio u svom prime-u, sad kad više nisam, sad više nema, znaš, tih stvari. Sad tražim samo ljubav za ceo život.
To je to, ljudi moji, to je to, nisam znao.
Nekad sam se zezao,
Nisam znao da je Mare toliki player, ljudi. Okej. Naučiš nešto novo svaki dan.
Ljubim samo drugare. Usta. Samo to.
Kako smo do ovoga došli, ne ovako ljudi. Želim da kažem da mi je Mare striktno kolega, nije drugo uopšte. Ne ovako ljudi moji. Evo počinje. Bro, 4:15, a tek je drugi game, polako ljudi moji, polako. Ne, MF još 2 itema, polako, još 2 itema MF i onda će da igra. To jest LDRI. I onda će da igra 50% vremena. 20 minut 0-0, niko nije iznenađen.
Naučit ću sjeti da ja volim da se zezam dosta na svoj račun, tako da meni, meni smiješno kad ljudi me zezaju.
Treći, ne znam da brojim ljudi, my bad. Znate vi kad sam na zadnji put bio u školi?
Wow, no, that depends on who gets the next Drake.
It honestly depends on the first fight. Okay. And also, like, this, the Drake stacking, there's still a good...
Right, we're only at 45, which below...
To je dobro pitanje. Mare je clean od svega što toga tiče. Sa svim konotacijama mogućim.
Okej.
Toran je živ i dalje. I onda je uletio da umre sa utkom.
21 minut first blood, nice.
First blood found by GENG. Kill going over to the Galio. As Vancouver goes wild and now, maybe this is the punch that GENG was looking for.
Arrow dropped.
Sad Kerija nema...
U ovom gameu ima damage-a 0, oba tima.
Damage Delta Champions, no.
Da.
Continues to grow. We got some damage on mid tier 1.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is just Owner being on that ward and then Doran heading up. Chovy immediately recognizing that he can jump on. And then this is Sante coming through. The big thing is the MF ult doesn't actually reach to do all that much damage. And then,
Mogo je.
Mogo je da baci ulti napolje da ode,
da. Ultauti, to je to.
Ne znam zašto je probao da engage-uje nazad, ne razumijem šta je mislio da će se desiti. Imao je 200 health-a.
With this composition, it really depends when you're talking. I think if you're talking once Faker finishes like a death cap, right, once he has void stuff like the free 4 item point, I think T1 is going to be feeling great in these fights because they have a front line that's extremely hard to get through. They have really good pick potential with the Bard and also with Owner being able to get into the back line. But if Ruler reaches like 100 plus
Guma, BT, Lordom, i dalje ne radi damage.
Ovo je, kažem, Infinity Edge radi damage u 50% vremena.
It's definitely a threat, a force to be reckoned with. But what happens? You're like third, fourth item.
Ovaj boot se koristi na Sionu kad ima dosta slova s druge strane. Jer je u fazonu onako je Bizon, ima dovoljno health armora, MR, ima dovoljno defensivnih statova. A Sion ono što jako lako radiš je jako ga lako kajtuješ. Xanti ima perma slow, Sena ima perma slow. I kao generalno je teško igrati u to. Duše, interesantno mi da je Ruler... Da, Ruler je odmah otišao na RFC zato što je Kenyon valjda uzeo Black Cleaver rano, mislim rano. Ček, ima 200. On ima, pogledajte vi farm GENG-a. 4 čoveka s preko 200 farma u 22. minuti, 23. Oni rađuju klipove koji ne postoje, ali bukvalno. Kako je to u stvari insane? Oni su za 22 minuta našli šta? 800 klipova. 800 CS-a, nije klipova jer monsteri se drugačije broje, ali kamp je 4. Ali opet, kapirate pointu. Baš nerealno. Ne, baš je insane, baš je insane.
Sada će Canyon da radi damage, a...
A Invi... Kaži.
Ne, gledam samo ako T1 ne napravi neku glupost, ja mislim da oni dobijaju većinu ovih fightova sada. Trebalo bi bar. Jer ne znam ko će njih ubiti, čak i Viktor je relativno tanky.
Ono što volim za čizme je također da kada pogledaš Doran nema toliki value od Tabija također. Nema čak ni toliki nužno value od Merksa, većina CC je single target što neće landovati na njega. Ono što je veliki cooldowni. A Tabi jedino za Senu ona neće imati dugo damage da može ubije Siona, svejedno. Tako da baš nema value za druge čizme. Dobar, jako dobar, jako dobar. I sad decimating ako ima, nema. Nema na cooldownu.
Gdje mu je cooldown na decimating smash? Gubio ovaj fight.
Sin je malo izglifao ovdje.
Actually gubio ovaj fight.
Sin je bacio rulera out. Da. Faker grasp. Oh, ne sme basically.
And on the back half of that fight, Duro with the Alistar coming up clutch, right? Really stymies Gumayushi, and he's unable to get that like really fat MFO across.
The bodyguards do their job.
Sion u bardu od komba bio loš i gledaj Sin što je izbacio Senu. Što uradi Faker?
Faker je umro.
Canyon je ult, observeri troluju na MSI-u, moram da priznam, previše killova ifaju. Stvarno previše killova ifaju. Baš nije dobra priča, Moraju malo si sfokusiraju. Fokus?
Mnogo stvari propuštaju. Malo je glupo u ovakvim gameovima, zato što svaki kill je važan.
Nije kao da za 25 minuta ima 4 killa. Promašiš 25% killova si promašio.
Nailed it. That single fight feels like has put GENG in firm control of the game, and it's on T1 to try to outplay or find a unique angle to get out of this.
This game is kind of a microcosm for what we've seen all series, right? When one team is able to set the map in their favor, it then becomes, because they know each other so well, really difficult for the other team to be able to counter.
Neki, ja se nadam da će biti. Mislim da je Pantheon ult gore, ne znam. Nemam šta se dogodilo.
They really punish them hard for it. Now GENG have the potential to just really set up the map how they want, continue to get this Senna kind of scaling infinitely, and be able to force T1 to face check them when it comes to objectives.
Čak ne ide ni Bloodletters, nego ide Void Stuff. Ne znam zašto, kad je već odlučio za ovaj build, što onda ne ide samo Bloodletters. Nije mi jasno.
What I imagine will be a Void Staff, because he needs a form of Shred, because otherwise you're not going to get through GENG already, but let alone when they're able to actually get this Mountain Soul, and I'm telling you, Mountain Soul Cassante, particularly on Keen, that's not something that's going to be fun to play into. And again, to me, the fact that GENG have 2 semi-globals, I think, is such a big deterrent for T1 not trying to go aggro in this game the way we've seen them do in basically any other game in the series, right? Even though it didn't work in game 1, they were still really aggressively trying to set that pace. I think they have the tool with the Bard and the Zinza.
Canyon je 2 levela veći od...
Canyon gapuje, da, gapuje, baš gapuje. U gameu gdje vinio hard ga gapuje. Sam prošli game je T1 stompovo ceo.
The T1 had put together in draft because of Gumayushi and Keria and Faker really all having that push out, but managed to weather that storm, managed to find the angle. Did take a bit of time, but now that they've got that fight, very much favored in gold. You can see a little bit of vision in the Otacon pit, also making sure that they feel comfortable that T1 isn't going for some kind of crazy steal.
Yeah, we see both teams kind of fighting around this line of vision in the...
Ne, mnogo interesantno kako igraju drugačije kad je owner behind i kad je...
On this bot side, GENG have slowly been chipping away at that mid-tier 1. I think they definitely like to get that down, potentially before contesting this Otacon. But also, Drake is going to be up in 2 minutes, and that's going to be massive because that's...
Da, ma ova serija generalno mora bude spora. Ona ne može da bude brza serija. Ok, game tamo vamo može se odmakne kontroli, ali generalno serija ko serija mora bude giga spora. Inače, ljudi, ako vam nije frka, lajkujte stream. Nemam pojma koliko ljudi gleda na ovo e-sportu, koliko ovdje. Jer kapiram da imamo bar pola Engleza to jest ne Engleza, nego stranaca koji gledaju preko LoL esporta. Jer imamo 650 ljudi na streamu. Goated stav. S tim da moj predikt jedno 300-400 je na LoL esportu, ali to je okej.
Kao ljudi koji su slučajno uključili naš stream.
Da, zato što imaš tipa Kineze ili Korejci u ovom slučaju, koji zalutaju tako na LoL esport ili na YouTube i onda im je svejedno koji jezik gledaju. Samo pusti stream jer svakoga ne slušaju. On ako ne zna engleski, njemu je svejedno da li je balkanski prenos ili šta mislim mi blejimo sa strane, ali kao kome smeta. I onda samo zableje na bilo kom streamu.
They're willing to bet it all on this Otacon. TP coming in from Keen. Ulti from Carrier. The combo potential. What we have to keep our eye on. But Keen doesn't want to give them the space to set up. Doran trying to respond. Flash out of the gravity field.
Faker onera jako.
Zone away as best he can as Doran gets that health bar chunked. But not too much effective damage yet.
Okej, ult od Viktora je pao i sad imaju tipa 50% damage manje.
Guma waiting over the wall, but Chovy there, ready to deny the MF ultimate. Owner in the midst of the pit.
Nema taunt, Guma možda gleda, možda ulti, a mora se pazi rulera.
Beže samo.
Doran je mrtav.
Samo sad svi beže.
Faker je prokovo grasp, sve je cool.
Ali uzimaju barona. Nema veze što su izgubili Atakana, nisu dobili barona.
Oner ima smite. Ali ovo možda bude baron i soul. Ovo nema šanse prođe Ivanu, ne. Xin i Bar dok završe Drake-a, meni je kosa izrasla.
Još je Kasanti tamo. Tako da...
Ne rade oni to. Ovo je 2-1 GENG.
Čovi može da ode tamo zato što ima ulti, Canyon isto ima ulti, oni se tamo dolaze, on bukvalno gube fight ovdje.
Guba ult? Džab, šotovan.
Vidi. Ovo je GG. Ovo je GG. Samo neka pikuju timovi kompove bez damage-a, samo tako neka nastave. Mislim i GENG troluje isto s kompom, više mi se sviđa nego T1-ov, ali ni oni nemaju damage-a.
Soul i Baron. Malo Doom ugao.
Tako mislim da bi ovaj game bio još bolji za T1 da su pikovali Kalistu Renato. Mislim da Renata bila banovana, ali Kalistu su mogli da pikuju, pa da izgube još brže. Taj tek champion što ne radi damage nikako.
Carrier ne može zaustaviti back zašto nema... Tako je, bravo.
GENG's patient is second to none as the priceless moment of the game as GENG have already gotten themselves a fight.
Sin dobar ulti odmah fali. Level 15.
There's no faker. They just don't have the necessary damage.
Level 15 nije 16, fakera nema da preklopi ulti preko toga. Mislim, Sen ima baš malo duša, ali ima baš nabadački build. Znači bez Black Cleavera, bez ičega, on ide na Infinity četvrti. Što mi se sviđa, ima 100% krita već. Samo treba još tipa 30 stakova možda, da bude još malo bezbedniji i to je to.
Pretty much every champion in this composition has the ability to dive either Faker or Guma on the back line of a fight.
Set up a portal there. GENG ready to maybe take it. Will let cooler heads prevail.
Koliko dugo duro, nisam siguran.
Nemaju kako da dođu do Sene. Ona free fight, ona free udara, svaki fight. A sa druge strane, svi mogu da zonuju Gumu, tako da Guma ne može da ulta, ult njegov je najveći damage on fight, tako da.
Decent damage, but again the ulti over the top from Ruler.
They just don't have the damage. Even getting through the mountain shield alone took them a bunch of cooldowns.
Kenya goes in, quick ulti out, and now the response coming in. Good damage, follow up, Keen, knocked up! Owner finds the angle, ulti over the top coming in from Baker. Ulti not going to connect from carry, but it might not matter. Chovy trying to keep this one going, though. Massive damage going into the Galio. Canyon living for an extra moment, but Owner finds another in the clutch. Chovy going back in for Guma, though, and Ruler's still alive. The Senna's still alive. T1 need to take down Ruler, but they're out of cooldowns. They're out of damage, and they're out of
Faker će
hope
biti vukovi,
in this
skoro.
game 3.
Faker barely living on the back half of that, but you're
A, našli su nešto, ali ništa to ne vredi 10.000 gola da ostaje. Mislim, 3 itema na 3 itema na većini ljudi.
Gonna clear out that ward, doesn't end up finding Faker.
He doesn't know. Doesn't actually get it. GENG, I think, have actually lost.
Možda neki soul fight. Mislim da jedino na ne soul, nego na Elderu mogu da uradi išta. Preživao zbog respa. Upravo si neki. Bravo.
And this is, I think, with T1, another reminder, cannot underestimate them, cannot give them an opening. The damage is still there. Death cap is about to be done for Faker. Guma sitting on free items.
Ja sam mislio će komituje na burn build, iskreno. Faker. Da neće ići Death cap void. Ja sam mislio da je ovo Liandri, Bloodletter.
Might be an angle for T1. I don't think they should be allowed to leave the base though.
I don't think so either.
Ono full burn, commit.
Ja sam mislio da će ići to. Ja ne znam, trebamo Roa za tankines, ali ista strane meni je tu uvijek ono kao stvar kod Viktora. Ako neko skoči na tebe, ja ne znam šta onda ti radiš u fajtovima. Kao nekad možeš da budeš greedy, ja mislim da je Black Forge ili Andriz u ovaj ostatak builda. A šta ja znam, možda je okej rod. Nemam pojma, možda sam ja samo lud. Ja samo ne volim item na Viktoru.
Faker takes over, right? Then Guma takes over. We just saw how much damage can come out of these carries when they are able to actually get any sort of access.
Over the wall. Again, don't want to give them the chance to breathe. Canyon stepping pretty far forward, but Carry still has
koliko svi health-a imaju.
Da.
Doran builduje Bloodmail. Ne. Da.
Doran? Aha, Overlord, je.
Zašto ne builduje Randuins? Da builduje Randuins, bukvalno ga ne bi ubio, ni ovaj... Ne bi ga ubio ni Ruler.
Pa mislim da nije dovoljno tanky, da njega Chovy bije. Pogledaj Chovyjeve iteme, koliko AP-a ima na Galiju.
Da, i Chovy ima, on je...
Dobar ult od carry-e.
Kine samo solo Fakera.
I'm 2-1.
That's the exact backline access we were talking about with this composition. This should be the backbreaker. This should be game. After this, GENG are going to be on match point.
Konačne reklame, ljudi.
Da, nismo dugo.
Da, konačne reklame. Reklame ugo.
The T1 gonna have to watch their Nexus falls as GENG go up 2-1.
3-2.
T1 samo nije uradio dovoljno u early game-u. Oni su morali da igraju early game mnogo bolje.
Nisu imali s čim da se bio rano, doduše, to je problem.
Neironično Lee Sin je možda bio bolji pick. Da forsuju early.
Ono, ali mislim, definitivno ono, polako, mislim, funny fearless, polako nestaje pikova koji su očigledni. I onda moraju malo da kuvaju u draftu. To je fora. A sad ću vam odmah kažem vrijeme. 12 minuta. Sljedeći draft. Ja idem na pauzu, Mare ti kole, šta ćeš, čilaš, četvrtiš pauzu? Vaš, ništa. Mare se druži s vama, gledate reklame, ja sam tu kad se vratim i uživajte.
It's a force multiplier on the stacks. That's at 100.
Yeah. I mean, the juxtaposition between the last game was well above a kill a minute into this one that was just like, yeah, we're just not fighting you at all. It was pretty funny from T1's perspective. They're like, okay, first targets for free. We had push from both bot lane and mid lane.
Ja sam okej, ako izuzmem činjenicu da kašljem već 2 mjeseca. Mjesec i pol stvari. 2 ako spojimo i ovaj sad što je 9, 10, 11 dana. Laku noć Mata, uživaj. Uživaj u porazu GENG-a kada se probudiš.
per minute from game 2 to game 3, it was a complete flip. Like last game was
Radim, trenutno ne, ali tražim da radim još nešto pored. Vidjet ćemo šta samo.
And I think that was T1 trying to play to what they believed was their win condition. They had the victor, they had kind of more consistent damage for the late game. And Senna, you're kind of thinking, can they actually punch through this Scion in the later stages? But GENG clearly was confident.
And they didn't even get to the later stages because of GENG slamming the door, right? What is your read on what went wrong then for the skirmishes?
U Hrvatskoj nisam bio, ali izdelilo T1 fan. Pa klasiku, kako drugačije. Gledaj, navijati protiv Fakera je kao da navijaš protiv Đokovića. Navijaš protiv najboljeg igrača tenisa svih vremena. Tako da. Zašto bi navijao protiv? Nisam bio u Hrvatskoj, da. Nisam. Ne znam da li je nažalost ili ne. Pošto nisam bio, tako da ne znam kako je tamo. Možete mi vi reći kako je, jer lepo u Hrvatskoj.
And you saw GENG take control in the mid lane here. It was about 20-40 into the game. And they really dominated this fight, and largely Gumic couldn't get involved.
He couldn't. Like, this was an interesting fight because, yes,
Ima li neko suprotno mišljenje?
push them right off. For me, my focus is when T1 starts to fight forward, just take a look at the Alistar. Thor does a great job of just walking in, canceling the MF ulti immediately. And so a fight that looked pretty good from T1 on the onset, they could have actually killed the Senna if the combination from, like, Scion ulting in on top of the Bard, because the Bard ulti looked pretty hot. That would have been great for T1, but no, stopped in his tracks.
It's interesting about the Bard because the Bard has been very, very successful. This MSI currently a 5-2. If they would have won, it would be 6-1. But Azale, you were talking about how Bard is not the same champion every game. In some games, it's used more defensively with the ult, and you thought actually that in this or against this composition, that would be the play. It seemed like they got antsy. They wanted to use it proactively, and they didn't see in their
To je ista stvar zašto ljudi ne navijaju za Lakerse, recimo. Jer su njihovi fanovi dosadni. Ali kad si najbolji, onda imaš pravo da budeš dosadan. Tako da. Dok god ostali timovi ne step upuju, ne počnu redovno da pobeđuju Worlds i tako to, ništa ne vredi. Gdje sam bio sve van Srbije? Pa mislim, bio sam u Bosni zato što su moji, to jest moji matori odatle. Bio sam u Crnoj Gori zašto mi je... Nije mi mama tamo, ali dosta porodice imam odatle. To jest porodica s mamine strane je tamo. Gdje sam još bio? Bio sam u Francuskoj, tako sam igrao košarku, bio sam na turniru. Mislim, tad smo bili u Italiji, ali nije, kao to je bilo nezavisno od turnira.
He barely got an auto attack off the whole fight where Ruler is doing maximum damage the whole time, and when Guma's not involved,
bio sam u Španiji, bio sam u Barceloni. Gdje sam još bio?
Completely agree, and I mean, even just the idea from T1 trying to then force Dragon, because that would have been soul from the side of GENG. Probably the worst soul you can deal with if you're dealing with a very bulky front line.
U još jednom u Italiji, posle toga. Imao sam, kao, mogao sam da idem i na neku, još ono u srednjoj školi kao ekskurziju u Prag, ali nisam. Tako da, to sam propustio. Poslednje vrijeme nigde nisam bio iskreno van. Većinu vremena provodio ovde.
It is what it is. The one that I wanted to actually point out was that fight that happened around mid lane.
Gdje mi je najlepše bilo?
For me was going to be that play that happened mid lane, because that was the game that fight that actually broke them open. So
mislim, Barcelona je bila jako lepa. Barcelona je bila jako lepa. Ali nisam imao priliku da pored Barcelone odem negde. Nisam imao priliku da posjetim nešto više osim kao onako najglavnijih dijelova grada. Znači, da baš se udubim u kulturu. Tako da... Ali recimo, kad sam bio još to drugi put u Italiji, tad smo... isto bio sa srednjom školom smo išli, tad smo bili u Sanremu. I tamo mi je bilo jako, jako lepo. To je jako lepo mjesto.
You know, if you wouldn't have seen the game, you would have thought 99% sure they would have won that game because of how strong.
Francuski da sam. Francuski sam bio u Nici i bio sam u Lyonu kad smo igrali basket, tako da. Lyon mi je bio okej, ništa posebno, iskreno.
I don't think he's taken over, but I think he has been really strong.
Davno sam bio u Španiji, tako da ne znam da li se nešto promenilo od tada, ali ljudi koji mi kažu da su bili dalje ono kao kažu da je jako lepo mesto. Imam jednog prijatelja iz Valencije kog sam upoznao ovako online, koji me je zvao na venčanje njegovo. Tako da možda ću imati priliku ponovo da odem. Koliko sam visok? Ja sam 181, 181, tako. Zato sam prestao da igram košarku, izuzetno sam nizak. Nisam baš najviši za košarku. Ono kao, mogao sam da se ne znam, mogao sam da igram, ne znam, tipa max da doguram do Evrolige. Da sam baš nastavio da igram. Ali to bi bio ono baš težak put do... Baš bih grindovao, a ja sam neko koji je teo nešto malo stabilnije, pa sam onda samo prestao da igram basket, otišao na faks. Koju sam poziciju igrao? Ja sam bio krilo. Mislim, trebao bi da igram beka zbog visine, ali sam igrao krilo zato što sam imao jako visok skok. I bio sam dosta snažan, onako jedan u duelima i onda su me stavljali na krilo da čuvam ljude koji su malo jači. Pratim NBA, pratim i Evroligu, onako, ali ne znam toliko dobro Evroligu, kažem, dosta sam prestao da pratim Evroligu kad sam prestao da igram basket. I onda, onako, gledam isključivo samo NBA pratim. Najviše Lakers, najviše Denver, zbog Jokića. Tako da, kako ste vi četiri, šta ima kod vas? Mislim, 4 je ujutro, koliko je stvari ujutro? 20 do 5. Tako da li vam se spava? Meni se ne spava, ali imam osjećaj da mi polako opada koncentracija što se tiče, stvari, zato što sinoć nisam spavao najbolje. Probudio 3. Ele. Da, ja, ne, ja samo gledam. Ne radim, ja sam izuzetno dosadan čovjek. Ja ne radim ništa što bi ljudi smatrali da je relativno zabavno. Sad, sve te stvari tehnički ne bi, ja mislim, smeo da spomenem, tako da možete da pretpostavite koje su, ali ja ništa od toga ne radim. Mislim, mogu da kažem da ne pijem, recimo. Ni malo, uopšte. Test priprema na Max. Šta učiš? Od mi učiš? What? Ste Fiora playable kompetitivu? Mislim da da. Mislim, zavisi koji je team comp. Koji je matchup. Ona je slična nekako Joriku. Ona je slična meni pomalo ponekad Joriku. Videli smo je, bilo je na EBL-u playoffu i su igrali ovi iz Adrije, kako se zvali, Mental Over Tempo, oni su igrali baš jedan game protiv Zvezde su igrali Fioru i jako su lepo igrali, šteta, nisu pobedili, ali su jako lepo igrali, Fiora je bila ono kao useful, mislim radila je, nafidovala se i sve, samo jednostavno nisu na kraju, ono su pali sa koncentracijom, makro je opao i izgubili game, šteta. Ni ne treba. Danilo je igrao, da. On je Fiora main. A mislim da mogu i drugi igrati, pa znaju i drugi igrači da igraju Fioru. Samo što je jako teško. Aj. Onda srećno ti sa polaganjem testa. Ozbiljna priča, ozbiljna priča. Srećno na test da prođeš kako treba. Položiš. Čipata. Pam. Koliko para sam bacio na LOL? Mislim da je tipa na 10 godina, sjećam se da sam proverio i bilo je tipa 250 evra, ali mislim da sam posle toga kupio Battle Pass ili 2 i da sam kupio jedan skin za Viktora. Sad kad je River Command bio pa sam morao da kupim jedan skin da ne bih igrao sa base skinom, zašto mi je odvratan. Inače ja sam igrao Viktora sa base skinom. Pre River. Koliko je para LOL bacio na mene? Ništa, bukvalno ništa, uzo mi je godine života. Bio bih stariji od Sajne sada da nisam igrao LOL. Šalim se. Bio bih mlađi. Još bih mlađi bio. Ali vidiš, kao prosječan igrač LOL-a. Da, nema smisla. Zvučalo je mnogo bolje u mojoj glavi nego kad sam rekao, skontao sam da nema smisla. Od prilike sad znaš koliko mi dobro mozak trenutno funkcioniše.
Would I be any kind of League of Legends fan if I wasn't a fan of confirmation bias? That sounds like we're getting 5 games.
Yeah.
Well, I hope so.
Same.
Pa uskoro neću imati ko su
the most Gen G game that we have ever seen, and I think even, and obviously people talk about, meme about this,
za sad se još ne vidi van svet. Zato ne uključujemo ovo ovdje svetlo. Tu svetlo.
And it was also really difficult for T1
Da flexam.
Again, these fan signs are
Koje sam godište?
absolutely
Flex ću
kicking butt here in
Trebao bi da
Vancouver.
flexam sada, da, upravo si trebao da flexam sada dok Sajna ne dođe. Koje sam godište?
The threat of
98.
those globals is almost as powerful
Flex.
as the globals themselves, right? And you
Ne znam
saw
da li se vidi
even
uopšte,
though
čekaj,
T1
moram da
were
vidim.
able to get prio,
Se
and I
vidi
thought they
uopšte.
played around that prio really, really well.
Ne, mislim da se ne vidi ništa, nisam još uvijek dovoljno... Čekaj, kako je Sajna ono rekao? Nekako raletuje, nekako ovako nešto rekao. Tako nekako, za ne? Ovaj neki ugao. Ne, kako delo je veliko. To. Ovako nešto. Nisam siguran. Da, slažem se sa Alenom, to je od LOL-a. Bukvalno da nisam igrao LOL, sad bi bio... Imao bih najlepšu kosu na svijetu.
A little bit more recently than a few of our other mid laners.
I feel like Corky mid just hasn't really hit me. Hasn't felt good back when it was
Corky.
bullies. As
Kalista.
T1 fans,
Čekaj.
I'm pretty sure cheering for this one, as there was, as it locked in.
Okej. Kalista. Imamo šanse da bude 2-2. Čiko navijaju za T1 sada. Što kažu kasteri?
No matter what the state of this champion was, against Ruler, it was bad. It didn't matter if Gen G didn't look great at that point in time.
Nema, Sajna je otišao. Sajna je rekao neću više se družim s vama. Neću više da pričam svojim maretom. Ne znam ni ko je to lik mi došao tako random. Poppy je odličan pik. Poppy ja mislim da je odličan pik. Ja mislim da oni zapravo dobijaju su uzeli Poppy. Ja mislim da T1 treba možda da prespikuje Poppy. Okay, Nocturne. Maybe not bad. Oriana, Nocturne combo, okay.
Ćao drugari. Tu sam ih krenuo draft.
Ćao Sajna.
Dođu. Nešto mi fali.
Absolute signature picks, something he's super comfortable on, something we've seen him have success with at this very tournament already. And then there's the Renata coming in.
Sad sam spreman. Bro, zašto sam se vratio u chat i svi pričaju o kosi? What the fuck?
Ne znam, ljudi su me pitali za... Ne, rekli su, ne znam čemu smo pričali pa sam ja rekao da nisam igrao LoL, imao bih više kose. Kao da polako nestaje. I to malo što imam.
To je da, to je do LoLa 100%. Bukvalno.
Bukvalno, da. Kažem, zato nikad ne palim ovo svetlo. Inače bi se vidjela.
Imaš pleve. To im je tranzicija, ljudi, kapirate. Znaš, prvo kao... Mare i Rale su vam dva načina kako se dolazi do mene, razumete? Ja sam očigledno najiskusniji ovdje, ja sam advanced faza. Samo je pitanje, razumete, da li odavde ide na vamo ili odavde ide ka vamo, kapirate? Tako da... Ne znam šta ti kažem, Mare.
Rale, ja kad bismo se sklopili, imali bismo cijelu frizuru.
Baby in the crowd.
Baby, idemo.
Flex od Mare? Okej, dim flex, Mare. Ajmo. Flex.
Ne, rekao sam, kao, uradio sam ovako i bio sam okej, to nije ništa.
Nije,
tako. Ne vidi se, i onda si ti rekao da mora neko ovako.
To ti pričam, razumeš? To je to, evo, ista ruka.
Taj neki ugao, ne znam koji ugao.
To je, bitno je, razumeš, bitno je tu vidiš, evo, isto chat, ista ruka chat, vidite?
Pa zapravo delo je dobro. Mislim, polako je počelo, ja ti kažem, tek sam počeo trening, tek sam jedan trening uradio.
Ja ti kažem, sve ja uglove znam.
Sajna je odradio si, da, to, objasnio.
To ti pričam. Mare je sir. Rekao ti da si sir. To je zašto Mare još nije na more išao ove godine.
Mare ne smije to da kaže Mare na streamu.
Ok, dobro je što to Mare nije rekao onda. Ako nešto state prvom treningu kupi trening, to je istina. Ne možda napišeš trening bez trening.
Da, istina. Tako da, ima tu ozbiljne priče, tako da. A ne smeta to meni. Šta
rade oni?
Ja volim da sam beo.
A ja sam bio, mislim, ja sam sad malo pocrneo ove godine od mora, da baš se vidi, bukvalno ovo i ovo. Pocrneo sam malo ove godine, ali ove prve godine sam u stvari dobio boju na moru. Obično baš bude ono loša priča. Odem 10 dana kod da nisam bio na suncu uopšte. A legit budem na suncu, ali džabe.
If he wants to go for a more oppressive matchup. A lot of the tanks already taken out of the equation here.
Ja sam samo rekao, Ari za Čovija. Wow, to nije pikovano sigurno za ne.
Možda. Da, evo ga. ZGG. 2-2 skripta. Šta bre? Da, okej, Canyon, je.
Trebali su Zeda za Čovija.
Ari u džungli, Ari top, Poppy... Poppy mid, Poppy... Yes. Tako. Kad sam ovo otvorio, sam mogu da živim.
It was an acquired taste. I loved it, but you know, if you like action, maybe not this game is going to be a fist fight, right? We have a
Ko igrao Zeda pre ovoga? Nije Tarzan, je tako? Ili je Tarzan ga probao da ga forsuje? Aj, nisam siguran više. Gledao sam toliko gameova da više nisam ni ja siguran.
Nisam ni ja siguran što znači, a više ista priča. To ti je sindrom kastera kada pogledaš 1000 gameova u ono godinu dana, ništa ti nije jasno.
Dobro se još i sjećam.
Especially if you are able to get carry on the map, especially if you are able to dictate the pace of those lane assignments, if you want to end up swapping for prio over objectives. But then,
da li je Faker najstariji lik na ovom nivou? Kao na nivou MSI ili na profesionalnom nivou? Kao na profesionalnom nivou mislim da ima možda neko koji je stariji, Vizičači, mislim da je stariji od Fakera.
Ima sigurno, da.
Mislim, nisam siguran, možda i nije. Ali na ovom nivou, da. Kao na nivou da se takmiči za internacionalne titule, verovatno da. Ne znam nikoga ko je ni blizu u godinama. Maple je možda bio ranije, ali sad više. Vipo, ja mislim da je moje godište ili mlađi od mene, 2000-to, tako da i on nije. Kakav je ovo invade, luda.
Matija, da, hodam. Ili cupkam u mesto, nikada neće znati pravu istinu.
Was to this very day is a very hot topic of discussion. Did Doran deserve a finals MVP in spring 2023 for his performance on this champion specifically?
To this day?
No. I'm serious. Every single time.
Da, impact je također.
Because he was unexpected in that series. That is where the Doran beat Zeus.
Čovi! Jer moguće da je on face checkovo? Ja ne mogu da verujem. Tiva ne, ovo je treba bude 3-1 za GENG. Ne. Čovi face checkuje 3 čoveka level 1, oni izgube level 1. Ide GENG, ajmo GENG. Ajmo GENG.
If they had gotten nothing, Poppy would have burned TP to go back to lane for nothing, but the fact that they got that kill means the gamble has paid off. Ruler hasn't been able to spend that gold yet, but he's happy to just try to start asserting dominance on the bottom side of the map, knowing he has
Zato Ivan razmišlja da moraju da, što ti kažeš, što je Faker stavio da gubio GENG-a i onda da im se revanširaju.
Pa to je ono što kaže, ne možeš pobediti 2 puta isti tim na turniru. Ako sad T1 pobedi, onda ne mogu da pobede GENG kad se vrati kroz losers.
Da, je GENG biti jači.
Tako je, legitimna priča.
Particularly against a Nocturne. Any camp you can steal is a big deal. Nocturne is so gated by his early power spike, hitting that level 6 when you truly become a champion. And Canyon is not only going to get the blue buff, but with the speed that he has on the clear, I think, especially if Owner just does this, he is going to get Grump as well.
And you're getting the advantage here. Big early item spikes, early XP advantages. You talked about it. Any early edge is just a massive advantage for either one of these junglers, and Canyon happy to steal a few camps away. Downside is Chovy suffering a bit in the mid lane. Expected early on against the Orianna, but doing his best to just hold on while his jungler starts to pull ahead.
And the problem for Owner, I might look for the invade, but his bot lane does not have prio. Because of the level 1, they were set pretty far behind, so he's going to go in. Mid lane can't roam, but bot lane definitely could.
Zna Canyon priču. Zna da ćemo doći vamo, ne može Owner tu da se bori sa njim. Mora je Faker dođe ranije da mu pomogne.
Resetting though, taking time.
Chovy's TPing in. They have to let this go.
And credit, GENG bot lane going to concede some of the control they had over their lane just to make sure that Canyon can grab another camp, that he can 3-buff Owner in this early game.
Yeah, and that is an extension, again, of the level 1, the Kalista and the Renata being able to get prio over this lane, and it's just fantastic for Canyon, right? Because you are looking at him to be a major damage dealer. You're looking at him to be a major playmaker in a lot of these team fights.
And I'm willing to give a champion a lot of benefit of the doubt. Okay, Kalista,
Faker, playmaker.
But in this game, where you literally start with a kill in the first minute, and it's GENG, Ruler specifically on this champion, this is the final test case.
And the thing I want to call back to, as Ale showed at the start of the day, a quote from an interview with Ashley Kang and Horizon, talking about how Chovy was comfortable playing against T1, and I think we have seen that across this entire series. No surprise Barons, the level 1 they were prepared for, and it does feel like this lineup is just so well equipped to go toe-to-toe with a T1 that most other teams in the world can't seem to find the performance against.
And Chovy is the only member on the roster that has stayed the same since that started happening, right? Since we go back to 2022 summer, when Ruler won his first title, with a completely different roster back then, and we do see...
Since August 11. 2023, to je jako specifičan datum.
is they're still they have not won a series against T1 internationally, right? This would be the first time that would happen.
Da je GENG pobedio, pa nakon prvo level 1 veoma moguće. Neki to će saznati na onom sajtu plave boje. Kerija, Guma, ne bi trebali da igraju ovaj matchup nužno. Doran je mrtav, nije okej, nije mrtav, dobro, ali malo je falo bude mrtav. Vrati ispod kule, nije mogu da baci bodesni da izađe out.
A, Guma je...
Aaaa, ne ruler.
Aj, jao.
Ne ruler. Mislim, Guma nema barijeru, pa su zato igrali tako. A realno otišao je na tir i na glowing mode, tako da bukvalno nema itema u lane.
I want to say one of the first, we've seen a Kalista comp actually get an early dragon, will be starting off the snowball well for GENG. And I do think, again, I want to highlight, I think both these teams, once you start falling behind, Karma feels really rough, Nocturne can feel really rough. T1 need to make sure, if we want to get to game 5, that this game doesn't snowball further.
Jedina stvar je što GENG nema nikakav engage. Mislim, kvazi engage imaju u vidu Ari. Kao Poppy također stanuje nekog u zid.
Fairly early on in the game. And so that's a big, not big momentum shift for GENG, but it's a little bit of a shift from the series that we've already seen with them up 1 kill and the objective at under 7 minutes.
But you can see again, Chovy the one who continues to suffer, Faker holding the wave in an excellent spot.
On jako hoće da engage, da invade-uju, ali teško ide ovo.
Forced to ulti, but Canyon still stepping forward, unafraid. Has access to the death mark, but it's a smite for Owner to steal the camp away. And again, as good as Canyon is doing, as active as he has been on the map, as good as bot lane is doing, Chovy the one giving up more and more, and Duro and Canyon trying to make up for it.
Oni hoće da fajtuju jer Faker ima shockwave, ali nema ulti.
Decent damage going through. Follow up shockwave only connecting onto one, and that's gonna be big because it's Canyon in the backline trying to finish off Baker. Flash! Through! Ruler gets the job done. That's the initial ulti out. Bailout is there as well. Owner flashing to save TL, managed to survive. Ruler in the backline.
Nema.
Ovo je GG. Ja mislim da ovo ne ironično može biti GG. Faker je samo zriknuo ulti.
Pakao.
Jako je loše odigrao.
And despite Chovy's flash charm not working out, Canyon wreaking havoc in the backline.
That's so devastating. The Nocturne Orianna, the first time you should have been able to bail you out of the deficit you were in, and it has only gotten worse.
Jer Guma mora da ide cleanse.
Like you said, Chovy doesn't actually work out, but the shockwave only lands onto Chovy, and that gives Canyon complete access to the backline. Even with the Nocturne.
Ja gledam ovaj game, delo mi da nije morao da ide.
Mislim, cleanse je baš hyper late choice, ali mislim, ne znam, ovaj game neko je bio uvek odlučen pre hyper late-a, tako da nisam baš siguran koliko je bio dobar ugao.
Čak razmišljam da li je možda bio play da carry-a ide exhaust. Exhaustuješ Zeda, isključiš ga iz fight. Bukvalno bude useless.
Outside of that, who actually deals with this Zed? Unless he W's into, shockwave, Karma needs a leash, Owner needs a leash on the Nocturne. I don't think Canyon is really going to give you those opportunities. So if he does get too far ahead, we've already seen GENG play towards him pretty heavily, pick up an early kill, it could become an unanswerable issue for T1. Still have the global pressure of this Nocturne though, and maybe Owner can use that to turn this game around.
Ali T1 igra jako, mislim GENG igra jako dobro coveruju lane-ove, T1 ne može baš zaskočiti ni na koga, mislim oni bi sad ovdje možda mogli tražiti neki play, ali Keen je bio na topu.
Mislim jedina stvar koja je nekako... Samo dim što se dogodi s Fakerom. Ništa, Faker je samo mrtv. Htio sam da kažem Nocturne Orianna combo, možda ih izvuče kasnije, T1 baš lijepo zna kako da fajta oko toga.
Dole nema ulti samo. A ima? Okej.
Yeah, Kalista is going to get free push onto this turret. Both Ruler and Canyon are going to be accelerated, and Keen is getting damage on this bot side as well. Also, Tarzan should, or oh my gosh, not Tarzan. I saw Zed and I thought Tarzan. Canyon should be able to clean up, yeah, this grub, which also stops. T1 will get the feet, but they, GENG will stop the might.
Glad to have a little bit back there. 1K gold lead for GENG. Not a great sign for T1 in this game. Did get value out of that ultimate coming in for Owner, but you can see for Faker.
Neće mi GENG mora da boosti taj lead. Dosta. Mislim, Kalista će opasti, Ari će opasti.
Because looking at the side waves, obviously they're in a rough spot. If you don't even get that trade, Doran still makes his way over, doesn't actually get that kill.
Kalista će način izgubiti. To je istina, to je istina. Kalista baš nema dobar track record. Kalista nema dobar track record, to je fair. To je fair.
As long as he has flash, as long as he has his barrier available, I think should be relatively safe. But that might be the type of play we're looking towards. Doran splitting up a fight, getting someone in position so that the rest of the team will combo the way to a team fight win.
Now that this bot lane is down here, we're going to see Canyon.
Hoće malo više da scale, čak mislim da i Faker mogu da ide roa.
That second Drake kind of start their proper Drake stacking here. Owner is just around the corner.
Duro has his ultimate as well.
Debating if they can contest. Not enough information, but GENG don't want to risk anything. Know the power of this combo. 5 seconds away on Owner's ultimate.
Doran's there.
Korki, ma Korki uvek jako late, ali samo treba doći do late-a, to je pitanje. Ne treba potrebati toliko partija. A to da li se dogodi je već pitanje za sebe.
Dobri, ja ne znam kako će T1 fightati, kako oni fightaju ovo, jako teško fightati.
See if they can turn onto Keen. Looking to find the angle onto Keen, hoping to find the knockback. Hits two members. An opportunity for GENG to go crazy, and Chovy immediately also get things kicked off. Dashing in. Shockwave!
Dobar, joj, kako kompo. Samo što je hostel takeover.
Da, hostel je baš dobar bio. Ali nije ni bitno, uzeli su 2 killa free.
Da. Ne, uzeli su 1 kill. Spasila ga Kalista ulti ovo, Renato. Mislim, oni i dalje mogu da dobiju fight.
Mogu da uzmu
Zed ulti. Zed i dalje snažan.
A, GENG drop ovo.
Completely correct. It's just so hard to get into the pit without giving your life. T1 happy to tie up the Drakes, an excellent.
Mnogo lep shockwave, mnogo lep shockwave, mnogo lep body slam flash. 3 body slam samo bio ili ulti.
Looked like it was definitely going to be GENG's. They get prio over this mid lane. Top wave is pushing in, so they'll have to deal with that in a little bit. But as we see, this is the absolute power of that Gragas already on a combo, and just a really smart move to end up
jako dobar ulti od Kina.
What happens here is Chovy wanting to go for a big play, and the fact that both
taj ulti je slagao, uvukao Renatu.
I Doran baš lepo follow-upovo. QSS cancel Renato ulti, da. I QSS i cleanse može. I Crucible ako nisi u njemu. Mislim, ako možda Crucible još i to cancela u suštini.
And as tanky as Keen will be, the rest of the lineup so squishy. If that shockwave connects, and it is
možda je dovoljno. Iskreno, možda je dovoljno da samo popi. Da bude tank. Koliko commituje, šta?
Not really approaching an objective, so we'll just force Duro back. Thought that they might be able to grab a little bit more. Owner was just a few seconds away from the ultimate to maybe try and finish the kill.
When we talk about the lack of CC on T1, I have to do the same for GENG. There is Charm.
I Chovy sa Roa buildom, to smo rekli, ali kad god pogledam Roa build na Ari, daj Malignance, idi na full ono meso, jer ti kada pogledaš, mislim, Chovy ima toliko one-shot potencijala na bilo kome ko nije Gragas. I plus ono, ulti na manjem cooldownu znači češće možda pravi play-eve, jer samo oko toga igra heroj, mislim, Ari je ult-based heroj, nema šta.
Unless you're really looking towards late game stalemates, which I think with these comps, I don't think we're going to get there.
It's also really interesting because whoever goes in first, depending on how many members of the opposing team are there, they have the tools to deal with it, right? Like Gragas is a great disengage. Orianna Shockwave can have a great disengage. You then have the Ahri Charm, right? The Callista ult, the Renata ult, the Poppy. There's so much on both of these teams to be able to deal with whoever dives in first. So if it is really, really close, it's going to be heavily dependent on bursting down those key targets.
Canyon seems to be the key target for now. Ulting to try to get away, but the Fear Tether still connects.
Such
a good punish there because the
T1 ga vraća.
Ja nisam znao da to...
Šta? Čujete?
Da, nisam znao da prolazi Fear kroz ZW ulti. Ja mislim da nije ni Canyon znao do sada.
Dobro, da, dok ne brikuje liš distancu. Ne može da breaka Fear.
This game is going to be so close.
Absolutely is, and I just shout out to Carry. I think good adaptation coming in here, picking up the Shirelias, that extra movement speed. We mentioned it, both teams lacking that engage option, the ability to push that button, either follow up and chase, or just walk away. If GENG whiff, fumble, make a misstep,
Ne, GENG samo njima fali. T1 ima Nocturna. To im je Nocturne Gragas je dovoljan engage i follow up.
Big throw.
And again, it's not the full tanky Gragas, it's AP. He is going to hit hard. Chovy has to be careful.
Chovy also not finishing his first item. 60 minutes in. He's been playing a lot more for these really
Doran ne ide na Seraph?
But thus far hasn't really been able to get too much going. A lot of the disengage.
Kin ide, ne ide tank pop, ide bruiser pop.
Ide na nabadanje. Dobro, ovo će biti Fimble Winter. Svako, to je oni kao da, to je legitimno bilo. To mi se čak i sviđa, mislim da je to okej.
Mislim da će ići... Faker nije te da flashuje, mogo je flashovat.
Or maybe he does, but he has Herald, so can't actually get vision.
You could see he was waiting to see if he'd be able to jump in. And that might give GENG a little bit of reprieve.
Lepo. Lepo Canyon.
Damn takey there as he takes a drink, double TPs. One from each side, trying to match, so Dorn able to walk away.
Uf! Kakav delay na charmu, okej. Koliko lepo lovo.
Jer ja moram da mu baci shield. Ne mora.
Kako lepo igraju, respekt.
So they might have a numbers advantage looking towards that second dragon. I don't know if T1
Faker i dalje nakon svega toga nije flashao. Ne bio siguran da će preživjeti. Wow.
Seraphs had just ticked over for Faker before that fight started, or even during that fight. I didn't quite catch it. So that shield really doing a great job keeping him alive as GENG now feel like they need to force this objective. Have an advantage briefly as Faker sprints back onto the map, but they're not starting it.
Kalista Renata ulti, Zed nema, Ahri nema. Dovoljan je hostile takeover, iskreno.
I don't think he meant to get in the Herald, and he knew that if he hit that tower, he would die. So I think that was the...
Batalio Herald, pa dobro. Bolje to nego da izrifa, realno gledano.
As the Dragon is going to go to T1, full control of the river, and particularly with an Ocean Rift, trying to regain control when you lost it as the GENG comp is very, very tough. Lot of really good flank angles for this Gragas, and that's now the second Drake going over to T1, and even though the early game looked to go GENG's way, T1 slowly getting further and further ahead in this game number 4.
Yeah, T1 should be able to
da je otišao cool Ricknovi,
set this map up how they want. Like you mentioned, it's so hard to check into all of these extra brushes, and T1, they already have some nice control on this bot side, even though GENG have those wards in there. And now they're moving up into this top side with Keria and Faker.
1 minute until the Otacon. Only 500 gold between the two teams. It's been damn close the entire game, but it is the early lead for GENG dissipating as T1 just continue to find favorable exchanges. Dorn comfortable on the bottom side, only 8 stacks on the row, but has also picked up the Seekers. He is really set up to make a lot of plays in this game.
And with that Drake take as well, T1 have grabbed the objective feat, so now it's basically whoever takes down first turret is going to end up getting the Feats of Strength.
We have Canyon spotted towards the bottom half of the map. Chovy just now finishes
4-4-20 minuta.
Or just takes over to the second stack, but still not going to be feeling great, especially with that electrocute Ahri. Wonder what the next item is going to be. This is the type of game where he has a decent amount of damage, but with Keen going for a more bruisery build, but still, I think Ari...
Mislim, Owner ako se nafiduje, Canyon njemu neće ništa moći.
Keen trying to look for the stun on the wall. Doesn't quite
I onda
find it.
legit će mu jedini target biti carry, a carry može lagano da samo uzme zonju.
The flash for Dorn, that is a big one that is still down. TP.
I onda mu ostane guma, ali...
Faker is a little ahead of Chovy, but I don't know if that'll matter because both of them are already in that top side lane.
Faker isto ima Seekers već. I oni Doran ide u zonju drugi. Mislim, neće imati damage-a Fakera, ali dovoljno da preživi.
But the little bit of an advantage that GENG had, T1 were able to weather. Double Seekers, mid and top solo lanes for T1, well equipped, limiting the amount of options for Canyon to attack. Guma, the most vulnerable member, but has Carrier standing beside him. This next fight, it feels like similar to the previous game, even though we've had a lot of blood, it's all building up to this one crucial team fight.
Target selection is hard because there are two arm guards on T1, so actually getting on top of someone, not an easy task.
Definitely not.
Hvala kolegi Kastor, ja sam to već rekao.
Spori su malo nego smo očekivali realno, ali dobro, nema veze, oprostit ćemo i moj put. Sve okej.
Ne, razmislio sam posle tog što je Faker otišao na top, na Poppy, na topu. Mislim da nije teo da flashuje jer se plašio da ga Poppy stanuje u zid. Čak kad razmislim nije imao gde da se flashuje. Jer Kin je mogo da flashuje stanuje ga. I onda bi samo umro. I dao flash.
Not going to do a lot. Second item done for Owner, by the way, sitting on Cleaver. Canyon hasn't finished his. Not ready yet. Finished his boots first instead.
Samo što je Zed jedan od retkih asasina koji zapravo može da scaluje po itemima. Ono, ako dođe do 6-5 itema, mislim, lomi Zed.
Yeah, both of these teams can have so much burst.
Guma G, neće on skoro do G-a doći. Neće on skoro do G-a doći.
And if they do get any sort of advantage in these fights, that's where I am looking at Ruler's Callista to be able to do more sustained damage over time with her Ren stacks.
Attention, because if GENG get like Otacon win a fight,
Guma možda ode Shojin.
To smo videli. Videli smo sad Krita varijaciju i ono, tank i bruiser varijaciju, tako da vidjet ćemo na koju stranu ide.
Mislim, ja mislim da mu je... Ne znam. Ja uvek idem Crit. Zašto je samo zabavnije zimanje.
Da.
Ali ne znam.
Mislim, ovo je Trinity Muramana, tako da ne ide na onaj Bloodmail build svakako, ali... Videli smo Shojin... Videli smo čak Shojin Cleaver? Shojin GA. Tako da ima uglove za svašta.
Meantime, Greg is still just pushing on the top side. Chovy going in, looking for the charm, doesn't connect, anticipating a backstep that wasn't there. Faker stone cold, just keeps walking.
And the rest of T1 also not phased. Doran is just pushing in topside. Will be getting the first turret there.
They get the boots.
Nicely done from T1, just kind of dragging that out, right? As they were both posturing.
Ne ironično, ja mislim da je Faker trebao da ide Mercury predao je ovaj game. Jer ako ga charmuje Ari, on je samo mrtav.
Da, ali ja mislim da on igra na to da je fine da umre. Ako dovoljno potre, on ili Faker bace kombo, a Guma Yushi je tetkica ovde. On je domar, on čisti.
Guma... Što kažeš, možda i nije loše da izgleda je GA sada. Uzme GA, upgradeuje cipele i bukvalno ga neće ubiti niko. Nema leba, ono.
Owner very easily can get access. Carry and Faker already making their way over, and T1 kind of doing to GENG what GENG did to them in game number 3, just slowly choking them out of the game.
Yeah, and the threat for the picks that can come through from T1, but in addition, the poke damage coming out of this Corki has actually been really crucial. That's what kind of pushed GENG, pressured them off of.
Da, ne možeš ti mimo Poppy Corki sve šota. On čak i dode na Guardian treći, on će imati damage-a da bude impact. To je fora.
Kind of whittling down these health bars enough that they could go in and take control.
Completely agree, and it's so frustrating if you're Ruler. You draft this, knowing the core key is already there, expecting probably that it goes into bot lane, although it was technically a flex. You get the early advantages.
Doran otišao Kozmik. Nema phase rush.
Dobro, to je legitimno, to je legitimno.
Da, samo je uzeo Kozmik. Ima Seeker za sljedeći fight, to mu je dovoljno.
Da, to je legit.
Faker već ima zonju, Guma ide RFC, tako da...
Znači, dobro, znamo koji će build biti.
Ništa od GA-a relativno rano.
Fajni upgrade boots, ja mislim da je okej. Doran lepi nječ, samo moraju da nastave da se biju. Renata ulti nije insane, pop ulti giga dobar.
Doran čuva ulti.
Prelepo.
Za kraj.
Ne, jo, Doran, body slam posle ovoga, on je pao, ovo je prelepo bilo i dalje.
Ko je uzeo Atakana? GENG, je li tako?
King će da padne, dobro.
Faker nema flash, ali ima shockwave. Faker nije bacio shockwave tom fight.
And the most important thing is that Faker wasn't there for that fight, right? His TP hadn't come up, so he had to end up walking all the way up to
Faker
Balkan
nije
where
bio
T1 were
tu.
contesting. He was a little bit late there, so they didn't have that kind of shockwave to be able to add on. As you see,
Ne, Faker je fine, Makarmi će da opadne, ali...
here on the map, and it's going to take him a while to get in.
Ko je uzeo Atakana? GENG, je tako? Što oni imaju više ruža.
Ja mislim da je, da. Kombo Kalista sa smajtom. Mislim, sa zelovim smajtom.
Kin je zaustavio body slam, jako lep.
Winning the fight for T1, but instead Ruler gets the reset, he stays alive. Keen happily gives his life because now Alcon goes the way of GENG, but it's not enough of a win, a decisive fight win for GENG. T1 still on the lead, and they currently still sitting on soul point.
You're right, it's not decisive enough, and in fact it's scary, because even when Faker wasn't there and you knock Owner out of the fight entirely, you still lost in terms of raw damage. You lost in the context of champion v champion. You did get the objective, and that is something for GENG, but it's not getting easier.
Yeah, I think it gets really scary, and as we see, even though Canyon had kind of a good start, right, Owner has pretty much like stayed even or almost ahead. He actually did hit 2 items first. He'll be able to contest really, really well, especially when he's able to shut off the lights.
Nema, za 2 itema će biti ključno. To je za 2 minuta 2 itema, šta? Kasno je. Za 2 minuta će biti baš ključan fight. Ako uzmu Ocean, oni su mirni.
Pretty good start for this Zed and Kalista. It's looking really scary for GENG.
I want to highlight as well, Chovy just continually going for these plays. It really reminds me of what Faker did on the Silas, right? The amount of ease and chains he missed didn't end up mattering.
Doran sada nema Seekers, sljedeći fight. Guma ima upgradeovane cipele. Tako da... Faker zonja, pa Kerry i Doran su jedini ono kao ili čuvaš ulti za negde kraj fighta sa Zedom. Baš se pitam kako će igrati Canyon fightove, jako me interesuje.
Zelda, crveni item, to ti je kao Voidstav, samo stick shreduje MR. Jes AP Black Cleaver?
Da.
AP Black Cleaver, ali to fair?
Da.
Tako je najbolje da se objasni.
Really scary, and they've been able to pressure and kind of force GENG to respond, while Faker just takes a free turret on the bot side.
T1 keeping the siege going in mid lane as
AP
well.
Black Cleaver je najbolje objašnjenje.
Really just unafraid of what GENG have. Other than the charm, all of their engage so very telegraphed. And I think it's a good highlight, right? And we've seen Faker expected to be beaten out in mid lane, potentially handedly by Chovy if he was in peak form, but they've just kept putting him on these control mages, and despite the fact that GENG clearly know it's coming, they really just have not been able to break this mid lane open. Is now good initial start to the fight, but there's no follow-up. Doran can't get past the minion line. Doesn't have flash.
Ruler with Terminus, he's strong, but sitting on only half health.
A lot of poke damage onto
Ruler.
Should be able to get them prio.
Interesantno.
Headed towards this top side and onto this Baron.
Ready to kick things off.
Vidjet će ih.
That sliver of health might be the difference. Canyon waiting over the wall. Duro needs a good ulti here. Shockwave into the midst of
Oh my god, on možda nije dovoljno, ja mislim da je... On je nemrtav, oni sad možda nemaju više damage.
Da, vidi, ne, ali njih Baron kaki pozadi. Ovi šiljci, znaš oko biju. Ovo možda bude i dalje dobro za T1. Samo moraju nađu killove, a neće ih naći. Ovo je Tivan mogao da dobije što najjače.
Doran je igra kao, ne znam šta da kažem, ali jako loše, jako igra.
The Rebel Baron power play there for GENG. Can they use it to get back to the Drake in time? Because getting Drake, but giving over...
Doran je trolovao ulti, ja ne znam na koga je on bacio taj ulti. Ja mislim da je bacio ulti umjesto na levu stranu da pomogne Gumi, da je bacio na desnu stranu da gurne Kenyana ili nešto, ne znam šta je uradio. Ali Oner isto, leteo je, nisu mu saigrači bili ni blizu.
Nocturne is back on the board though, and Owner's ult is almost back up.
3 seconds and counting. Shockwave there as well.
Faker nema mane.
Wants to go over the wall, but 50-50 doesn't seem a likely story with Kalista in the game. Instead, GENG take down the Drake, get themselves to 2. T1 still at soul point, but they'll also knock down the mid lane tower, and this is where the Red Bull Baron power play really can start to open up the gold lead for the side of GENG.
Ne, ja iskreno mislim da je bio play da puste Barona, ali možda se boje da puste Barona, jer bi produžili game.
But look at the ult that comes through from Duro that just stalls for so long. They turn onto Owner in a split second, and Ruler is just spearing up behind all of this.
Yeah, the Kalista is able to get all those around.
Sad ovdje gledam šta je Doran uradio sa ultom.
Šta je Gum uradio?
So they did get the combo off, but then again,
a ne, on je samo zriknuo ulti, ok, never mind.
Continuously do damage in this fight, and that ends up being a massive difference maker.
Pa je baš dobio batine. Da su otišli na sol za Barona bilo bi legit, slažem se.
Da.
Slažem se skroz, da. To je legitimno.
Uzmeš sol, pustiš Barona.
I kuliraš.
Mislim, sad je Canyon prilično jak, mislim, 3 itema, da. Čovi ima 3 itema. Guma ima LDR. What?
To mi se ekstremno ne sviđa. Ali ekstremno, mislim, nema armora s druge strane. Ima jedan armor item s druge strane. Ima jakšo. Ali kao ok, nema 2 armor itema s druge strane. A mislim da je ono, bio fazonu ruler će u nekom trenutku napraviti još jedan jakšo pa ide. Juh, kerija.
Da, Canyon sad lomi.
While Ruler is going to end up joining Keen in that mid lane, they're going to try to keep pushing these tier 2 turrets down.
Unfortunately for GENG, even with Nash, their siege isn't great, right? Like, we have, it's very short range. If they can get onto a turret, particularly with Kalista, they can get through it quickly. But you can see T1 have a ton of range wave clear. They're using it very well. Maybe looking for a pick, but T1, they're not going to fall for that.
Important. Gotta do your due diligence.
Jao, i Doran. Šta radi? Oni su vidjeli da jedan ult izlazi i svi su bacili ostalo. Odmah.
Poslije, da, ovo si igra i dalje, Dobro, nemaju brsta za njega. Nema ovdje, ne, ovo ne mogu...
Ne mogu da fajtiju kad je
kako će dajeju, da. Nije, izbacili su Dorana, ali što god i dalje.
Kin prokuje Thunder ili Sky i... Nahilo je se, još su mu radili damage.
Kupio Zili prodo ga, da. Što je...
upitno.
600 golda je bifo, ja mislim, što je jače. Oko 600 golda.
Yeah, really nice base defense from T1, and they're actually still ahead in turrets to GENG, even after that attempted siege. Now, I do believe that Chovy should be able to push in this top wave and probably get that
Oni su ahead u turetima, a top lane turet još nije pao. Ja dunem na njega, on padne.
You can see kind of how when these
Nema
competitions
nikakve
go
veze.
up against each other in that situation, it's so hard for GENG to
Super, imaju jedan turet više. To znači da ih pobjede zahvaljujući tome. Da prvi turet na topu imaju više.
No, minut 20 pa opet fight oko Sola, ako Sol dobiju onda mogu da igraju. FF, postoji pravilo da nema FF-a, to je jedino pravilo.
Pa mi radimo s ocrtanim, možemo li da ne radimo to više? Hvala vam.
Mogu olovke da se oduzmu našim dragim kolegama, hvala lepo.
Therefore, really the entire roster. Ruler just now finishing his Jack show, so he's actually very beefy. Serpent's Fang for Canyon. Look at Chovy now also having his arm guard available. A flanking ward.
Poz Alexa, poz.
Chovy ready to go, looking for Faker. He goes golden, instantaneous reaction.
Wow, Faker instant zonjo bacio.
Excellent ulti coming in from Doro, but it doesn't do too much. Chovy ready to go over the wall one more time, but he's warded out this time. T1 already.
Samo što je to jako dobro za
Ovdje mora flash out. Sad su full health, odličan redemption da nastave tempo.
The threat of these Chovy charms is huge, and you saw even there where Doran kind of tried to get in, tried to separate. GENG had the perfect response. That Renegade
T1 igraju kao igraju kao amateri kada nemaju vision. Jako ne znaju da igraju. Nevjerovatno da niko nije stavio jedan ward tamo u taj Raptor pit pre nego što je Chovy se teleportovao.
Tied up soul point to soul point.
Oh, and Doran, that play onto Ruler, if there is slightly earlier follow-up and Ruler doesn't get the flash, that wins him the game. That's just the end right there. They're able to get soul, they're probably able to get Baron off of that as well, but Ruler survives, and GENG looking at another Baron.
5 seconds on Doran, has TP available but no flash. Guma with flash, Faker with flash. They have tools, they can just find the angle.
Doveli su Dorana, ali je bilo do greške u managementu. Oni su htjeli Zevsa, ali Zevs htio malo više para. Oni su bili u fazonu hoćemo da ga platimo, nećemo. I bili su u fazonu kao realno Zevs je dobar, ajde hoćemo. I javili su i kao je Zevsa plaćamo, ti Zevsa menadžer rekao ljudi, ali mi smo već prihvatili Hanmine pare. Tako da miskomunikacija je dovela dotle da je Zevs otišao Hanmu. Hanmu gledamo u sredu sljedeće nedelje. Tako da eto, to je good stuff.
Because I imagine the players are feeling the same way. Baron is up now. T1 most likely screaming in comms to try and find some opportunity there. Don't forget that this engage is still great.
Da će biti streamer streama. Pa vidjet ćemo. Možda u nekom trenutku.
They can just start up that objective. Try and bring us to a game 5 in that classic T1 fashion, but it feels like GENG at this
dalje deluje
just
jako
read that play too many times, and I think that's why
kao da
T1
niko ne može ubiti.
There are so many beefy targets on GENG,
Pop je,
right?
da,
Even
Pop je malo
with the
tinky.
build he's gone for Chovy is actually very hard to kill. Same for Keen. Arguably even Ruler if he gets to stack up that Terminus.
Malko tanky.
Can be a tough target to take down. Doran, Faker.
Da ekipa to se desi. Pa vidi. Uvek su te stvari sa pregovorima i s parama dirljive. Pogotovo kada ono hoće, neće. Ali da, Doran evo opet Griffovo ulti, stanovan, uhvaćen, šotovan.
Ajde, molim te, nemoj mi to raditi, please. Imaj me milosti, molim te prema meni.
Doran,
Aj, jao.
Koga je šopio već on nazad? Oli, Doran, imaju...
Nevjerovatno je da su svi dalje živi, ali GENG ima barona, ovaj barona. Ni Faker nema TP. Dobro, Faker je full HP, Doran ima TP. On može dodati da se nahiluje, ali... Bez shockwave-a...
Objective getting lower. All D there. Spell shield there. I can't get into the pit. They cannot find it. Keen continuing to walk up. Canyon secures it with the smite. Ruler knocked back for a moment and down.
Doran je samo apsolutno...
Da, baš grifa.
Baker does not want to give them the chance to back to reset. Combo is almost available again. Wants to keep the fight going. GENG.
Da, oni će ladno dobiti Nocturne Oriana combo opet.
T1 if they bet wrong here with the wave already pushing it could cost them the game. Vision. Canyon threatening. Shadows out.
Guma nema W. Nema Valkyrie više. Tako da... A Faker ga je ispalio.
Ne, on će da povuče Poppy. Da njega ubio bar. Smanje malo pressure, to je još i okej, da.
Samo moraju da paze na Canyona. Doran je samo ono propao pod pritiskom, bukvalno je čovjek samo ono ugasio se.
Loše.
Ne može da se sastavi trenutno lik. Ide iz greške u grešku, bukvalno.
Ali nevjerovatno je da čovjek koji u stvari ima dosta iskustva, igra u stvari mnogo odličnih ekipa.
have been so long. How many people actually, like 2 throughout the entire sequence?
We keep looking at it, expecting it to be this pick into kills for the side of GENG or this perfect combo for T1, but because these ultis aren't connecting on
Edge of Night je tu, Zonja je tu, Jackstraw, Guardian, ma ne može ni Nocturne Oriana kombo sada im pomogne ništa. Kao da ih čankuje možda.
Could end up being massive if they can keep him alive.
His flash as well. That's now going to be up. There's also Edge of Night for Canyon, both offensive and defensive, so strong. Allow you to go way deeper into the backline. And T1 do not have vision control. They barely have control of their own jungle. As we can see, here is where the vision line ends.
Observers beautifully
highlighting. To jest Ocean Soul će biti jako big.
Donaće će domreti.
T1 with their backs against the wall. They do not want to give up this Ocean Soul. It is match point for GENG.
Canyon je bacio 3E u tom jednom Shadow. Strašno.
Canyon, that's a lot of damage. They are not using the Baron buff though. There is no threat towards the turrets. They're not side laning, not wanting to run the risk in the Nocturne.
Kako noge? Pa držim se, okej. Ne znam ni koliko sam prešao, što je najjače. Jedino sam na pauzi malo odmarao, iskreno. Još sam u papučama, mrzalo me patike da obuvam. Da hodam u papučama, prešao sam 15.000 koraka u papučama.
Samo troluje svaki fight. Ode oner na Trovija koji je Ari sa ultom i zonjom. Šta se dešava?
Mislim da je probao da ga preba.
Ovo je možda dovoljno, ovo je možda okej, Canyon je umro. To im je ogroman damage. Ostao takeover. Promašio sve.
Nema, da. Ovo će da se skine dok on dođe do saigrača.
Čovi. Faker. Faker nema zonju. Doran not able to find it je bukvalno ovaj čitav game. Ne može čovjek da se pronađe u ovom gameu.
The healing from this Ocean Soul is so big.
TP back in though. Faker on the way. Keen needs to find a way out. Fear there.
Dobro.
Dobar ulti.
To the team and now Doro and Ruler have to make all the difference. But Honor finds the reset. He's into the back line. It's him versus Ruler. But Ruler just takes it. They have to keep him running. They have to take him out of the equation. T1 should just finish it here.
Ne može pobiti.
Ne, stižeš ga. Flasha se zašto ima Guardian. Ovdje ako umre, gubi GA, da. Doomed boys, doomed.
Ne mogu oni da završi.
2 čoveka, Canyon će da uleti šota, nekog izleti, možda neće. Hoće da ubije wave, ali nema Zed. Ne može Zed. Ne može Zed.
A ne mogu njih dvojici sami. 15.000 damage uradio guma, šta? Soul. Neće, ne mogu da završi. Nema leba.
Skela, guma skela.
And in this, I want everyone to be watching the Guma damage, right? The damage coming out of this Corki.
Kuma sad ima LTR, a njemu neironično više odgovara Mortal.
Sad da. Ali moguće da nije račun da će doći do sola. Možda ga i swapa kada dođe do full builda, ko zna. Ne bi me čudilo, iskreno.
Možda ga sad swapuje, čak mislim da možda čak sad play, iskreno.
Ako ima golda, value mu je sigurno na swapa. Ali vidjet ćemo, ne znam da li je dokle stigao.
Opting into this fight and T1 slow playing it beautifully.
Yeah, they slow play it, and again, when they get separated, right, they're able to take down Chovy in the MasterCard priceless moment of the game.
MasterCard priceless moment of the game.
Hvala ti.
Extra MasterCard priceless moment of the game. Hvala.
Koliko je snažan ruler.
It ended up being disastrous for GENG.
Definitely is.
Obožavam kada vidim MasterCard priceless moment partije, ljudi moji.
Da.
Skoro je cool kao Mercedes-Benz kada ga vozite na ulici.
Mercedes-Benz, EVC, šta god još nešto.
Oppo Secret Lab Verizon, besplatan iPhone 16.
Red Bull Baron Powerplay. To nije, ja sam pomislio da je to kako se zove guma. I bio sam u fazonu, okej, Guma je gotovo, oni su gubili game. Guma ima shield.
Chovy rather keeps looking for these plays, but now Cryo on Baron for GENG, and the ultimate for Owner is gone.
Shockwave.
Yeah, that's huge. Shockwave is
from
still
Faker
up.
can be big. Taking his time, waiting for the angle as GENG just descend on the objective. They know they have the advantage if it comes down to it. Contempt for the weak, the passive for the Zed. The E from the Callisto should finish it. Zed is Keen picked off.
Okay, actually Keen je...
GENG desperate to burst to the objective. 6K, lower and lower. It should be impossible for Owner, but he might be able to make it happen. No, GENG get it.
Ali Guma. Gle damage, gle damage. Gle damage Korkija. Gle damage Korkija.
Faker ima
Choice s ovim buildom healer.
Nema. Owner došao u ulti. Kvadra kill Guma.
Šta ona priča?
Moja prijateljica Emily se pogubila malo.
Moram nešto da kažem da naglas nakon ovog play-by-playa i verovatno niko neće da sluša šta sam tačno rekla. Ako to kažem sad, dovoljno hajpa. Provat? Doran bio 6. GENG igrač ovaj game, u pola fajtova. Bro, what the fuck? Šta je ona rekla? Šta je ona lupila, jadna moja? Jadna moja, šta je ona izgovorila, Aj, ja.
What do you mean? Ajmo da ne radimo ovo. Šta vi pričate, Doran?
Doran je bio dead.
Oni gledali 90% game-a. Ili su samo ugasili ekran?
Baš je bio detriment. A Guma Yushi, razumeš, 3 kosmo diska, nije mu dobro koliko je izneo partiju i ova kao, da, Doran je bio... Bro, Guma je sam dobio, nije sam dobio ovaj game, ali ima onog jednog fajta kod Barona kad su ga malo isping-pongovali, Guma je preneo fajtove.
Evo ga Doranov play. Promašio je body slam i je bacio ulti. Super, onda je ovdje bacio ulti, nije pogodio nikoga. Odlično.
Detrimental. A Guma, razumiješ, vidi, nisam promašio bure. Detrimental. Iskreno detrimental, velika reč na engleskom jeziku, da se objasni Gragas koji ništa nije radio. Pa jeste, da, mislim da je tu negdje. Ja ne znam što su ovi gledali sve. Da, ja ne moram što pričaju.
Although it was my bad that I queued up, the other one is in the mid lane. That long extended fight, and I do want to say before we see this, there were so many fights that were there were so many intricacies that I feel like
Šok bomba, iskreno.
Likuša me, ja sam CC Lockon bio tu. Znači, razbudila me, sad ne moram da spavam večeras.
A znaš šta najgore? Kakav narativ oni prave? Jesu oni gledali Gumu, ovaj game? Ovaj lik je juče gađao piletinom ovu Lauru, ja ne znam što on priča uopšte.
Da.
T1 able to claw back, even losing the Ocean Soul there was nuts. And GENG went with a very risky draft. I mean, they came out with
ja sam u šoku šta sam video i čuo ovdje iskreno.
So hard to say the least here at MSI.
Ne, detrimental za moje moždano stanje je bio, ne znam. 16.000, prešao sam 11.000 koraka u papučama, by the way. Lagani sliders OP.
And even Ruler, one of, if not the best Callisto player in the world, started with First Blood, still can't make it work.
Čiju, ljudi razbudili nas i chat.
Taj.
To ovaj play. Odlično.
Wonderful.
And this was after
Kad su bili Kalisto sa...
and T1 knew we lost
Ovo je baš bilo jako dobro kad su bili 4 na 3.
He TP's back in at full health and everyone else's job on T1
Kad spawn, ma nemam pojma.
Ari 2-8, Kalista 0-10, Renata 0-7.
Help it. The Kalista win rate is in the dumpster. It's in the garbage. 0-10. And Renata, by the way, by his side, can also not win a game.
I mean, if Ruler can't win with First Blood, getting gifted to him that early on, this pick is trash.
Yeah.
Get it out of there.
You can see how tough it was when they had Baron, they had push, they had a huge lead, and they couldn't siege.
Yeah.
They tried to angle for a dive on bot lane, they couldn't do it. They tried
Da
to siege on
budem,
bot lane or try and get something on mid.
ne znam, spava na smenu Derilko, tako da ne mogu da garantujem.
Honestly, I mean, it kind of
Chat ludiste, apsolutno.
with this comp, no?
Yeah, I mean, I think T1 had heavily outdrafted them. We did have a Baron fight, if we can look back at that. I'm not sure if we do have that clip ready, where things kind of went wrong for T1.
Da, samo da im ja kad kreće ovaj sljedeći game, da mogu da odem AFK, odlično, 8 minuta les draft. Ja sam otišao AFK.
Dobro,
Mare, AFK baš. Idemo 8 minuta pauze pa se vraćamo. Ljudi, uživajte u Mastercard, Mercedes-Benz, Verizon, Opera, svašta nešto reklame.
This is, I think, really the only way GENG can realistically win a fight.
Yes.
Because that's where the bailout comes through. You spend all your damage on one target. There's the bailout. There's the hostile takeover. There's the turnaround. Because that buys space for Chovy and Canyon to work their magic when everything is already spent on the Kalista. When they slow play the fights, the options are so incredibly limited for GENG. And I think once T1 got a little bit more comfortable with that, we saw them do that even with Soul being given over. They played it more slowly. They looked for poke. They waited for great engages when people were already low, and that allowed them to do it. And I think we just have to talk about this Chovy quote that we had at the start of the day here. Chovy talking about how he's played against Faker so many times. Because I've faced Faker so many times, I know how to play against him. And when you look at the
2023.
exactly August 11, 2023, and now we can pull up the record since then between these two players. Almost a 90% win rate in series. The only series that T1 won against them since then was international. Last year, World Semifinals, 3-1 T1 take it. They are now on the precipice of once again being able to knock them down. It's the international magic.
Yes, because can I remind people what we thought about T1 before that World Championship last year? They're not going to recover. They won't be as good. They definitely can't beat GENG. They won the whole thing, Raz. And I feel like these are the kind of things that probably start popping up in your brain if you're on the other side, if you're Chovy, if you're GENG, right? Even though this is the winner's match, no one goes home. But I feel like in the coach reactions, you see how much this means to these teams.
Because they will feel like this is the finals to them, right? They feel like everything, this means everything. And like, if you already talked about the last time they played against each other at Worlds, the excuses you can make at that time was like, you know, Lehens at the time wasn't having a good tournament.
Look at the Corky damage, oh my God.
Ridiculous. And going back to your point, Azel, just like how they should have been playing these comps and how they rushed it at the Baron. They also rushed it. There was one time in mid lane where they thought they could flash Gragas take a pick on Kalista and completely flashed out. And you went right into GENG's trap of being able to play fights like these now that Kalista can start hitting.
Yeah, I mean, Guma playing it really well, utilizing that range advantage, you know, was constantly landing poke. But, you know, the end of the day, GENG are going to feel the pressure because you're facing the final boss. You're facing Faker. This guy, you always have to be able to get past him if you want to win something.
Yeah, every time Ruler is like walking into a semi-dangerous situation, he's like, why do I hear boss music? what the hell's going on? And I think
you gotta check your closet for Faker every morning. Make sure.
But I do think those are the kind of things that play, and even if you have a long and storied career, and we can go down the line of a couple. We already touched on Doran. He was instrumental in bringing them to Game 5. We talked about Faker versus Chovy, but on the other side, Ruler has had a stellar series. He just had to pick the Kalista.
Yeah, I think Ruler and Canyon have barely stepped a foot wrong this entire series. They have been incredible, but Raz, it's Game 5. You said you wouldn't flip, but can I interest you in this man?
Not right now. I gotta stay by my word, and I trust GENG. I think they were doing quite well with an impossible comp, it felt like. So I'm sticking to my guns.
Does T1 have it?
I don't know. Okay.
It is electric in here every time T1 win a fight, but GENG aren't gonna let it bother them. They have their eye on the prize, but honestly, it's anyone's game. Once and again, is T1 really that inevitable, or will Chovy shut the door?
Why are you stronger? What makes you stronger? What is this? Give me this.
GENG just descend on the objective. They know they have the advantage if it comes down to it. The 10 for the weak, the passive for the Zed. The E from the Callisto should finish it. But instead it's Keen picked off. Eyes on Faker again with the shockwave. GENG desperate to burst through the objective. 6K, lower and lower. It should be impossible for Owner, but he might be able to make it happen. No, GENG get it, and Ruler's running rampant. Or they can't get in the backside. Ruler on dodge. Double kill for T1. Objective down in GENG's favor, but again, the cost is too high. Guma stands tall, Doran on the chase. Chovy golden, but headed to silver, and it's the Quadra.
And welcome back to Vancouver, ahead of Game 5 between GENG and T1. The atmosphere is absolutely electric here in the venue, and I want to know what the fans think. Why do you think GENG is gonna win?
Because I believe in the Church of Chovy.
Now, why do you think T1 is gonna win?
Because Faker is the goal!
Casters, over to you for this Game 5.
Both things can be true, and that's what's scary. And here we are, Game 5. I will say though, as much as I do still think that regardless of what happens in this series, Chovy's the best individual player in the world, I cannot think of anyone I would want to match up against in a Game 5 less than Faker.
Yep. Yeah. Really, everything that we've seen thus far, I think there's been so much talk going into the series. What was going to be the matchups that were going to be big? What was going to be the matchups that were underperforming going in? I really don't think any of it has mattered, because what this series has brought us instead is so many fights that were on the very knife of either team just straight up losing the game outright. And what we saw in the game number 4 was electric. And all I ask for, and I'm sure everyone's with me on this one, get me, it doesn't have to be as good as Game 4. Just get me half of that in Game 5. Because we've had, I've been there. We had a lot of Game 5 oopsies.
Yeah, I was going to say Game 5 and Fearless. I know a lot of people are seeing it now at MSI, but you and I have seen it watching LCK and LPL. Sometimes things got a little funky in draft, you know, in Game 5, and when one team composition gets ahead, they just kind of end up steamrolling. So I too would also not want to see that, because again, these two teams know each other so well. You can tell how familiar they are with each other. It's been punch after counterpunch after counterpunch. It's just been so entertaining. So please give us that as well in Game 5.
100%. But now there's so much pressure on the players and the coaching staff as we get closer to picks and bans powered by Omen and HyperX to dig deep into those champion pools, to not be caught, to not get blindsided by a niche option or counter pick. This is what's terrifying about Fearless, is you need to come in just as fresh for Game 5 as you did for every other one. And you're right, so often it does come down to that little draft gap, a composition that's much more easily executed or stronger on paper.
Renekton, still available. Going to be one of the picks that I'm going to be looking toward with so many of its counters. Hard or soft, you know, the Ornn, the Gragas already taken off the board. The Yorick taken off as well. And I'm going to go back as well to that mid lane.
Ljudi moji,
because Faker,
skripta nikad nije failala.
of his clutch moments has been
Pa zašto bi krenula da faila sad?
recent era on a lot of different champions.
Game broj 5, 20k koraka, 5. game, best of 5, 3-2 skor, 6 puta sam rekao istu stvar jer sam umoran, ali u ovom trenutku je nebitno ko dobije. Iskreno. Nebitno je.
The big thing for me,
Bukvalno je nebitno.
80 mid laners, AP junglers. Jungle pool also heavily
Koliko kasni dugo?
Ništa, pa evo, taman smo ušli u draft, lagana priča.
Taman onda ja lepo da jedem normalno. A možeš kameru.
A, hoćeš da usim kameru, šta?
Da.
A, ma važi. Sve može.
Yone, but then also I'm looking at an Akali or a Sylas, right? That kind of matchup. These two are super comfortable
prošli
with.
put sam uzeo nešto malo, samo da jedem kao bit će ovo brzo gotovo, međutim sad već rekao moram da uzmem ozbiljno nešto.
Out of this series. You got your wish, Dracos. Congratulations.
Well, to be fair, the Kalista haters are the real winners in this series. I think.
Honestly,
okay, that game is not on Kalista though. Let's be real here now.
But did she win?
No, she did not.
Sve je banovano, sve je banovano.
Što
Što načela, mišljam da li da sednem ovaj 5. game i da gledam kod čovek, mislim da je to play. 16 koraka, da, ja spuštam ovaj 7, to je play. Ko dobio još iskreno, ali Ali dosta. Za jedno večer. Tako da skinut ću sluške, gledam što se događa i piksam.
Taj je mid pick u Auroru sada. On je Lisin. Pop je banovana, to je dobro. Canyon and Nidalee. I onda AD na topu.
And then Chovy having the more diverse pool and more spread across 23 picks to Faker's 18. But as you pointed out, that R5 for Keria goes so hard.
Ooh.
And here we see the Silas locked in for Faker.
And again, speaking of clutch players, not wanting to play, Faker, Silas, game 5, it just hits different. And Chovy is a terrifying Aurora, but if they can't shut Faker down, we know what he's capable of.
We'll see, because as Emily highlighted, GENG have been willing to flex this Aurora towards top.
To nije nemoguće da bude i ovo finale. Ja sam stavio da će AL biti u finalu. Kao Canyon Nidalee, ja mislim da je to play. Mislim da je to play i AD top. Da ne bi bili previše AP heavy na topu, no nemaju.
Okay, the thing is, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. You talked about how close some of these games could be, how they could be balanced on a knife's edge. There's a Nidalee and a Lee Sin, now potentially Renegade. This game will come down to early skirmishes. If one team finds a lead, they will run over the opposition.
Ovo je pravo.
And there we see the blind
Kako
pick
sve znam, a?
for Keen.
Baš sam lud.
I do have to point out, Chovy has played it in mid.
It was exactly this.
Sad pitanje šta Doran igra. Mislim
mentioning that one in draft.
Ima li još neki tank koji nije igran? Malfit. Gnar. Atrox je bio isto open. Ambessa.
One of the craziest 1v2s that we saw in their series at the road to MSI popped off in an insane manner.
Shen je mogo biti.
Dobio sam Canyon Nidalee. A ja sam srećen.
Oner Lisin.
Doneo sam, dobio si ti šta si teo, ja šta sam teo, dobio sam i Dunju da jedem, a ja.
Honestly, from both sides.
Yeah. And he can play anything. As we see, the Nautilus removed was kind of expecting that. Wasn't sure.
Ovo je winners bracket finale.
But he remains on
to jest izvini, da, winners bracket finale. Da, nije grand final, nego winners bracket finale, dobro sam rekao.
And we're out of engaged supports now. So last game where we saw how little CC options there were, how scrappy the fights could become, we're set up to see the same again because there's
Ajna jede voće, Mare uzeo mesa od juče i sira i paradajza. Neko jede zdravo, drugi jede da se ugoji malo.
Šta fali, meso, sir, paradajz isto zdravo?
Jete? Ali opet, Sajni to nije dozvoljeno da jede.
Što nije?
Ja sam ja tako rekao. Šta ćeš sad?
Nisam to očekivao. Osim ako meso nisu čvarci, a sir nije kajmak, kapiram da si okej, Mare. Mislim da si okej.
Still a decent amount of 80 carries left on the pool. A lot of utility options gone. Ash, something that was really successful last year. Aggressive though. Is the name of the game. Okay. Just when I think we can't go any more all in, they find a way to do it.
And a pick that goes back.
Borno, dakle mi 2 Nutella više, sve sam pojeo kiflice već koje sam doneo kući. Dao sam mojima da jedu, pojeli su šta su mogli, ja sam pojeo sve ostalo. Ostalo je 10.
Against GENG. Didn't end up winning back then. Has since obviously transformed into a completely different, as we get Ruler Jinx on the flip side, might be Jinx Lulu, which to me would also set up for that pike on carry on Fiverr, and those two
Draven obećava.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, if it's a Jinx Enchanter, especially the Lulu, I definitely see the R5.
We talked about the importance of bot lane Prio. We know how important it'll be to shut down Guma. As long as he's stacking up Adoration, it will be a bigger threat to Tom Kench.
More safety, trying to keep Ruler safe. Late game insurance, 100%. Right there.
They see how committed T1 are to the early to mid game, and they say if we can weather the storm.
Let's see it.
He's debating, still considering. Fantastic to the shield from Tom Kench.
U stvari može. Ovaj game može. Ovaj game može.
And again, I can't talk about this bot lane enough. In terms of how they like to play.
Zdex support, to još nisam video.
He's gonna walk in Pike. Yes!
Pike it is!
Ovaj game može, ovaj game može.
We haven't seen a second of gameplay yet, and this is already
I'm so excited.
a banger.
Oh, it's Renegade in Italy for GENG. Chovy on a pick that should be able to generate pressure in lane. And while obviously Ruler and Duro need to get for early game, the range advantage, if they can play around the pike, can maybe get them through. And then on the flip side, T1, it is basically full melee. If they can get Guma ahead early, what does GENG actually do? Because taking down this Draven when there were so much other threats on the map, not going to be easy. And I'm not going to lie, I'm not feeling great about it not being a one-sided game, because either of these two compositions, if the Nidalee gets ahead, if the Renekton gets ahead, versus if Pyke runs the Rift,
all in.
All in, baby!
We've seen it before. Again, Carius Pyke, legendary on that
Jer je možda jedini čovjek kome verujem na Pyke-u.
I mean, the thing about two teams like this, two teams who have so much history, is that it's always set up for these iconic picks. Now, Vancouver, listen up as we go into game. We're going to take something from our friends at the LCK. Chronicler and Emily are going to lead you through Team Chance. It's very simple. They're going to say a team name. They're going to say 1, 2, 3 in Korea. You shout that team name fighting.
Oni kastuju ovu, Chronicle i Emily, kastuju 5. game.
They already know the deal. We really need to hit this. We need to let the players on stage know they're at home here in Vancouver.
GENG! Hana! Dul! Set!
Kako ih ga ispale.
Objasnite publici šta trebaju da rade, molim vas.
Great job, Vancouver. You nailed it. Woo! Keep that energy high. It's game 5, baby. Oh, and fighting wasn't enough. We need the team.
Ne, samo imaju previše T1 fanova. Nije čak ni GENG da, nego jednostavno svi su T1 fanovi. Tako i treba. To su ljudi koji znaju šta treba.
Slažem se, apsolutno.
Hedgehog gleda 220.000 ljudi. Gledajte. Ali Sajna ovdje svih 600 zna imenom i prezimenom. Kad ćete to dobiti od Hedgehoga? On nema pojma koga gleda.
Ovo se ne boli.
Bukvalno. On vas gleda kao novčiće s nama. A Sajna vas gleda kao porodicu.
Samo kao broj. Samo još plus 1 viewer. Da. Ja sam drugačiji, chat. Meni je stalo.
The respective lanes under this split map to survive. Pressure on Ruler and Duro to whether that's pressure on the outside for Doran to whether that's if that's where Canyon wants to go. For now though, it seems he's more content to fight for these early camps.
Jer ne dobija 1 na 1.
Ja ne znam, ja ću sa mojim viewerima da gledam film u subotu. Nisam vidio da Kedrel radi Netflix i chill sa njegovim viewerima. Šta? Ko je to rekao?
Da, bukvalno.
Ko je to rekao?
Ja ću reći.
A super cheeky gank, so
redite svojim viewerima.
Kao pred spavanje bajke, kako čitaje, tako ja čitam Reddit. Pričam o dramama na Balkanu i sve to. Sve ispoštujem, to nema nigde. Emka, hvala ti, brate moj. Hvala, brate, hvala porciju, da padne level 1. Evo, moram da ostavim sad ovo dole. A ne ide mi se sad kad je počeo game. O? Ok.
On ga je konektovao sa...
Da, i level Canyon je level 2, a on je level 3. Sad, predict Q. Ne moram, on zna, on je čuo kuda farmuje.
On je samo bolji.
W aura.
Oner je majstor. Došao je iza, umjesto da ide kroz mid, kako sam ja video.
Canyon dying early on in this game. A big lead in the jungle and a rough start for GENG.
And if he gets ahead on this Lee Sin, Oner is so, I mean, both of these junglers, but Oner's Lee Sin is known. It's so good
Lik je se čuvao kuda nastavi da farmuje, onako nonšalantno je bio u fazonu kao... Ova Nidalee je deo mog jungle pettinga, razumeš? Tu sam prolazio, bio nju nastavio dalje.
getting ahead early on this could be huge for T1.
Would be devastating.
Respect.
Although T1 and GENG both have managed to find their way out of these early game deficits. But Carry is in the mid lane to flap through the Q. It's flawless. It's not enough to find the Q, but it might be if they can get a bit more.
Čovi, jako lepo input.
Can be a flash for flash trade, but do note owner might be looking. Chovi's low.
Chovi's low, and most importantly,
Owner
Doran TP
might be
to
looking.
the spot side. Almost as soon as he could, right?
Na drugo,
Area is
ne dođe ne
unleashed
ide.
on the map. That's what this bot lane prio gives you, already being a menace towards Chovy in that mid lane.
Credit to Carrier. E-flash, channeling the Q as the E comes through. It's actually perfect. Can be tricky to pull off, but Chovy, again, has to burn the flash, but holds on to his life crucially. However, that is the start of what could be a difficult situation for GENG, especially as Thor seems unafraid to walk up in the
Doran je level 5, Ruler je level 3. Ni dvojice ne mogu da ga dobiju.
Hasn't bought anything, and so is just a bit weaker. Doesn't have the damage to really threaten.
Is also Jinx. Unfortunately for Ruler, not quite the damage that a Draven will be finding early, and T1 just snowballing these lanes.
Oh.
In these small moments, they can feel like a snowball in a game number 5 like this. As the turtle port comes through here from Keen, will be able to make his way back to this wave, but not gonna have the most fun. As because of that cancel, I think, Keen felt obliged to teleport to top to just get some of this. And we see now Ruler alone with a Cole walking towards a level 6 Doran, and Lee's in the bot side as well.
Ruler alone with the Cole.
Investing so heavily
Zvuči kao horror
in their
pitch.
early game. GENG wanting to leave their options open, wanting to have the late game insurance of the Jinx, but it just, this is not the stage of the game where it gets to impact, where it gets to do anything, and T1 are taking full advantage of that.
And once again, we see them start that Drake stacking early.
And you're level 4. They're a member down.
Doran je level 6.
Ult stolen.
Pike on the way as well. They can't contest this.
Okay. Should just get taken out. Canyon might throw a cheeky spear, but it just won't matter. Drake over to the side of T1 on top of the gold lead they've already amassed. They're running the early game.
And for GENG, it now becomes how much can they weather, right? Like how much can they give up to T1 in this early game to potentially be able to get this Jinx online?
Looks like Doran did use the ult to go all in there.
Yeah, I was about to say, Ruler walking up like that, I'm like, whew,
yeah,
that is scary, even with the sum still up, only sitting on a Colt. There might still be a dive towards bot lane.
Ulti. Wants to
Good
get the
owner.
poke down, wants to get the reset. Owner waiting in the darkness. Q barely not hitting. Sonic Wave won't find its mark as Ruler just continues to do what he can on the bottom side. Stacking the coal, taking time,
Barely
and
not
he's going to need
hitting.
a lot of that
Nije ni bilo ni blizu, ali
Especially
okej.
as Guma is also stacking the Draven.
Reci mi ti kolega kad upalim,
It's going to be such a
pošto...
massive gold lead.
Dobro, brzo, ja se trudim da što pre ovo
Važi,
pojede.
ne, lagano, tamo samo ti polako, nego ja kao generalno...
I do think that Jinx in this
Da
composition
te podsjetim s vremena na vreme.
Da, ne, razmišljam ja o tome definitivno, tako da, sve okej. Možda je rano, / kasno, kako god da gledamo, ali mi smo ipak najjači ovdje.
To je istina.
Nama mozak radi bolje nego kolegama.
Mi smo definitivno najjači. Sve je bilo dobro dok nisi na kraju završio sa...
Moram da bacim malo bentera sa njima. Malo da ih izazovemo, da vidimo šta će reći oni na to.
Realno, mogu da dođu, rekli smo, 2 na 2 u bilo čemu, 2 na 2 oni biraju. Nebitno, sinhronizovano plivanje dobijamo ih.
Slice brings Keen in, Dice will take him right out, and T1 continue the pressure on the top side, and this is, you pointed out well, in that skirmish. But T1 have Prio on top side. They're fighting for Prio in mid lane, and it means that Owner can start this objective uncontested. GENG cannot find that early skirmish.
Even if Canyon looks for something on the spot side, he is going to get spotted out by that ward on the invade. They have TK.
Možda mogu da ga dajem, mogu da ga kulaju dok ne dođe on, kad onda dođe mogu da razmišljaju. A mogu bi spustiti mikro, se čujem bolje.
A jao, Doran uzeo kill.
Carry je mrtav.
Draven je cash-inovao.
Ja sam predikcije da se dao pre početka današnjeg dana. I predikcija je...
Duro goes down. Canyon doesn't get the gold he so desperately needs, and Doran just watches them leave. Flash in hand. And 1.7k gold lead now for T1. The snowball that, with their composition, is a prerequisite, is fully coming through.
Guma getting so much money on that cash out. 870 looks like it. Of course, at this point in the game, you have to feel for the members of GENG. You have to stay strong in a game like this. You have to hold on to the mental. And how many times have we seen Chovy in these clutch moments watch the map fall apart around him?
Recently, though, GENG have been brought to a number of Game 5s and able to persevere. We saw it domestically. We saw it...
Mislim, Kanva je bila 2-0 protiv GENG-a.
Actually, that matchup
Pa su ih reverse sweepovali.
Well. But as everyone knows, if you watch any League of Legends, T1 are a different beast, particularly with Doran playing the way that he has been. The early snowball for Guma and Carrier.
What do you mean, Doran playing the way he has been? Čovjek je...
Zbunjeni su malo. Ali iskreno...
Na narativ.
Emily Chronicle, neću lagati za... Ja se nadam ako bude ovo veliko finale, oni neće kastovati. No flame naravno. No flame. Ali dajte mi Captain Flowersa I Kobija, please. Hvala.
And in this attempt to kind of be able to get Ruler online with this Jinx, right? This Renekton has now had no prio, is getting set behind, where Doran turned around his dive into a kill for himself, and is just kind of vibing in bot, right? Like, and yes, this Jinx could be in a better position than if she had faced off against the Pyke, against the Draven, right? But this also costs GENG a lot to be able to swap out of that natural prio that they would have had with this Renekton.
It's also big that when you look at the setup, Duro tried to go for a W because what else do they have? Like you need to set up for an Italy spear. The CC isn't actually there. Ruler tried with the trap.
Zašto je Dora na bot? Beži od Renektona, mislim, generalno te meče pro ligi ne želiš da igraš. Ambessa outscala Renektona, ali na početku partije ima baš problema da igra s njim.
Despite everything you tried to do, it just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, he's about half a level, and now Owner is potentially
Još sad ako ga ubiju, ali može Okino krenuti. Ima Dominus. Ok, never mind, mnogo rano je. Ne, jako lepo dajbuju.
And the side waves exploding for GENG. T1 take whatever they want on the map. I don't even know if GENG can really contest for this dragon here. Looks like they also don't think so. Ambessa, a matchup that is supposed to eventually do well. You know, at some point you'll be able to outskill. They're getting a turret at 12 minutes in.
Well, again, that's what happens when you don't stick.
Mislim, vidjeli smo ti i ja smo bukvalno gledali šta Ambessa radi kad je nafidana. Gledali smo Canon na Ambessi protiv Koja.
Or the Aurora in this attempt to kind of bridge the gap for this Jinx to even
get into the game. Pikema.
Oh my god.
Wow. Dobro, da, opet je lepo. Ja moram da pogledam moje pikeme.
Again fishing for the angle. Q ready to go. Ulti stolen. Won't find the connection onto Chovy. Good steal from Ruler.
Kako funkcioniše sad?
Tough for him to walk out without Duro beside him.
That ends up being a pretty big steal because it does stop this Drake stacking where T1 could potentially force GENG to kind of have to fight them at Drake. They can, if they're still in a really rough spot, give up next Drake, try to farm the waves as they push in. Let's see the steal again.
Actually crazy.
Yeah.
Ja, nije dobro tajmovao. Mislim, Lee Sin ima taj kao... ono manje više zagarantovan objektiv da ukrade, da uzme, ali samo ga nije dobro odradio Owner. Štet? Mislim, dobro za GENG.
I do want to reiterate again, this Ambessa is 1k up.
Yep, pretty strong. Carry and Duro trading blows, it doesn't mean much. You're pretty happy with that as Guma's just going to go all in on Ruler here under the tower. Tom Kench might try to come in. Good traps from Ruler. That's crucial. He doesn't have the rocket though. 3 seconds. Guma. Global of his own. Trying to sidestep. Ruler might get caught, but on the top side it's Dorn versus Keen. Going all in. Level 10 to level 10.
Znaš da je mogo da ga pusti. Mogu ga pusti se vrati.
Lane explosive. No kills coming through.
And GENG, they're just trying to hold on. The promised land where maybe Ruler can do something.
Canyon dolazi.
Canyon has looked better on Italy in team fights than any player we know, but I think his early pick was what really started the snowball here, right? Because Owner was ahead on tempo from the very beginning. Being out on tempo meant that the Pike alone might not be able to get a kill, but if you add the Lee as well, it is free pickings. But the one thing we always talk about with Pike is he needs to generate these leads, because the moment we get to 5v5s, which, again, I think T1 should be able to firmly keep this game in their control, but just in case...
Pa jedan loš fight ruler sam nosi ovaj game, moraju se paze, ništa ovo nije gotovo još.
The game is not won, even though T1 is obviously in a very advantageous position.
I've also seen too many Jinx comebacks.
Yeah.
If she's able to survive in a lot of these fights, get excited, get those resets in, she can completely...
Moji američki kasteri. Spori ste vi mnogo za nas. Mi u pola 7 ujutru brže razmišljamo nego vi u prime time-u, samo ću to reći.
Baš u nečemu Evropa bolja od Amerike. Inače, možeš paliti. Tu sam.
Važi.
Has made this early game pretty smooth sailing. As GENG look for angles of attack, try to find a way to come back. First item's completed across the board. Potentially a decent time for GENG to try and fight.
There are just so many threats.
Mislim, Dravena je teško izvesti u fajtovima.
There's Gumayushi that you can't afford to ignore.
Uzo Canyon, nice.
Snipes that one away, but now it's Herald started. Owner seems to go uncontested.
Chovy is not moving from this bot lane. Genji's kind of fanning out.
I don't think they can contest. With everyone there, not really an opportunity. Ruler
Šta će
did
budu
cash out his
Pa dobro, brate, voli da jede off kamera, to je fair.
to stay relevant, but this mid lane turret sure
To je
to
fair
fall.
skroz.
This is what Pike loves, right? And yes, the gold lead has, I think, been mitigated a little bit. And maybe if the Drakes end up mattering, it could be that one steal from Ruler that gets him back in. But Pike, as well as Lee, as well as Silas, as well as Doran on this Mbessa, if you ever walk into
Okej, ako su grickalice neke nešto, ali mislim...
Yeah, as soon as they open up the map, most likely with this Herald,
Ne moraju baš ljudi da gledaju kako se saginjem i uzimam da... Njam.
mid lane prio is set up, right? All of these turrets down with a Pike is just so dangerous, and that is the true potential of where T1 can really snowball their lead.
And you can see Keria just appearing out of fog, ready to fight for a bit of control around this vision. Of course, no one else is on the map, as we can see from our POV, so won't overpush there. And Doran just continues to be powerful in the context of these side lanes. Tough for Chovy to match him, but Canyon coming in with a quick heal. Q over the wall. Doran, Owner ready to follow up. Keria now going to follow as well. Doro forced to use that ultimate. And it's 6 seconds before the Drake.
It's level 1
Spava
on
4
the ultimate
sata
as well,
i
so
to
that
mu je
means that
okej.
cooldown is not going to be available. One of the possible angles to deal with a T1 engage. I think this Dragon is, like, you're talking about contesting the third Drake, or the fourth Drake rather. I don't think you should be getting anywhere near them. Just catch your waves, try and maintain this deficit as it is now,
Oni baš...
and don't overstep.
Oni baš imaju bolestan vrkat. Mislim,
Top's pushing in.
vidi, na kraju dana nekad je tako nešto potrebno da budeš najbolji. Jedina stvar što je tako nešto jako short term. Okej da to radiš godinu, 2, 3, ali u nekom trenutku... Kažem, ja koji sam isto 3 godine svog života spavao 3 sata u proseku. Ali sam izredno šta sam teo i sad mogu spam. Mogu spam radi MSI u pola 7. Ali kao, on. Spam duže od 3 sata.
He's on his way. GENG should spot him on midwave as well, and I think they're going to abandon his red buff.
Mislim, nije ovo ogroman lead uopšte, nije to tako strašno.
Ja idem na utičnicu, impuls. Posle ovoga na utičnicu, ako je brzo punjenje sat vremena i nastavljam dalje. I spavate.
Guma grabbing it as well, and GENG are really struggling to hold on to these little advantages. But again, you highlighted it well. Ruler stealing the Drake buys them extra time, buys them another few minutes, but I don't think it'll stop T1 from breaking this tower.
Gledaj, Sajna kad je igrao profesionalno, tada su zarađivali u podlogama za miš.
Da, čak imam i sliku podloge koju sam dobio od organizacije.
T1 don't need to overstay. And now the Herald out to safety. Doran 2-0.
Taking a quick lap around the rift to celebrate.
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of expecting Doran to go in there. That will be very Doran. Flash out immediately.
Just not in the lane that you expect.
Jao, istekao.
Kakva tuga.
Alright, Doran has also had his driver's license revoked.
That was really good driving. What are you talking about?
He didn't calculate his distance.
Nije mu goriva, nije mu, ja ga smarate, nije mu goriva, ne zna potrošnju, promenio je auto. Ajte ga smarate. I sad kao gas, oni bacio moju foru. Aj, probajte, nema veze. Znači, klasika, brate. Klasika nemaju svoje fore, pa kradu moje.
It was good to me, but I pushed my car a lot.
To Horvat.
Strašno. 16 giga si lud, dalo 512 megabajta i to ako je neki buržujski turnir, razumeš? Šta je to gigabajt, ne razumem. To nešto jako mnogo.
Shutting down Canyon early, and now it's just all eyes on Ruler.
Da, imamo Mercedesa, ne bi.
For GENG, this was their tournament, right? And now they are on match point, down only 2
Znaš ti pokažem nešto, Horva. Znaš ti šta je ovo, Horva? Ne znam, ali ti, Mare, znaš šta je to?
Ne mogu da skontam zašto je...
A malo je mutno. Da, ali to ne mogu da promenim. Manual focus je, neću diram kameru sad.
Da, nemoj. Dalo mi kao neki USB, šta je to? Nije USB, mi dalo mi kao neka kamera nešto.
Ali ti ovo znači, čekaj, mislim drugu stranu, druga je čista plava.
Ne. Ne znam.
Jeste spremni? Zna neko šta je ovo? Znaš ti, Bona, šta je ovo?
Čekaj, čujem vas.
Mislim, piše faktički.
Ali ne mogu to počitati bukvalno.
Okej, sad ću vam kažem. Čekaj sam da li Bona zna šta je. Ne. Ako neko zna šta je, pišite. U stvari neću da vam kažem. Na streamu ću vam sutra reći. Ali ću vam reći odmah. Ne, reći vam, zašto je neki pogodio pola. Ovo je memorijska kartica od Sony Keca na kojoj piše, malo je izgrebano, ali 3 mega. 3 megabajta.
Memorijska kartica.
3 megabajta. Memorijska kartica. 3 megabajta. Kakvi crni gigabajti, jesi lud? Čuj, brat moj gigabajt. To u moje vreme nije bilo, brat. A da.
Daljinski za klimu.
Znači, vidi. 3 megabajta. Čak imam i save na toj memorijskoj još. Imamo i originalni Digimon save. A stoja, pa ja sam kolovo da će do 7 da bude. Imam Digimon World 2001 save na toj, znam tačno što imam od save-ova na toj kartici. Imam i Sony 2 negdje u podrumu koji radi. U teoriji bi vjerojatno mogu da ga upalim i da streamujem sa Sony-a. Premium content, hvala.
To bi bilo bruk. Ima dobrih jako igrica za Sony dvojku.
Ova kartica Sony izgleda tako bolje. Da, imam i onu drugu memorijsku. Ova je za Cat, zato izgleda tako čudno. Imam i za dvojku malo fancier. Ona je mislim da je bila 8 megabit, ona je malo ono bolja.
Ja sam, sad kad pričam o tim starijim kontrolama, ja sam ne želeo, nego želim i dalje da kupim Nintendo Wii od nekoga.
Wii je fun. Ja sam igrao tenis na Nintendo Wii, mnogo je fun.
Da, onaj Wii Sports, samo zbog toga ću uzeti. Znači daću pare, samo zbog te igrice. Sjećam se kad smo igrali u osnovnoj školi, kad je neki došli kao da promovišu nešto i doneli kao Wii Sports, da mi malo igramo to. Ja ono bio u fazonu, ovo je najbolja stvar na svijetu, šta je ovo, kako je ovo tehnologija.
Ne znam koliko te košta Oculus 2 kod nas. Boga mi skupo.
A sigurno 500 stavlja. Oh my god, T1 je sve promašio, legit sve su promašili. Ne, oni ne mogu da fajtaju, oni tako troluju, oni fajtaju bez fakera konstantno, ali svaki game fajtaju bez fakera. Sve su bacili, sve su promašili, izgrifovali su sve i jednu stvar što su mogli da izgrifuju i nastavili su da fajtaju.
Preferiraju.
posturing from GENG, kind of making sure that members of T1 were a bit separate. And the most important things are Chovy going in and out, constantly dealing damage, and then Ruler firing off the back line. He is going to be back into this game, and now this composition is so much more likely of coming online.
But this too is Doran. They get so much damage down onto Duro. I think this initial play is great. You've bullied them off. I don't think they can contest. But that ult right there is what starts off the fight. The exhaust comes through, the damage is there, and once Jinx starts going, as she's excited, you
To što pričali, ako jednu grešku napravi, Jinx samo snowballa I to je to.
Ne. Fajtuju bez fakere, ne znam zašto fajtuju bez fakere, ne znam šta Doran radi s ultom. A u fakeru spavamo se, otkuštao je vilicu možda. Nije vrat nego vilica.
Da, kad krcne vrat to je win, a ovo ostalo je, to je problem, to je problem.
To je već nervoza.
But yeah, the other kind of unsung hero in that a bit was also Keen, right? Yep. We talked about how this Renekton is essentially the front line for this team. Alongside the Kench for safety.
GENG has tempo. Owner spotted. Doran's so far away. Are they willing to bet on the 50-50? Wait for the Sonic Wave to expire. Must be the call. Traps are there too. They've caught out Owner.
Dobro, ne moraju da čekaju ni našta kad ovaj ušeta u trap. Dobro to, GG.
Dobro, znači Faker nije pobedio, ali je bar bio pravo da će izgubiti od GENG-a, to je nešto.
Da, gotovo je. Bukvalno su izgubili game. To je to. Jinx je nafidovala.
Have wrested control from T1, but T1 refused to go quietly, knocking down the tier 2. They want to try and break the base, desperate to get more. Baron falling.
Šta će uzeti? Neće, ne mogu da uzmu ničeg.
Uzet će cool. Oni su ok gold, to je bar nešto. To je bar nešto, it's fine. Šta će Barona, ne mogu u kontestu, ovo je legitiman play bio.
Oh my gosh, what a back and forth game. Rulers Jinx back in it. GENG now with a 2k gold lead. That entire swing starts right here at Otacon.
On ne rušete u čompove.
Gets caught in the trap, and even with the kick, the damage comes down. The rest of the team on GENG does so much.
I onda Faker čisto onako kao, Oneru, nema veze, ti si isfailovao, sad ću ja da isfailam zajedno s tobom. I uleti i on.
Kaže GG, sad mogu na posao nenaspavan I nervozan. Hvala T1. Ne ovako, Srki, drž se, brate moj. Nije lako, Srki, nije lako.
And look at this now between our two AD carries.
Nemojte molim vas da crtate, znači nemojte molim vas. Uzmite im olovku, ljudi, uzmite im olovku.
Da, Jinx 3 itema Infinity Edge runama, game je gotov, znači legit su izgubili. Nemaju kako da ubiju Jinx. Mora Owner da pronađe neki strašan ulti I taj ulti se bazira na tome da Duro ne klikne ulti na Rulera. Kada vidi da je Lee Sin bliže od 3 metra od njega. What do you mean made impossible? Ono nemaju kako. Pogledaj, outrangeovani su.
Da, Ruler radi što hoće.
Ruler unironically setting them in a position where they could sit back, where they could just catch waves, despite losing their outer ring of turrets. That actually ended up being a massive point in this game for GENG.
Znaš šta je bio massive point in this game za GENG? Kada je T1 istrolao fight na midu.
And they are terrifying around those objectives. An additional BF sword as well for Ruler. He hits like a truck. And there's not a really tanky member to eat damage from Ruler. Every single member of this T1 lineup is vulnerable, but Chovy himself is vulnerable as well. Initial lockdown is good. Hook to pull him back.
Pa to je hteo, tamo je hteo da ide, ali nema veze.
Čovjek će uzeti kill.
Neće.
Oh, and that gold lead looking a hell of a lot closer after that cash in.
Guma Cashinova 2000 golda. Ima je tipa 500 stakova.
Šu!
Faker!
On se dešao.
Samo što nije umro,
Yeah, so he lives, so it's fine. The STP can make his way back, but that backhand, so I think, gives enough time to GENG to just stall. They were able to get the bot side in him, and even with that pick of the Chovy, that alone is not going to be enough. The main character is Ruler, but if owner, if Doran can
Šta im i
find
dalje to
Ruler with a
vredi?
kick or an ultimate, that could be what brings T1 to the victory, despite how hard fought their lead was in the early game. Right now it's GENG. It's a TP flank. There he is.
TP.
Fake Faker's coming in.
Fake Faker?
I think they spotted him.
GENG now on the retreat. Duro staying right
on the way.
Faker dolazi. Dolazi Faker. Vidjeli ga na minionima. I nema koji ulti da uzme.
Uzeo Renekton.
Super.
Ruler and Faker.
Super.
Toe to toe again.
Sad će da im pokaže. Ima 2 itema Faker.
Desperation starting to show as GENG keep it composed. No, they can't afford to give him an angle.
Ruler. The Canon saves him.
Čekaj! Pa to je to, samo ult i Doran je sad mrtav.
Ovaj kick je bio užasan.
Crucially, healing now coming in, massive damage from the Draven, but GENG are on the chase. One reset for Ruler.
Dobro, Silas Aurora ulti je play. Silas Aurora ulti može si igra s tim.
Super minions are in the base. They're going up from that bot lane. T1 have to back to respond.
That's going to be, I was going to say a sole point, but it looks like GENG instead want to push for mid. One inhib is nice, two inhibs is actually debilitating.
Mislim da oni bre završavaju game, jeste li normalni? Šta će oni da radi? Šta će T1 da radi? Nemaju kako da fightaju. Imaju najgluplji mogući team comp kada padnu behind. Range im je max 500 i tu ima Guma koji je range heroj.
Od Carrija ne igra, Guma ne igra jer je Jinx više fed. Faker maši chain, Ruler živ.
Idu na Rulera, sve su baci, on ih samo pobijao, dobro.
Sve bacili, pola promašili. Dobro. Znači, Faker je izgubio, ali bio je u pravu. Pak, sad sve više verujem u njegov pikem. Sve više verujem u njegov pikem sad. Da, ovo je zabrinjavajući. Ovo je zabrinjavajući.
Sve je skriptovano, da li je realno da je skriptovano sve sajna?
Vidi.
Da Faker zna kako se završava sve.
Takva je to situacija, šta ti kažem. T1 ide u lower, tako je. Sutra gledamo AL i BLG, prekustra gledamo pobednika tog meča protiv T1-a, a nakustra za finale gledamo pobednika tog meča protiv GENG-a. Tako da to nam je sad play. To je raspored. Tako to više funkcioniše.
Da. Ma, Doran je... Bukvalno su izgubili game na onom fightu na mid lane-u kada su dali shutdown Doran i uzeli još jedan kill na kome već. Ne znam.
T1 ima šanse da pobedi, da. Pakao, ali komiranje. Mislim da ga odmah kolamo, da možemo je spremamo, spavamo jer je vreme za krevet. Ili za posao, kako kome, kakav je ugao. Sutra u 2 sata gledamo AL protiv BLG-a, šampion Kine protiv druge ekipe u Kini. A pre toga možda bude neki live, vidjet ćemo kakva je situacija, valja malo i to pecnuti. Tako da... Da, budite dobri ljudi moji. Otišli smo, Mare, vidimo se za EVC, ali tako?
Da, vidimo se za EVC, ja danas pozdravljam, ovo je moj danas posljednji dan na MSI-u i uživate sa vašim omiljenima Raletom i Sainom. Budite dobri prema Ralet, on je dobar lik.
Vidimo se Mare, čao.
Ćao.
Ovdje smo ljudi moji, film pišem u chatu, moram reći neke stvari, ja imam još sat vremena, sat i po da budem budan, tako da imam ja još da ga chillam, pustit ću intervju će biti fun i onda posle toga idemo na spavanje. Ljudi, laku noć, vidimo se.
GENG stays undefeated here at MSI as they're gonna play their second finals in just a couple of days. And Chovy, 승리 축하드립니다. Thank you so much for joining me. You defeated T1, and we know that they're a different beast, especially at internationals, especially against you guys. What was different this time around? Tell me about the preparation against them.
승리 축하드립니다. 사실은 국제전의 T1은 언제나 다른 포스를 풍기기 때문에 좀 준비 과정이 철저해야 된다고 보는 사람들이 많았는데요. 또 국제전의 T1이 젠지 상대로 강한 모습을 오랫동안 보여주기도 했습니다. 이번 무대는 어떤 점이 달라서 이렇게 승리 만들어내실 수 있었나요?
일단 저희 젠지라는 팀이 국제전에 T1한테 막혀서는 안 되는 팀이라고 생각을 하고 결국에 저희가 원하는 목표를 이루기 위해서는 국제전에 T1을 꺾을 만큼 잘해야 한다고 생각을 해서 선수들이랑 감독 코치진이랑 열심히 준비해서 이렇게 좋은 결과 낸 것 같습니다.
I believe a team like GENG should not be stopped by international T1. I think that's the mindset we have to keep. So in order to achieve what we have in mind, the goal, I think you should be able to beat the international T1. So all of us, the players, the coaching staff worked so hard for this moment and we were able to make it happen today.
And you have been working so hard for such a long time. The last time you lost a series was February 23rd, the LCK Cup. What makes you so good? What makes you stand above the rest?
젠지가 마지막으로 시리즈 패배한 게 2월 23일입니다. LCK 컵이 마지막이었는데요. 어떻게 이렇게 강할 수 있는 건가요?
그냥 사실 뭐 어떻게 강하는지는 저희 선수들이 다 열심히 해서 이렇게 불리한 상황에서도 역전할 수 있도록 계속 평소에 노력해온 그런 과정들이 또 이런 승리의 결과를 만든 것 같고 이제 한 번 더 이겨서 계속 목표에 이어나갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
I mean, we have been working so hard. We trained so hard in order to be able to make a comeback in such a rough situation. I think all the hard work is paying off, and we're just one win away from making another great thing happen.
1 week away and 1 win away indeed. Here now, you reached MSI finals last year in Chengdu. You won MSI finals last year. How comfortable and confident do you feel this time around?
작년 청두에서도 MSI 결승에 진출하셨고 우승을 이뤄내셨습니다. 이번에도 또 한 번 MSI 결승에 진출하셨는데요. 얼마나 자신감 있으신가요?
뭐 자신감은 그냥 뭐 저희가 잘하면 이길 것 같다고 생각을 하고 있고 뭐 MSI 리핏 그런 기록을 욕심이 나서 노리고 있습니다.
Confident-wise, if we play well, I believe we can win. And I'm really looking forward to the MSI repeat record.
And who do you think you're gonna face in these finals?
결승전 상대 누가 될 거라고 생각하시나요?
사실 남은 자리 중에 좀 이제 많은 팀들이 있는데 다 쟁쟁한 팀들이라서 누가 올라올지는 모르겠지만 누가 올라오던 저희가 이길 수 있도록 잘 준비하겠습니다.
I feel like every team has the potential to make it to the finals, so I'm not really sure, but I just will focus on working on our own performance to make the GENG repeat happen.
You've posted on your socials a couple times actually a quote from Aizen from Bleach saying that I will stand in the sky, I will stand at the top. And now that you're one step away from standing at the top once again, what does this quote mean to you?
또 올해 초비 선수와 굉장히 인연이 깊은 대사가 있죠. 블리츠에서 나온 내가 하늘에 서겠다. 이제 1승만 더하면 또 한 번 하늘의 정상에 서게 되는데요. 이 문구 본인에게 어떤 의미처럼 다가오나요?
사실 이제 그런 문구가 달리면 무조건 잘해야 되는 상황이잖아요. 이제 무조건 잘해야 되는 상황에서 내가 무조건 잘해야겠다라는 그런 좋은 압박감도 있고 이제 한 걸음만 더 가면은 하늘에 설 수 있으니까 되게 설레는 것 같습니다.
You know, in a cases like that where a quote kind of describes you, it kind of adds a good amount of pressure that you actually have to like perform really well. I kind of enjoy that, and I'm just literally one win away, one step away from standing in the sky. So I will give my all to make it happen.
And I cannot wait to see you again in final shining, hopefully. 인터뷰 너무 감사합니다. Thank you so much for the interview. Ji-san, thank you so much for the help. And GENG ascends to the finals once again.
I I love that. We see the reactions from everyone on GENG, and Ruler, who celebrates the most. I feel like he really also thought that he had this in the palm of his hand, even in the game that was lost just before this, because he had a monster series, and you had a monster prediction, my man.
All I needed to do was not flip-flop. I actually would have done the same thing yesterday, so we're going to keep that one
I don't
going.
know what's more impressive, that Kalissa's lose streak is still alive, that you didn't flip-flop, actually.
Hey, I'm a new man. I'm a new man. And Ruler,
yeah,
you can teach old dog new trick. This brother was crazy. This game, this series, he was the GOAT.
Yeah. I mean, he was just absolutely insane. Ruler smurfing the whole series through. But I think it's even crazier to realize the undefeated streak in series for GENG still alive. The entire split in the LCK undefeated. Here at MSI, they're now in the grand finals undefeated. They're one series away from doing the unthinkable. It feels like it should be impossible.
21 in a row, and I think when you see games like this and situations like this is where you really start to kind of estimate how heavy that is and how difficult it is to always get that win, that W at the end of the day when everything is thrown at you.
Absolutely. If you just look through this series, it's a perfect book for them. Not only will they get a lead, they will snowball it. If they find themselves in a deficit, they will fight themselves out of it. This was an incredible series, and this game, oh my God, Ruler was going wild. There was points at the Otacon fight. There was points in the mid lane fight where it looked like T1 could have taken away. No, didn't happen. They stomped their foot in their door.
And I'll just repeat what Emily says, right? That Hail Mary steal of the dragon that keeps them in that timer, that gives them time and confidence back to win. And they ran with it. But these are absolutely crazy stats.
I mean, it is completely insane, right? Because League of Legends is a game where you do not have perfect information, right? Even watching it, it is hard, and people will disagree on what the right decision is with full vision, with knowing where everyone is.
Oh, yeah.
So to never lose a series where you had a bad draft, you got unlucky on a flip if someone's there or not, where things don't go your way, there is randomness. So to have the immense amount of skill to overcome that and win every single series anyway, like, it literally feels that it shouldn't be possible.
Absolutely so, and we've already prefaced it a little bit, but our Oppo player of the series is Ruler, and I just want to contextualize this not only within this series, but perhaps the series we've still got coming, right? Because he has had that chip on his shoulder of what happened on JDG with that Faker shuffle since then. Now he's saying, no, not this tournament, not this year. I'm back in the LCK, and I'm going to beat you.
This man is unperturbed when it comes to pressure. He did it in the Samsung days. You're right, he did it during the JDG days. He is an MSI champion, and he wants to do it. The first time representing Korea at MSI, he wants to be able to win a chip for him. So that's a big thing for him.
And can I just ask a question? How is it fair that the two carries on one team are Chovy and Ruler?
Yeah.
Like, how is that fair?
Ain't fair.
It's just ridiculous.
It's insane, but also, you know, honorable mention to Duro. He's thrown into this, right? It may be true that he doesn't really have that stress, that same backpack of, oh no, they've beaten us at Worlds last year, but he still has to perform here against Keria, who also had great moments in the series.
I mean, even just thinking from the context of like last Worlds where they lost to T1 and Lehens, who was the, if I remember correctly, the MSI MVP, the finals MVP, and Lehens goes to Worlds and he has like basically the bad series and all that. Duro comes in to replace him. That's a big shoe to fill and expectations, especially under the GENG banner. And he had really good games. That Alistar game this series was incredible. So there is no more that question or that thought behind the back of your head that someone is going to throw or someone's going to have like a choking performance, like specifically looking for either the support position in the past or the top lane position in the past. Chovy is going to have a great team behind him going into the finals.
Yes, but this is where I think I want to make just a small caveat. Winner goes directly to the grand finals. You're waiting there now. T1 is powering up. Of course, they have to deal with the LPL first, but they've done it before.
Yeah.
If they do find a way to make their way back to the grand finals and they're up against GENG, I don't remember anything that happened today. That is a fresh slate and a T1 looking for revenge.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be just incredible. With how good today's series was, if it is a rematch, that would be incredible. But I mean, we have BLG versus AL. We have LPL versus T1. Before we even get to a